Hey there, my exhausted little friends. Let's snuggle up, because on tonight's journey, we're diving into the everyday life of Vincent van Gogh, one of history's most passionate and misunderstood artists. That's right, we're stepping back to the late 19th century, to the studios and fields of the Netherlands and France, where a red-haired man with calloused hands transformed ordinary moments into extraordinary art. Close your eyes, settle in, and let's discover how genius wasn't something Vincent possessed. It was something he practiced, one brushstroke at a time. But before we start, I'd love to know how you're doing down below, and let me know where in the world you're listening in from and what time it is for you. Now, while I do my brief little pause, make sure to turn on a fan for some comforting white noise. You wake before dawn in a small rented room above a café in Arles, southern France. It's 1888, and the pre-dawn darkness carries the smell of yesterday's coffee grounds and turpentine. Your name is Vincent van Gogh, though almost nobody knows it yet, and your feet hit the cold floorboards with the same purpose they've had for years. Today, you will paint. The ritual begins in silence. You don't light the lamp immediately because your eyes need to adjust naturally, the way a baker's hands need to learn dough before the oven warms. You've discovered that rushing this transition from sleep to wakefulness produces paintings that feel hurried, disconnected from the pulse of actual seeing. So you sit on the edge of your narrow bed, listening to the town slowly remember itself, a shutter creaking open somewhere, a dog's distant bark, the first cartwheels grinding against cobblestones. Your room measures roughly 12 feet by 10 feet. You know this because you've painted it, and painting something means measuring it with your eyes 1,000 times. The walls are the colour of old cream, stained here and there with accidental daubs of paint from when you've gestured too enthusiastically. Your bed has a simple wooden frame. 2 chairs sit against one wall, their cane seats worn smooth. Above them hangs a small mirror you rarely look into, not from vanity or its opposite, but because your face has never interested you the way other faces do. You're not the subject. The world is. The morning light, when it finally arrives, doesn't burst through your window like a trumpet announcement. It seeps in gradually, the way watercolour bleeds across wet paper. You've learned that this is how most real things happen, not with drama, but with patience. The light touches your wash basin first, then creeps across to your shoes, which you've left by the door, caked with yesterday's dried mud from the fields. You don't own many shoes. You wear them until they fall apart, then you patch them, then you wear them some more. Money spent on unnecessary shoes is money not spent on paint. You stand and stretch, feeling your spine crack in 3 distinct places. You're 35 years old, though your body sometimes feels older. Years of poor nutrition, walking miles every day, sleeping in cheap rooms with thin mattresses. These things accumulate in your joints like interest on a debt. But your hands are steady, that's what matters. Your hands are strong and certain even when your mind isn't. The morning ablutions are practical, almost military in their efficiency. Cold water from the basin splashed on your face, scrubbing away sleep and yesterday's paint that somehow always ends up on your temples and behind your ears. You've stopped questioning how paint migrates to these unlikely places. Artists are always slightly decorated with their work, like bakers with flour or blacksmiths with soot. You dry your face with a rough towel, then run your fingers through your red hair, which sticks up in several directions and will continue to do so regardless of your efforts. Vanity about grooming seems absurd when you're about to spend 10 hours staring at sunflowers. Breakfast is whatever's available, which usually isn't much. Today it's bread from 2 days ago, harder now but still edible when torn into pieces. You eat it standing by the window looking out at the street below. The baker across the way is opening his shutters. A woman in a dark dress sweeps her doorstep with brisk, irritated strokes, as if the dust has personally offended her. A cat slides along a wall like liquid. You memorize these things without trying. Your brain has become a collection box for visual information, constantly gathering material even during these supposedly idle moments. The coffee, when you make it, tastes like burnt earth and desperation. You've never been good at cooking, and coffee making is a subset of that larger failure. But it's hot, and it contains caffeine, which means it fulfills its function. You've learned not to demand that things be more than they are. Coffee should taste good, but it doesn't have to. Painting should sell, but it doesn't have to. Not everything needs to be perfect. Most things just need to be done. While you drink, you review your mental inventory of supplies. Titanium white is running low. Prussian blue has maybe 3 more paintings in the tube. The linseed oil needs replacing soon. Chrome yellow, your beloved yellow, your sunshine in paste form, is adequate for now. You calculate costs in your head, matching them against the monthly allowance your brother Theo sends from Paris. The mathematics are always depressing, so you don't linger on them. You'll make it work. You always make it work, even if it means eating less bread next week. The light is stronger now, turning the walls golden. This is the moment you've been waiting for without realizing you were waiting. The moment when the day declares its colour intentions. Today will be warm-toned. You can already tell. The shadows will have purple in them by afternoon. The sky will be that particular shade of blue that only exists in Provence, as if God mixed ultramarine with hope and spread it overhead like a blessing. You finish your coffee and set the cup on the small table. Then you stand still for a moment, feeling your body settle into readiness. Your shoulders drop. Your breathing slows. This is the transition point, the threshold between being a person who sleeps and eats and a person who sees and creates. It's a shift you've practiced so many times it's become automatic, like a priest entering a church or a soldier picking up a rifle. This is what you do. This is who you are. You reach for your coat, a brown jacket that's seen better years. As you shrug it on, you feel the weight of brushes in the inside pocket, a reassuring pressure against your ribs. Your fingers check automatically. Yes, the small sketchbook is still there, a stub of graphite wrapped in string, your portable memory for when oil and canvas aren't practical. Everything you need is accounted for. Everything necessary is present. Before leaving, you glance once more around the room. It's not much, this temporary home, but it's yours. The bed where you collapse after 12-hour painting sessions. The chairs where you sit and write long letters to Theo trying to explain what you're seeing, what you're attempting and why it matters. The mirror that reflects a man who looks perpetually surprised by his own face. The window that frames the world like a painting you haven't started yet. Then you open the door and step into the morning, ready to do what you've always done. Look at ordinary things until they become extraordinary. Then try to capture that transformation on canvas before the magic evaporates. It's not a mystical process, it's work, it's practice. It's what happens when you show up every single day, even when you don't feel like it, even when the previous day's painting was terrible, even when nobody's buying and nobody's watching and nobody particularly cares. The street outside smells like horse manure and flowering jasmine, an oddly pleasant combination that you've come to associate with purpose. You turn left toward the fields, toward the light, toward whatever today will show you if you're patient enough to see it. The walk to your painting spot isn't exercise, it's education. You've covered this route dozens of times, but it's never the same twice because light is never the same twice. And light changes everything it touches. Today, the morning sun slants from the east, turning the Yellowstone buildings into blocks of butter. Shadows pool in doorways like spilled ink. You notice these things the way a musician notices pitch. Automatically, constantly, unable to turn it off even if you wanted to. Your pace is steady but not hurried. Hurrying makes you miss things. You learned this years ago when you were trying to be a minister, rushing between appointments and pastoral visits, and realised you were moving through the world without actually seeing it. Now you move deliberately, your eyes scanning left to right, up and down, taking in the whole visual field like a camera with an impossibly wide lens. An old woman sits on a low stool outside her house, peeling potatoes into a tin basin. Her hands move with the efficiency of someone who's performed this task 10,000 times. The potato skins fall in long spirals, brown and cream. You note the curve of her back, the angle of her wrists, and the way the light catches the blade of her knife. You don't stop to sketch her. Stopping would make her self-conscious and would change the naturalness of the scene, but you file away the image. Later, maybe next week, maybe next year, a painting will need an old woman's hands, and you'll remember these hands. The streets narrow as you leave the town centre. The buildings lean toward each other overhead. creating a tunnel of shade that's 10 degrees cooler than the sunny patches. Your boots, those perpetually muddy boots, click against the cobblestones with a rhythm that's almost musical. Click, 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 like a metronome keeping time for a very slow song. You pass the blacksmith shop, already hot despite the early hour. The smith himself, a man with forearms like hams, is working the bellows. The forge glows orange-red, and you pause despite yourself because that particular quality of light, incandescent, dangerous, alive, is one of the hardest things to capture on canvas. How do you paint light that's also heat? How do you make a viewer feel warmth from a cold layer of paint? These are the questions that wake you at 3 in the morning and refuse to let you return to sleep. The smith nods at you. You nod back. He thinks you're odd. You can tell. Everyone thinks you're odd. You've heard the whispers, seen the sidelong glances, the crazy Dutch painter who stares at things too long, who talks to himself while working, who once cut off part of his own ear during a crisis you still can't fully explain even to yourself. But the smith is polite, and politeness is enough. You don't need friendship from everyone you meet. You need light and form and colour, and those things don't care if you're popular. Beyond the smith's shop, the buildings start to thin out. Gardens appear, then small plots of vegetables, then open fields stretching toward the horizon. This is where you're heading, to the edge of civilization, where human arrangement gives way to natural chaos. You've always felt more comfortable here, in the transitional zones. Not quite town, not quite countryside. Places where anything might happen, where the rules are still being negotiated. The earth beneath your feet changes from stone to packed dirt to softer soil. You can feel the difference through your boot soles, the way a sailor feels the mood of the sea through the deck of a ship. The ground here is red-orange and iron-rich, the colour of rust and clay and dried blood. It stains everything it touches. Your boots, your trouser cuffs, your hands when you sit in the fields and steady yourself against the earth. You've tried to mix this exact colour in paint. Burnt sienna with a touch of cadmium orange and maybe some raw umber. But you've never quite matched it. Nature's palette is always more complex than anything you can mix on your own. Birds wheel overhead, dark shapes against the brightening sky. Swallows, you think, though you're not particularly good at identifying species. They move with such confidence, such certainty of purpose. You envy them this sometimes. They never seem to doubt which direction to fly or whether their flying matters. They simply fly because flying is what they do, and that's enough. The fields open before you like a green and gold sea. Wheat, mostly, with occasional interruptions of poppies. Those shocking red punctuation marks that make the whole landscape vibrate. You've painted poppies more times than you can count, but you still haven't captured what they actually do to a field. They don't just add colour. They add violence, urgency, and a kind of visual shouting that demands attention. A field without poppies is a sentence without passion. A field with poppies is a sentence ending in an exclamation point. You walk along the edge of a wheat field, running your hand through the tops of the grain stalks. They're dry and whisper soft, like the sound of secrets being shared. The wheat is nearly ready for harvest. You can tell by the weight of the seed heads and the way they bow toward earth as if praying. In a week, maybe 2, men will come with scythes and reduce all this gold to stubble. The thought makes you walk faster. You need to paint this before it disappears. Everything beautiful is temporary. Everything worth looking at will eventually be gone. Your painting spot today is a slight rise overlooking the fields, near a twisted olive tree that you've painted before but never quite captured. The tree has character, that's the only way to describe it. It's been shaped by wind and drought and time into something that looks half dead but refuses to give up. Grey-green leaves shimmer in the breeze. The trunk is gnarled like an arthritic hand. You love this tree. You love it the way you love your brother Theo, uncomplicated and deep and without needing reasons. You set down your canvas and painting supplies, arranging them with the care of a surgeon preparing instruments. The easel goes here, facing northeast to catch the changing light. The canvas, a rough weave you stretched yourself because professional stretching costs money you don't have, fits onto the easel with a satisfying click. Your paint box opens like a small treasure chest. revealing tubes squeezed flat at the bottom, colours arranged by temperature, cools on the left, warms on the right. Your palette, a rectangular board worn smooth and stained with 100 previous paintings, rests on your left forearm. Brushes go in your right hand, a cluster of bristles like a small bouquet. But before you start painting, you sit. This is important. You've learned that beginning too quickly produces work that's enthusiastic but superficial. You need to let the place settle into you. You need to let your eyes adjust, not just to the light, but to the specific personality of this particular morning. Every day has its own character, its own mood. Today feels contemplative. The light is soft, the shadows gentle. A day for careful observation rather than dramatic gesture. You watch the wheat move in waves, responding to breezes you can't feel from this distance. The motion is hypnotic and calming. You let your mind empty, becoming nothing but a pair of eyes, a recording device for the world's visual information. This is the closest you come to meditation, though you'd never call it that. It's simply looking until you see. A farmer appears in the middle distance, a dark figure against the gold. He's examining something in the field, bending down, straightening up, moving in that slow, considered way that farmers have. People who know that rushing accomplishes nothing, that crops grow on their own schedule regardless of human impatience. You watch him for 10 minutes, 15, memorising the shapes he makes, the way his body relates to the landscape around him. You won't paint him today, he'll be gone before you're ready, but you'll remember him. He'll appear in some future painting, a tiny figure giving scale to an endless field, a human presence making nature comprehensible. The farmer straightens one final time, then walks away, disappearing behind a distant line of trees. You're alone again with the fields and the sky and the tree that refuses to die. The light has shifted slightly in the time you've been sitting. What was gentle is becoming assertive. The shadows are sharper, the colours are warmer. It's time to begin. You stand, feeling your knees crack again. Then you pick up a brush, load it with thinned paint, and make the first mark on the canvas, a single line defining the horizon. It's a small gesture, barely noticeable, but it's everything. It's the moment when possibility becomes actuality, when the blank canvas stops being frightening and becomes simply a problem to solve. You've begun. The rest will follow because the rest always follows. You just have to keep going, one brushstroke after another, until the day runs out or the painting is finished, whichever comes first. The first hour of painting is always a conversation with doubt. Your hand moves automatically, blocking in the major shapes. Sky here, field there, tree in the middle distance. But your mind questions everything. Is the horizon line too high, too low? Should the wheat be more yellow or more gold? Does that olive tree look like an olive tree or like a child's scribble? These questions don't paralyse you anymore, but they're always present, like a background hum you've learned to work through. You paint standing up, always standing. You tried painting seated once, years ago, and found it made you timid. Something about being at eye level with the canvas gave you permission to be too careful, too precious. Standing forces you to engage physically. Your whole body participates. Legs for balance, core for stability, shoulders for large gestures, and wrists for fine control. Painting isn't just a hand activity. It's a full-body commitment to transferring what you see onto a surface that will never fully cooperate. The paint goes on in layers, though not the neat, patient layers that academic painters use. Your layers are messy, urgent, and built up quickly while the light still holds its current quality. You've learned that light moves faster than paint dries, so you work wet on wet, colours bleeding into each other on the canvas the same way they blend in nature. This technique frustrates art teachers who want clean edges and proper procedures, but those teachers aren't here in the field watching how yellow wheat transitions to blue shadow. Nature doesn't have clean edges. Nature is all transition, all gradation, all one thing becoming another thing. Your brushwork is distinctive, though you don't think about it while working. Short, directional strokes that follow the form of whatever you're painting. The wheat grows upward, so your brushstrokes grow upward. The wind moves rightward, so your brushstrokes lean rightward. People who see your paintings sometimes comment on how visible the brushwork is, how they can see each individual mark you made. This bothers them more than it bothers you. You're not trying to hide your process. You're not trying to create a smooth photographic illusion. You're trying to capture the energy of seeing itself, the way the eye moves across a scene, constantly collecting information, constantly in motion. The morning light strengthens, and with it comes heat. By 10 o'clock, sweat is running down your temples, mixing with the inevitable paint smudges on your face. You don't notice. When you're painting, your body becomes secondary. Just the mechanism that moves the brushes. Hunger, thirst, physical discomfort. These things register dimly, like news from a distant country you're not particularly interested in. You'll deal with your body's needs later. Right now, there's only the canvas and the field and the gradually narrowing gap between what you see and what you're making. You step back periodically to assess your progress. This is crucial. Working too close for too long produces paintings that fall apart when viewed from a normal distance. But stepping back is also dangerous because it allows doubt to creep in. From 6 feet away, every mistake becomes obvious. That shadow's too purple. That highlight is too bright. The wheat looks flat and lifeless. The tree looks like it's floating rather than growing from earth. You catalogue these failures methodically, then step forward again and start correcting them. This is the work, not the inspired moments, but the patient revision. Making mistakes, recognising them, fixing them. Over and over until the painting is either finished or ruined, which sometimes amounts to the same thing. Around noon, you permit yourself a break. You set down your brushes and sit in the shade of the olive tree you've been painting. Your legs are stiff from standing. Your right shoulder aches from holding the palette. Your eyes are tired from the bright light. These are good pains, earned pains. They mean you've worked, really worked, not just dabbled. Lunch is whatever you brought from the room. Today, an apple and more of that terrible bread. You eat slowly, not because the food is good, but because slowing down is necessary. Your mind is still moving at painting speed, processing colours and shapes and relationships. You need to let it settle. You need to let your eyes rest. So you sit and chew and watch the field from the perspective of idleness rather than purpose. The field doesn't care whether you're painting it or not. It's beautiful regardless of your attention. This is a comforting thought. The world doesn't need you to paint it. The world is fine on its own. You paint because you need to, not because the world requires it. A lizard emerges from beneath a nearby rock, freezes for a moment in that peculiar lizard way, utterly still, as if playing a game of hide-and-seek with death, then darts away in a blur of green. You smile. Quick movements are almost impossible to paint because they're over before you can analyse them. Photography is better at capturing speed, but photography misses everything else. The weight of the air, the quality of the light, and the emotional resonance of a moment. You'll take the limitations of painting over the limitations of photography any day. After eating, you don't immediately resume painting. Instead, you take out your small sketchbook and the graphite stub. Painting is for colour and light, but sketching is for understanding structure. You draw the olive tree quickly, loosely, not trying for accuracy, but trying to feel how the tree grows, how its branches relate to its trunk, and how the whole thing balances despite appearing ready to topple over. Drawing is thinking. Drawing is learning to see. You fill 2 pages with versions of the tree, each one slightly different, each one teaching you something new about how gnarled wood occupies space. The afternoon light is different from the morning light, harsher, less forgiving. Shadows shrink into themselves. Colours bleach out slightly, as if the sun is a kind of acid eating away at saturation. You return to the canvas with this awareness, adjusting your palette, adding more white to your mixtures, and cooling the yellow slightly. Every hour of the day requires different colours. This is why painting outdoors is both harder and more honest than painting in a studio. The studio light stays constant. Nature never stays still. Your back is hurting now. A dull ache between your shoulder blades from the prolonged standing and reaching. You ignore it. Pain is just information, and this particular information isn't urgent. You've worked through worse. Through cold rain that numbed your fingers, through headaches that made your vision blur, through days when depression sat on your shoulders like a physical weight. This is just a backache. This is nothing. By mid-afternoon, the painting has reached that critical stage where it could go either way. It's either about to come together or about to fall apart. You've been here hundreds of times before, and it never gets less nerve-wracking. The temptation is to overwork it, to keep fussing with details until you've killed whatever life the painting had. But you've also learned that stopping too soon leaves it unfinished, incomplete. The trick is knowing when to push and when to step away. This knowledge doesn't come from rules. It comes from failure, from ruining enough paintings that you start to recognise the warning signs. You work more carefully now, with smaller brushes and more precise touches. A highlight on a wheat stalk here, a deeper shadow under the tree there, a few strokes to suggest distant mountains purple against the blue sky. Each addition is a small risk. Each mark could be the one that pushes the painting from almost good to actually good, or from almost good to ruined. You try not to think about this while working. Thinking makes you tentative. You need to stay loose and confident, even when you're not feeling confident at all. The sun is starting its descent toward the horizon when you finally set down your brushes. The painting isn't finished. Your paintings are never really finished, but it's done for today. The light has changed too much to continue. What you were seeing 3 hours ago no longer exists. Tomorrow will bring different light, different colours, and different challenges. You'll return then if the weather holds and continue the conversation with the canvas. You clean your brushes methodically, wiping them on a rag until most of the paint is removed, then dipping them in turpentine and working the bristles against your palm. This is meditative work, calming after the intensity of painting. Your brushes are your tools, and tools need respect. A brush properly cared for will last years. A neglected brush dies in months. You can't afford to replace brushes often, so you treat them like the valuable instruments they are. The walk back to town is slower than the morning walk. Your body is tired now, genuinely tired rather than just stiff. Your eyes ache from squinting in the bright light. Your hands are covered in paint despite your best efforts. Emerald green under your nails, yellow ochre on your knuckles, and crimson lake on your wrists. You look like you've been in a fight with a rainbow. This pleases you more than it should. The town is busier in the late afternoon. People finishing work, shops closing, children playing in the streets. You move through this activity like a ghost, present but separate. You're still half in the field, half in the painting, not quite ready to be fully human again. This transition takes time. You learned years ago not to rush it, not to try to snap back into social normalcy immediately after hours of solitary focus. Your mind needs to decompress, to remember how to exist in a world of words rather than colours. By the time you reach your room, dusk is gathering. The sky has turned that particular shade of violet blue that only exists for about 20 minutes each evening. A colour so fleeting and perfect that you're always tempted to run back outside and try to capture it. But your body won't cooperate. You're done for the day. Tomorrow is for that colour. Tomorrow is for everything you didn't finish today. Your room feels smaller after a day outdoors, the walls closer and the ceiling lower. You light the oil lamp, carefully because oil costs money and must be rationed, and its warm glow pushes back the encroaching darkness. The light is different from daylight, softer and more golden, turning everything it touches slightly amber. You've painted by lamplight before, though you prefer natural light. Lamplight flattens things and removes the subtle gradations that make forms feel solid. You pour water from the pitcher into the basin and wash your hands, watching the paint dissolve and swirl, greens and yellows and blues creating temporary abstract patterns before vanishing down the drain. The water turns grey, then murky brown. You scrub your nails with a small brush, dig paint from beneath them, and rinse again. Your hands never come completely clean anymore. There's always paint somewhere, in the creases of your knuckles, around the beds of your nails, staining the calluses on your palms. You've accepted this. Artists' hands are meant to carry evidence of their work. Dinner is simple because dinner is always simple. Tonight it's soup from the cafe downstairs. Vegetable, probably, with chunks of bread for dipping. The cafe owner, Madame Gignoux, knows your financial situation without you having to explain it. She charges you less than she should, and occasionally the soup is thicker than it ought to be, with extra vegetables that weren't on the menu. You've painted her portrait twice as partial payment. She hung one in the cafe, the other she keeps in her private rooms, which feels like a greater compliment than money could be. You eat at the small table by the window, watching the street below as darkness completes its takeover of the town. Shops have closed. Shutters are being fastened. A few people hurry past, heading home to families and warm kitchens and conversations about normal things. The weather, the harvest, the neighbour's new baby. You don't envy them exactly, but sometimes you wonder what that life feels like. The life of someone who isn't compelled to transform seeing into painting, who can simply look at a sunset without needing to analyse its colours. After eating, you clear the table and prepare for your second work session of the day, writing to Theo, your brother in Paris, your financial supporter, your friend, your anchor to sanity. You owe him more than money can repay. The least you can do is write regularly, keeping him informed of your progress, your struggles, and your small victories. These letters have become a kind of journal, a way of processing your thoughts about art and life and the impossible task of trying to be both. You arrange paper, pen, and ink with the same care you gave your painting supplies this morning. The paper is cheap, slightly rough but adequate. The pen is functional. The ink is black and ordinary, but your handwriting gives it character. Quick, angular, and urgent. You write the way you paint, with energy rather than elegance. Theo has learned to decipher your script, though it takes effort. You've apologised for this. He's told you not to worry. Content matters more than presentation. You begin, as always, with "Dear Theo," and then the words flow. Tonight you write about the wheat field, about the olive tree that defeats every attempt to capture its essential character, and about how the afternoon light changed the colour of everything and required you to completely remix your palette. You write about practical matters, paint supplies running low, a new canvas you need to stretch, the rent due at the end of the month. You write about doubt, about the fear that you're wasting his money, wasting his faith in you, and producing work that nobody wants and nobody will remember. But you also write about hope, about the moment this morning when the light hit the wheat just right and you saw, really saw, how yellow and gold and green could exist in the same space without conflict, about the joy of making a brushstroke that captures exactly the curve of a tree branch, about the conviction, stubborn and probably foolish, that what you're doing matters, that these paintings of fields and flowers and ordinary people will mean something to someone someday. The letters to Theo are the only place you allow yourself complete honesty. With other people, you perform normalcy, or at least try to. But Theo knows the full extent of your struggles, the mental crises, the financial desperation, the social isolation, and the relentless self-criticism. He knows, and he supports you anyway. This knowledge is what keeps you going on the days when nothing seems worth continuing. You write for an hour, maybe more. The lamp flickers occasionally, threatening to die, but hold steady. Your hand cramps slightly from gripping the pen, but you ignore it. There's still more to say. Thoughts about colour theory you've been developing, observations about how peasants move through landscapes, and questions about painters in Paris and what they're working on. You're curious about the art world, but also grateful to be removed from it. Competition makes you anxious. Other painters' success feels like commentary on your failure. Better to be here in Arles, working in isolation, measuring yourself only against your previous work. When you finally set down the pen, several pages are covered with your dense, urgent script. You'll post this letter tomorrow, and in a week or so, Theo's reply will arrive, full of encouragement and practical advice and small bits of money. The correspondence between you and your brother is the most important work you do, more important than any single painting. It's what keeps you connected to the world, what reminds you that someone believes in what you're attempting. You fold the letter carefully and set it aside. Then you lean back in your chair and rub your eyes, feeling the full weight of the day's exhaustion. Your body aches in a dozen places. Your mind feels pleasantly empty, wrung out like a sponge. This is good tiredness, earned tiredness. You've worked hard today, physically in the field, intellectually in the letter. Tomorrow you'll do it again, and the day after that, and the day after that. This is your life now, this rhythm of work and rest and work again. It's not the life you imagined as a young man, but it's the one you've built, and it's yours. Before sleeping, you allow yourself a small ritual, reviewing today's paintings. You've been doing this for months, a private exhibition for an audience of one. The painting from today leans against the wall, still wet, colours glowing slightly in the lamplight. You study it critically, cataloguing its failures and occasional successes. The wheat is better than yesterday's wheat, but still not quite right. The sky needs more complexity. The olive tree looks stiff and unconvincing, but there are moments, a few brushstrokes where you captured something true, where paint transcended paint and became wheat, became light, became the actual feeling of standing in a field on a summer afternoon. You'll do better tomorrow. You always think this, and it's usually true. Progress is incremental, barely noticeable day to day, but visible when you compare paintings from months ago to paintings from today. You're learning slowly how to see and how to translate seeing into something others can experience. This learning never stops. You'll die not knowing everything you want to know about painting. This should depress you, but somehow it doesn't. The impossibility of mastery is what makes the work worth doing. You extinguish the lamp and darkness swallows the room. You undress in the dark, no point wasting matches, and climb into bed. The sheets are rough, washed so many times they've become as thin as paper. The mattress is lumpy. None of this matters. Within minutes, you're asleep, dreaming in colours, your subconscious mind continuing the work your conscious mind has paused. Tomorrow before dawn you'll wake and begin again. The ritual will repeat: coffee, walking, painting, letters, sleep. It's a simple life, a narrow life, but it's the life that allows you to do the work you were meant to do. Everything else, comfort, wealth, fame, connection, is secondary to that. You're painting the world as you see it, hoping that someday someone will look at your paintings and see it too. That hope is enough. It has to be enough. It's all you have. 6 months pass in this rhythm. Autumn arrives, bringing different light, cooler temperatures, and changed colours. The wheat fields are stubble now, harvested down to short stalks that crunch under your boots. You paint the aftermath of harvest, interested in how the land looks stripped and exposed, vulnerable in its bareness. The olive trees remain, still twisted, still grey-green, still refusing to be adequately captured on canvas. Your stack of finished paintings grows. 20 canvases lean against the walls of your room, then 30, then 40. They're everywhere. Under the bed, behind the door, arranged in rows 3 deep against every available wall. The room smells perpetually of linseed oil and turpentine, a sharp chemical smell that you've stopped noticing. Madame Gignoux complains occasionally that the fumes are seeping into the café below, making the coffee taste strange. You apologise, but don't change anything. Where else would you store the paintings? There's nowhere else. This room is your studio, your gallery and your archive. The painting itself has become less agonising, or perhaps you've simply grown accustomed to the agony. Your hand knows certain gestures now without your brain needing to direct them. Sky goes on in broad horizontal strokes. Cypress trees require vertical slashes of dark green and near black. Faces need careful construction, eyes positioned just so, and mouths suggesting emotion without becoming cartoons. These aren't rules you learned from teachers. These are conclusions drawn from failure, from painting the same subjects over and over until your hand remembered what your mind kept forgetting. You've developed a routine for materials management. Every Sunday you stretch canvases, 6 or 7 at a time, enough for the coming week. The process is meditative. Cutting canvas from the bolt, wrapping it around wooden stretcher bars, pulling it tight, securing it with tacks, then applying a thin layer of primer. Your hands perform these tasks while your mind wanders, thinking about paintings you haven't started yet, colours you haven't tried, and techniques you want to experiment with. The physical work of preparation frees your brain for planning. Money remains the constant problem. Theo sends what he can, but it's never quite enough. You ration paint carefully, mixing colours to make tubes last longer, scraping palettes clean so no paint goes to waste. You've learned to be frugal with everything except canvas. Cheap canvas produces poor results, so you spend money there and economise elsewhere, eating less, walking instead of taking the train, and wearing the same clothes until they literally fall apart. Your appearance has become somewhat disreputable. You know this. People look at you oddly. The red-haired madman with paint under his nails and holes in his jacket. Let them look. Their opinions don't buy paint. Winter arrives, bringing complications. The fields are less interesting now, mostly mud and dying vegetation. The light is weaker, greyer. You paint indoors more often. Still lifes, portraits. Your own room rendered from different angles. You paint your empty chair by lamplight, trying to capture the melancholy of furniture waiting for someone who isn't coming. The painting depresses you while you're making it, but the depression feels necessary, honest. Not everything needs to be cheerful. Sadness is also worth documenting. The social isolation intensifies during winter. People stay indoors. The streets are empty. You go days without speaking to anyone except Madame Genoux and the occasional shopkeeper. This should bother you more than it does. Humans are supposed to need other humans and are supposed to require conversation and connection. But you've discovered that solitude, while lonely, provides clarity. When you're alone, you can hear your own thoughts. When you're alone, the world doesn't interrupt itself with opinions and expectations. Loneliness is the price of focus, and you've decided it's a price worth paying. You paint through a bout of illness in January, some kind of flu that leaves you weak and feverish, but not so incapacitated that you can't work. You paint with shaking hands, producing strange, distorted images that you'll later look at and wonder if they're terrible or brilliant. Probably terrible. But the act of painting while sick teaches you something about your commitment. You're not doing this because it's pleasant or easy. You're doing it because you can't not do it. The compulsion to paint is deeper than health, deeper than comfort, and possibly deeper than sanity. By February, you've been painting seriously for nearly 7 years. 7 years of daily work, thousands of hours at the easel, hundreds of completed paintings. And what do you have to show for it? A room full of unsold canvases. A brother who believes in you but might be deluded. A handful of people in Paris who think you have potential, but not enough to buy your work. By conventional measures, you're a failure. 35 years old, living in poverty, producing art that nobody wants. But you've also learned something that conventional measures don't capture. You've learned that work itself can be the reward. That the act of seeing clearly, of translating what you see into paint, of solving the endless problems that every canvas presents, this is valuable regardless of whether anyone else appreciates it. You're not painting to become famous. You're painting because painting is how you make sense of the world, how you pin down fleeting moments and preserve them, and how you participate in life rather than just observing it. Spring returns, and with it comes renewed energy. The fields green up. Flowers appear. Irises, poppies, and wildflowers you can't name. You paint them all with something approaching joy, which is a rare emotion for you. Usually you work through anxiety or determination or sheer stubbornness. But spring is forgiving. Spring suggests possibilities. Spring makes you think that maybe, possibly, things could work out. Not fame or fortune, you've given up on those, but something smaller and more important. Understanding, connection, the feeling that what you're seeing matters to someone besides yourself. You paint orchards in bloom, trying to capture the paradox of delicate blossoms on rough, twisted branches. You paint fields full of wheat again, this year's crop, taller and greener than last year's. You paint people working, farmers, labourers, women in gardens, because work is sacred and deserves documentation. These people who spend their days bending and lifting and cultivating aren't subjects for pity. They're living honestly, doing what needs doing. You try to show that in your paintings, try to give them dignity without sentimentality. Your technique continues evolving. You're using thicker paint now, applying it in rough, textured layers that catch the light. This approach is called impasto, though you didn't know that when you started doing it. You just found that thick paint better captured the physicality of what you were seeing. Fields aren't smooth, trees aren't smooth, faces aren't smooth. Why should your paintings be smooth? The texture of the paint becomes part of the meaning, a physical manifestation of the energy required to see and record. You write to Theo about these developments, trying to explain what you're attempting. Your written explanations always feel inadequate. Painting is visual language, and verbal language can only approximate what brush and colour can say directly. But you try anyway, because Theo is in Paris surrounded by theories and movements and debates, and you want him to understand that what you're doing here in Provincial Isle is also part of those larger conversations. You're not isolated from the art world. You're just approaching it from a different direction, working through problems on your own terms rather than following fashionable solutions. Summer arrives with its familiar heat and brilliant light. You're painting better now than you were a year ago. You can see the improvement when you compare old paintings to new ones. The colours are more confident. The compositions are stronger. The brushwork is more assured. This is what practice does. Not overnight transformation, but gradual, almost imperceptible refinement. You're still not satisfied, and still see the gap between what you want to achieve and what you actually achieve. But the gap is narrowing. Slowly, painfully, the gap is narrowing. You don't think much about legacy. Legacy implies future, and you're too focused on the present. Today's painting, this afternoon's light, the exact colour of shadows under olive trees at 4 in the evening, but occasionally, usually late at night when you can't sleep. You wonder what will happen to all these paintings. The stack keeps growing. 40 canvases become 60, which becomes 80. They can't all stay in your room forever. Eventually something will have to be done with them. Theo talks about exhibitions and about getting your work in front of critics and buyers. You want to believe him, but belief requires energy you don't have. The art world seems impossibly far away, impossibly sophisticated, and full of people who know things you don't know, and who speak a language you've never learned. You're just a painter who looks at fields. What do you have to offer people who spend their time in galleries arguing about symbolism and technique? But then you think about the act of looking itself, and something shifts. Everyone looks at fields, at trees, at the sky. But most people look without seeing, their eyes registering information without their brains processing meaning. You've trained yourself to do the opposite, to look until looking becomes seeing, to notice the 10,000 small details that make one field different from another field, one afternoon different from another afternoon. This skill, this learned attentiveness is your actual subject, not wheat, not trees. But the act of paying attention, of being present with what's in front of you. If someone looks at your painting of a wheat field and really sees the wheat, sees how it moves and catches light and exists in space, then you've given them something valuable. You've taught them to look, not at your painting specifically, but at everything, at the world they move through without noticing. This is the legacy you're building, though you didn't realise it until just now, tonight, writing by lamplight while the town sleeps around you. You're making instruction manuals for seeing. The thought is almost overwhelming, not because it's grandiose, you don't think you're creating great art, but because it's humble and enormous at the same time. Every person who looks closely at one of your paintings and then goes outside and looks closely at actual wheat has been changed. Changed slightly, almost imperceptibly, but changed. They can't unsee what they've learned to see. This is education in the deepest sense. This is why you paint. You get out of bed, unable to sleep now, and light the lamp. The paintings stacked around the room regard you with their fixed, unblinking stares. So many fields, so many trees, so many skies. From one angle they look repetitive and obsessive, the same subjects over and over, but from another angle they're variations on a theme, investigations into how light and weather and time of day alter everything they touch. You're not repeating yourself, you're refining yourself. Each painting is practice for seeing more clearly, for understanding more deeply. You think about painters of the past, Rembrandt, Vermeer and the masters whose work you've studied in museums and books. They're dead now, centuries dead, but their seeing persists. When you look at a Rembrandt portrait, you're not just seeing paint arranged on canvas. You're seeing through Rembrandt's eyes, experiencing his particular way of noticing light and shadow and human character. The man died, but his seeing continues, passed down through generations like inherited wealth. This is immortality, not of the body, but of vision. Will your paintings do this? Will someone 100 years from now look at your wheat fields and see wheat the way you see it? The possibility seems absurd and necessary at the same time. You paint as if the answer is yes, as if future seeing depends on present work. This is faith, you suppose, not religious faith. You've lost that. Lost it years ago when you tried and failed to be a minister. But creative faith, the belief that making something with complete honesty and attention will matter, even if you can't see how or when or to whom. Morning comes gradually, the way it always does. You've been awake all night, thinking and occasionally sketching, working through these ideas about seeing and legacy and the strange mathematics of attention that turns looking into seeing and seeing into painting and painting into instruction. You're exhausted but also energized. The thoughts have clarified something you'd felt but couldn't articulate. You know why you paint now, not to become famous, not to make money, but to preserve ways of seeing, to document the infinite variety of light falling on ordinary things, to insist that wheat fields matter, and olive trees matter, and the exact colour of sky at dusk matters. You make coffee, terrible coffee as always, and stand at the window watching the street wake up. The baker opens his shutters. The woman sweeps her doorstep. A cat hunts shadows. These are the same small events you see every morning, but this morning they feel different, more precious. Every ordinary moment is worth preserving because every ordinary moment is unrepeatable. Today's light will never exist again. Today's shadows will never fall this exact way again. This morning is unique, singular, and gone as soon as it arrives. The only way to keep it is to paint it. You finish your coffee, gather your materials, and head out into the early light. Your painting spot is waiting. The field, the tree, the horizon that's both barrier and invitation. You set up your easel with practiced efficiency, preparing to spend another day doing what you do, looking until you see, seeing until you understand, and understanding until you can paint. The work is repetitive and endless, and exactly what you need to be doing. Not because anyone's asking for it, not because anyone's paying for it, but because this is your way of participating in the world, your method of saying yes to existence, and your small contribution to the vast project of human seeing. The first brushstroke goes on the canvas like a whisper becoming a shout. It's just paint, just pigment mixed with oil, but it's also everything. Attention made visible, looking made permanent, this specific morning in this specific place captured and held. You work steadily through the morning, watching the light change, adjusting your colours to match what's actually there rather than what you think should be there. This is the discipline. Trusting your eyes over your assumptions, letting reality instruct you rather than imposing your ideas on reality. Hours pass, the sun climbs, your back aches, your eyes water from squinting. Your palette becomes a muddy mess of mixed colours. These are good signs. They mean you're working, really working, not just playing at painting. By early afternoon, the canvas has transformed from blank potential to something actual, not finished, never finished, but present. A field exists where nothing existed before. Light falls where only white canvas waited. You've made something from nothing using nothing but attention and paint. It's a small miracle, repeated daily, never losing its power to surprise you. You clean your brushes, pack your materials, and start the walk back to town. Tonight you'll write to Theo, telling him about today's work, about the thoughts that kept you awake last night, and about why you continue even when continuation seems pointless. Tomorrow you'll return to the field and begin again. And the day after that. And the day after that. This is the pattern that defines you now. Work and rest and work again. Seeing and painting and seeing again. Building a legacy not of fame but of attention. One brush stroke at a time, one painting at a time, one moment of careful looking at a time. The wheat field you painted today will be harvested soon. The light will change. Winter will come again. You'll keep painting through all of it, documenting the endless variations of ordinary life, insisting that nothing is truly ordinary if you look closely enough. This is your life now. This is your work. This is what you'll leave behind when you're gone. Not monuments or mansions, but paintings that teach people how to see. If even one person looks at one of your paintings and then looks at the world with new eyes, then everything was worth it. Every morning of cold coffee, every afternoon of aching back, every night of doubt and fear and stubborn foolish hope. You are Vincent van Gogh, and you're painting the world as you see it. The world doesn't care. The world will continue with or without your paintings, but you'll make them anyway, because making them is how you live, how you participate, and how you say thank you to light and colour and the infinite variety of seeing. This is enough. This has to be enough. And on good days, on days like today when the light is perfect and your hand is steady and the painting almost matches what you saw, it is enough. It's more than enough. It's everything. Imagine what the world was like in 774, when Charlemagne was busy becoming the Holy Roman Emperor, and most people thought the Earth was the centre of everything. It was a time when the most amazing piece of technology you had was a watermill. The news travelled as fast as a horse, and you learned about the universe from a mix of ancient Greek philosophy, Christian theology, and what your grandfather swore he saw in the sky that one night. You lived in a world where the heavens were as reliable as clockwork, or at least as reliable as a sundial, which was the most accurate timepiece you had. The sun rose, the moon went through its phases, and the stars moved in patterns that people have known about since the beginning of recorded history. In a time when so much of life was uncertain, this celestial reliability was more than just useful. It was very comforting. Hollywood might make you think that people in the Middle Ages were primitive, but they weren't. They were skilled astronomers who could predict when eclipses would happen, figure out when Easter would be years in advance, and find their way by the stars with amazing accuracy. Monastery libraries kept careful records of comets, the movements of planets, and other strange things that happened in the sky for hundreds of years. These people didn't freak out at every shooting star. They were experienced skywatchers who could tell the difference between normal and amazing. In comparison to how complicated things are today, the medieval view of the universe was very simple. Earth was in the middle of everything, and around it were crystal spheres that held the moon, planets, and stars in their never-ending dance. The Empyrean was beyond the sphere of fixed stars, and it was where God lived in perfect light. It was a universe that made sense, where everything was in the right place and had a reason for being there. People in 774 lived their lives in ways that most people today have forgotten. You woke up with the sun because candles were expensive and firelight was hard to find. The sun's path across the sky, not the clock, told you how long your workday was. Farmers knew that certain crops should be planted when certain stars came up at dawn. And monks split their prayers into different parts based on the canonical hours that followed the sun's movement. Most people stayed in the same place their whole lives, only moving a few miles away. The next valley, the closest market town, and maybe the regional cathedral were the only things that could reach your world. If you were lucky enough to go on a pilgrimage, you could see them. It would have seemed as strange to you that things happening millions of miles away in space could affect your daily life, as the idea that you could one day video chat with someone on the other side of the world. But even in this small world, people were very aware of the sky. The night was really dark because there were no electric lights to wash out the stars. This made celestial events much more visible and dramatic than they are now. Everyone could see a bright comet, not just astronomers with special tools. The Milky Way looked like a cosmic highway across the sky, and meteor showers were events that whole villages would stay up to watch. Everything was affected by religion, and people often saw celestial events through religious lenses. Strange things happening in the sky could be signs of political change, warnings from God about how to act morally, or signs of the end of the world. The line between astronomy and astrology was not clear, and both were seen as valid ways to understand God's will. In 774, most scholars were monks and priests who could read the works of ancient scholars like Ptolemy, Aristotle, and Pliny the Elder. These texts helped people understand how the world worked, but medieval scholars weren't just passive recipients of ancient knowledge. They also made their own observations and sometimes came to different conclusions than classical authorities. People were curious and observant at the time, but only up to a point. Natural philosophers endeavoured to comprehend God's creation through meticulous examination, holding the belief that the natural world disclosed divine truth. It was important to pay attention to strange events not only because they were scientifically interesting, but also because they could have spiritual meaning. Trade networks linked even the most isolated communities to larger cultural exchanges. A strange story seen in one monastery could travel hundreds of miles along pilgrimage routes, merchant paths, and diplomatic channels to reach chroniclers. Information moved slowly but steadily, making a medieval version of an intellectual network that could keep and share important observations. In this carefully planned world of 774, where the stars followed familiar patterns and strange things happened so rarely that they were memorable, something amazing was about to happen. The universe was getting ready to send Earth a cosmic message that would be recorded in tree rings, ice cores, and historical records. It would take humans over 1,000 years to make the scientific tools needed to figure out what it meant, but the people of 774 didn't know they were about to see proof of one of the most powerful events in the history of the universe. They went about their daily lives taking care of their fields, praying and looking at the stars they knew. They had no idea that invisible radiation was about to fall from space in amounts that wouldn't be seen again for another 1,000 years. Imagine that you're relaxing in your medieval cottage on a normal night in 774, maybe sometime between late winter and early summer. The exact date is lost to history, like so many other details from that time. The sky looks normal, the stars shine as brightly as they always do, and nothing seems out of the ordinary for any other night in your life. But something amazing is happening high above the Earth's atmosphere that people won't fully understand until the 21st century. A huge burst of high-energy particles is hitting Earth's upper atmosphere with a force that has never been seen before. These cosmic rays, which wouldn't be called that for another 1,000 years, are falling from space like an invisible waterfall of radiation, carrying energies that are much bigger than anything human technology can make even today. One of the biggest mysteries of medieval astronomy is where this cosmic bombardment came from. This is partly because the people who were affected couldn't see it directly. This event didn't make any visible light, change the night sky in any big ways, or show any clear signs that something strange was happening, unlike a comet or supernova. It was like being in the middle of the most amazing fireworks show in the history of the universe while wearing a blindfold. What was going on, even though it couldn't be seen, was truly amazing. Protons and other high-energy particles were hitting Earth's atmosphere at almost the speed of light. This caused secondary particles to rain down toward the surface. The intensity was about 20 times higher than normal cosmic ray levels. It was like if the normal gentle spring rain turned into a heavy downpour that lasted for months. These cosmic rays were hitting nitrogen atoms in the upper atmosphere and changing them into carbon-14, the radioactive isotope that archaeologists use to date old things. This process usually happens at a steady, predictable rate, like a cosmic clock that has been ticking steadily for thousands of years. But in 774, that clock suddenly sped up, making carbon-14 at levels that would leave a mark on every living thing on Earth forever. Trees did a great job of recording this event, even though they didn't know they were acting as cosmic historians. They took in extra carbon-14 as they grew in 774 and 775, which scientists would later recognise as one of the most dramatic spikes in the radiocarbon record. Every tree ring from that time held proof of this storm that couldn't be seen. The cosmic rays were also making other isotopic signatures, like beryllium-10 in ice cores and chlorine-36 in rocks. These records of the same event were spread out all over the world, like pieces of a puzzle that wouldn't be put together for more than 1,000 years. The universe was putting invisible tags on Earth that said, something big happened here in 774. But what could have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? Scientists today have come up with a number of possible explanations, each one more dramatic than the last. Maybe two neutron stars, which are city-sized objects with the mass of our sun, crashed into each other in our cosmic neighbourhood, sending out a short but very strong burst of high-energy particles. You can start to understand the energies involved if you picture two atomic nuclei the size of Manhattan crashing into each other at speeds of thousands of miles per second. Another possibility is that a magnetar, which is a neutron star with a magnetic field trillions of times stronger than Earth's, had a huge flare that sent radiation across interstellar space. Magnetars are like crazy cosmic lighthouses that sometimes explode with energy that can be seen from thousands of light years away. If one of these huge stars hiccuped in the right way, Earth would have been in the way of an invisible tsunami of high-energy particles. One of the most interesting possibilities is that Earth saw a gamma-ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known to physics. When huge stars collapse into black holes, or when strange stellar remnants collide with each other in a way that destroys everything. These events can outshine whole galaxies for a short time. A gamma-ray burst that hit Earth directly could have caused the cosmic ray spike that was seen in 774. The timing of this event is what makes it so interesting. From 774 to 776, medieval records from all over the world talked about strange things that happened, like strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns, and other things that chroniclers thought were worth noting. These observations may have natural explanations that have nothing to do with cosmic rays, but the connection is interesting enough to make you think about what people who looked at the sky in the Middle Ages might have seen that they couldn't explain. The cosmic ray event of 774 was short by astronomical standards. It probably lasted months instead of years. However, it was strong enough to leave permanent marks in Earth's natural records. It was like getting a cosmic telegram in a language that people wouldn't be able to read for more than 1,000 years, when they had better tools and theories. From a medieval point of view, this storm was completely invisible to any technology or observation method that was available at the time. Cosmic ray events don't leave any visible signs that would alert people, unlike eclipses, comets, or supernovae. The people of 774 were going through one of the most amazing astrophysical events in history, but they had no way of knowing it was happening. But in a way, they were all part of a cosmic experiment, working together without even knowing it to make a time capsule that would help scientists learn more about both medieval history and astrophysics. Every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that developed during those important years was quietly leaving behind evidence that would be very useful to researchers 13 centuries later. Even though medieval people couldn't see cosmic rays, the years 774 to 776 were not boring for the people who lived through them. There are records from Europe and Asia that talk about strange things that happened during this time. We can't say for sure that cosmic radiation caused all of them, but the timing is interesting enough to make you wonder what people in the Middle Ages were really seeing. Imagine being a monk in a scriptorium in 775, keeping the chronicle that tells the story of your monastery's most important events. You dip your quill in oak gall ink and write down that the winter has been unusually harsh and that strange colours have appeared in the northern sky a few times. You don't know that more cosmic radiation could change the chemistry of the atmosphere in small ways, or that high-energy particles could cause strange auroras to appear at lower latitudes than usual. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which is one of the most reliable sources from the Middle Ages, says that a red crucifix appeared in the sky after sunset around this time. Medieval chroniclers were skilled at watching the sky and could tell the difference between normal and strange events. So when they took the time to write down strange celestial events, they were probably seeing something that was really strange. Between 774 and 776, Chinese astronomical records from the Tang dynasty, which kept some of the most advanced celestial observations in the world, noted a number of strange events. Chinese astronomers were especially good at keeping track of comets, novae, and other short-lived events. Their records talk about guest stars and strange atmospheric events that don't match up with any known astronomical events that can be seen from Earth. The Annals of Ulster say that there were strange lights and weather patterns in Ireland during this time. Irish monasteries were places where people could learn and keep detailed records of events on Earth and in the sky. Their chronicles often give us information about things that other sources might miss. The fact that different independent chronicle traditions all record strange things happening at the same time suggests that something strange was really going on. But this is where the story gets really interesting from a human point of view. People in the Middle Ages who saw these things had to make sense of them using what they already knew. This meant that they mostly understood strange things through religious and philosophical lenses instead of scientific ones. A strange light in the northern sky could mean that the government is about to change, that God is unhappy with how people are acting, or that the end of the world is near. People probably thought of the Red Cross in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as a Christian vision, maybe showing God's judgment or mercy. These interpretations weren't simple or stupid. They were smart tries to make sense of strange events with the best tools available at the time. It also looks like the weather in the Middle Ages was strange from 774 to 776, with different records talking about harsh winters, strange storms, and other weather events that were out of the ordinary. Cosmic rays don't directly control the weather, but they can change the chemistry of the atmosphere in ways that might change how clouds form and how much rain falls. Medieval people would have thought it was magic that invisible particles from space could change the weather on Earth. However, modern research shows that these connections are possible in theory. Some agricultural records from this time, when they still exist, talk about strange crop yields or growing conditions. Farmers in 774 were very aware of small changes in the environment that could have an effect on their crops. They would have noticed if plants were acting differently than they should have. Theoretically, increased cosmic radiation could impact plant growth and development in ways that seasoned farmers might notice, even if they couldn't articulate their observations. Monks may have noticed small changes in how plants grew or flowered in monastery gardens, which were well-kept places. Medieval monasteries kept very detailed records of farming, and some of these records suggest that the weather was strange during the mid-700s and 70s. It is impossible to say for sure if these changes were caused by cosmic radiation or just normal changes in farming, but the timing is interesting. Even if the cosmic ray event itself couldn't be seen, it probably had a big effect on the minds of people living in medieval times. Even though no one could say for sure what was going on, strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns and strange natural events would have made people feel like something big was happening. People in the Middle Ages lived much closer to the natural rhythms of the world than we do now. This made them more aware of small changes in the environment that people who live in cities today might not notice at all. A farmer who slept outside every night would notice if the aurora appeared at latitudes that were lower than usual. Similarly, a monk who prayed at regular times would notice if the colours of dawn or dusk looked different than usual. When strange things happened in medieval communities, people usually turned to religion more, asked learned people for advice, and paid close attention to other signs that might help them understand what was going on. Communities might set up special prayers, processions or other religious activities to respond to divine messages that are hidden in natural events. It is especially sad that people in the Middle Ages saw the aftermath of one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history, but they had no way to understand what it really meant or how important it was. They were like people who were trying to understand a symphony but could only hear a few notes here and there, or who were trying to enjoy a painting but could only see random brushstrokes. But their careful observations and detailed records, which are still kept in monastery chronicles and royal annals on several continents, give modern scientists important information about both the cosmic ray event and its possible effects on Earth. Medieval chroniclers, writing by candlelight in stone scriptoriums, made records that would be very useful to astrophysicists 13 centuries later. People living between 774 and 776 experienced mystery in its purest form, things that were clearly important, but couldn't be explained by what they already knew. They used the tools they had: careful observation, keeping detailed records, and thinking about what they saw using religious and philosophical traditions that had helped people understand things for a long time. Picture yourself as a detective trying to figure out a mystery that happened more than 1200 years ago. The only clues you have are scattered across royal archives, monastery libraries, and the hidden records written in tree rings and ice cores. When modern scientists first found proof of the 774 cosmic ray event, they had to put together medieval chronicles and the most advanced astrophysics to figure it out. In the early 2000s, researchers looking at tree ring data saw something amazing that led to the big discovery. The amount of carbon-14 in wood samples from 774 to 775 went up a lot, which hasn't happened in the last few thousand years. It was like nature had suddenly switched pens to write the same story, making a signature so unique that it could be seen in trees from Japan to Germany to North America. But what makes this discovery so interesting is that the same strange thing happened at the same time in many different records all over the world. Ice cores from Antarctica and Greenland had higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes that are made when cosmic rays hit other particles. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans showed signs of the same event in their chemical makeup. It was like seeing the same fingerprint at crime scenes on different continents. Medieval chroniclers, who wrote by candlelight with quill pens, unknowingly recorded pieces of this cosmic puzzle in their careful notes about strange events. It was no longer just a strange medieval superstition that the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle mentioned a red crucifix in the sky. It could be useful scientific information about how cosmic radiation affects the atmosphere. Chinese astronomical records were especially useful because astronomers in the Tang dynasty kept very detailed records of celestial events. Their records of guest stars, strange lights, and atmospheric anomalies from 774 to 776 helped us understand how experienced skywatchers might have seen such an event with the tools they had at the time. To connect medieval chronicles to modern astrophysics, you had to think about things in a way that was like going back in time. Researchers needed to comprehend not only the observations made by medieval individuals, but also how these observations would have been interpreted and documented within their cultural and scientific contexts. Medieval chroniclers would have used the language of omens, wonders, and divine signs to write about something that we could describe in terms of particle physics and atmospheric chemistry. The result of this cross-disciplinary detective work was a picture of an event that was both dramatic and invisible. No medieval technology could have detected the cosmic ray bombardment itself, but careful observers might have been able to see its secondary effects, such as strange auroras, atmospheric phenomena, and maybe even small changes in weather patterns. The timing of events recorded in medieval chronicles roughly matches the time when cosmic ray levels were high. This suggests that some of the strange things that medieval writers wrote about may have been caused by the invisible radiation storm. It's like finding out that puzzle pieces that seemed unrelated actually fit together to make a whole picture when you look at them from the right angle. Islamic astronomical records from Baghdad and Cordoba also talk about strange things that happened during this time. Medieval Islamic astronomers were some of the best at observing celestial events in the world. Their records often add to and clarify what European and Chinese sources have said. The worldwide nature of these records suggests that what was happening was truly global, not just in one area. Modern researchers have a hard time figuring out which cosmic ray effects are real, and which are just the normal background of strange events that medieval chroniclers wrote about all the time. People in the Middle Ages lived in a world where comets, eclipses, strange weather, and many other events were always happening and being seen as important. To figure out which anomalies might be linked to the cosmic ray event, you need to carefully look at the timing, global distribution, and the specific nature of the reported phenomena. One of the most interesting things about medieval records is how consistent they are across different cultures. When Irish monks, Chinese court astronomers, and Islamic scholars in Spain all write about strange things happening in the sky at the same time, it means they were seeing something that was really strange, and not just what people in their cultures thought were signs of bad luck or good luck. This cosmic mystery shows how modern science works best when people work together. Astrophysicists offered theoretical frameworks for comprehending cosmic ray phenomena and their possible impacts. Historians and archaeologists helped by sharing their knowledge of medieval sources and the historical context. Geochemists and climatologists studied tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records that keep chemical traces of events from long ago. The 774 event is especially useful for science because it can be used as a kind of cosmic calibration tool. Scientists can better understand similar but smaller events in the geological and historical record by studying how this intense cosmic ray event changed Earth's atmosphere and biosphere. It's like having a Rosetta Stone to help you figure out what cosmic ray signatures mean in natural archives. The medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange events in 774 to 776 were part of a scientific collaboration that they could never have imagined. Their meticulous observations, documented in manuscripts dispersed throughout monastery libraries and royal archives, yielded essential evidence for comprehending one of the most consequential astrophysical occurrences in recorded history. Scientists can now read the cosmic signatures hidden in tree rings and ice cores thanks to modern technology. However, medieval people who saw the event gave scientists the context they needed to understand how it might have looked to people who lived through it. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research has uncovered a story that neither method could have found on its own. The people who saw the 774 cosmic ray event had no idea they were witnessing astronomical history, but their careful record-keeping and detailed observations made a time capsule that would be very useful to researchers more than 1,000 years later. It's a reminder that observations that seem unrelated can sometimes show their true importance only when looked at from the point of view of later scientific knowledge. Imagine waking up on a normal morning in 775 when the year before had brought news of strange events from all over the world. You get up with the sun because that's when life starts in a time before electric lights. When you step outside your home, whether it's a peasant's cottage, a monastery cell, or a merchant's house, you might look up at the sky and realise that something strange has been happening up there. The cosmic ray event that peaked in 774 was making small changes in your environment that you couldn't see. But the strange things that chroniclers and travellers wrote about were adding a sense of wonder and uncertainty to everyday life. People in the Middle Ages were used to living with mystery. They knew that a lot of things about the natural world were beyond human understanding, but the fact that there were so many strange reports during this time made them feel like big changes might be happening in the cosmic order. No matter if you were a devout monk following the canonical hours or a farmer giving thanks for another day of life, your morning routine would always start with prayers. But prayers from the Middle Ages often asked for protection from all kinds of natural and supernatural threats. The reports of strange lights and unusual weather might have made these requests seem more important than usual. you lived in a time when the line between natural and supernatural explanations was not very clear. Strange things could be seen as either divine messages or bad omens. Most people in 775 were farmers, so they had to pay close attention to natural signs and seasonal patterns all the time. To be successful in farming in the Middle Ages, you had to be able to read subtle signs in the environment, like when to plant based on the temperature and moisture of the soil, how to tell when the weather would change based on the clouds and wind patterns, and how to tell when it was time to harvest. People whose survival depended on being able to read nature's signals would notice any strange changes in the environment right away. The higher levels of cosmic radiation that were falling on Earth at this time could have had an effect on plant growth that experienced farmers might have noticed. Medieval farmers were very sensitive to changes in how crops grew and developed, even though the effects would be small compared to more obvious factors like weather and soil quality. If a farmer worked the same fields for years, they would notice if the plants were acting even a little bit differently than they were used to. Monastery gardens, in particular, were carefully controlled spaces where small changes might be easier to see. Monks who took care of herb gardens and medicinal plants were trained to be very observant and pay close attention to how plants grew and how healthy they were. Because they knew so much about how plants normally behave, they might have been able to spot things that less experienced observers would have missed. The psychological climate of daily life during this era was likely affected by the proliferation of anomalous reports from various regions and sources. Medieval communication networks, which were based on trade routes, pilgrimage routes, and diplomatic contacts, moved information slowly but steadily. Strange stories from faraway places would slowly make their way into local communities, making people feel like the normal order of things was changing in some way. People in the Middle Ages knew that big events often made themselves known through natural signs and omens. Medieval people strongly believed that strange events could happen before big changes in politics, society, or religion. People who lived at the time would have thought that something important was going on, when several sources reported strange events happening at the same time. Even if they didn't know exactly what it was, people might have talked about strange weather, strange lights, and other strange things that travellers and chroniclers had seen more often during this time. Because medieval communities were small, interesting news spread quickly. The collection of strange reports would have given people interesting things to talk about at communal meals, market days, and other social events. People who worked outside would have had more chances to see strange weather patterns that people who worked inside might not have seen. Blacksmiths, carpenters, and other craftsmen who worked outside would have been in a good position to notice changes in the colours of the sky, strange cloud shapes, or other atmospheric oddities that could be related to the invisible cosmic ray bombardment that is hitting the upper atmosphere of Earth. During this time, people might have spent more time watching the sky at night, because they were more aware of the possibility of strange celestial events. People in the Middle Ages were already good at looking at the stars. The night sky was much clearer without light pollution, and looking at the stars was important for keeping track of time and finding your way. But reports of strange lights and atmospheric anomalies would have made them even more careful about what they saw at night. During 775, religious observances may have encompassed specific prayers or rituals intended to appropriately address the enigmatic signs that appeared with notable frequency. Medieval Christianity offered frameworks for interpreting natural phenomena as divine communications, and communities may have organised supplementary religious activities to ensure appropriate responses to perceived celestial messages. Life in the Middle Ages was still governed by the seasons, even though strange things were happening in the background. No matter how many cosmic rays were in the air or how many strange lights were in the sky, spring planting, summer cultivation, autumn harvest and winter preservation activities all followed their old patterns. But there may have been more talks about what current events mean and what they could mean for the future while the work was going on. Merchants and travellers, who had the most information about different parts of the world in medieval times, were very important in spreading news about strange events to different areas. A merchant who travelled between cities a lot could act as an unofficial clearinghouse for stories about strange things that happened, letting people compare what happened in their own area with what happened in other places. The cumulative effect of living through a time when strange things happened more often than usual was probably a stronger feeling of living in important times. People in the Middle Ages knew that they were part of ongoing historical stories, like the history of their kingdoms, the history of the Bible, and the story of Christendom. They thought that strange natural events might mean that important parts of these bigger stories were being written. What makes this especially sad is that the people of 775 were going through a very important event in the universe, even though they had no idea what it really was. One of the strongest cosmic ray bombardments ever recorded was happening, but people at the time couldn't see it. It left permanent marks in tree rings and ice cores. They were making records that would be very useful to scientists 1,000 years later, but they didn't know it at the time. The story of how modern scientists figured out what happened during the 774 cosmic ray event is like a detective novel for smart people, with clues hidden in Japanese cedar trees, Greenlandic ice sheets, and the margins of medieval manuscripts. It's a story that shows how the most advanced science of the 21st century can sometimes rely on the careful notes of monks from the 8th century who were just trying to write down what they saw in the world around them. As is often the case with scientific breakthroughs, the discovery started when someone noticed that the data didn't look quite right. Researchers studying radiocarbon levels in tree rings in the early 2000s were creating detailed timelines of past weather conditions when they found something that had never been seen before. A huge rise in carbon-14 levels that happened all over the world in trees between 774 and 775. Imagine the moment when these scientists first understood what they were seeing. Radiocarbon dating works because cosmic rays change nitrogen in the air into carbon-14 at rates that are fairly predictable. For thousands of years, this process has been running like a clock in space, making a baseline that archaeologists and climate researchers use to date old things. But in 774, that steady clock in space suddenly sped up. The spike was huge, about 20 times higher than normal levels of cosmic rays, and it happened all over the place at the same time. During their 774 to 775 growth rings, trees in Japan, Germany, North America, and other parts of the world all showed the same huge rise in carbon-14 incorporation. It was like finding out that every clock in the world had run fast for a short time in the same year over 1,200 years ago. At first, scientists didn't know what could have caused such a big and sudden event around the world. Testing nuclear weapons in the 1960s had caused fake radiocarbon spikes, but the natural historical record didn't have anything like what they were seeing in 774. In theory, solar flares could cause more cosmic rays, but the 774 event was so big that it was bigger than any known solar storm. The big step forward happened when scientists started looking for other natural records that keep cosmic ray signatures that could back up their findings. Antarctic ice cores, which trap gases and particles from the atmosphere in layers that look like pages in a frozen book, showed higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes made by cosmic ray interactions during the same time period. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans had other chemical signs of the same event. Scientists were sure they were looking at something truly new in the historical record, because evidence from many different sources, tree rings, ice cores, and coral reefs, all pointed to the same amazing event that happened in 774 to 775. But figuring out what happened was just the first step in understanding it. What might have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? This is where medieval chronicles became an unexpectedly important part of the scientific equation. Scientists figured out that if cosmic ray levels had gone up a lot between 774 and 775, there might be indirect proof of what happened in historical records from that time. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages were skilled at noticing strange things in the sky and the air, and they may have seen things that could be linked to higher levels of cosmic radiation. Researchers had to think like both scientists and historians in order to link medieval observations to modern astrophysics. They had to know not only what people in the Middle Ages might have seen, but also how those observations would have been understood and recorded in the 8th century's ways of knowing and believing. A phenomenon that contemporary scientists would characterize through the lens of particle physics may be depicted in medieval chronicles as an omen, miracle, or divine sign. The interdisciplinary investigation yielded evidence that medieval observers discerned unusual phenomena during the years 774 to 776. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles mention of a red crucifix in the sky, Chinese records of guest stars and atmospheric anomalies, and other chronological accounts of strange lights and weather patterns from this time suddenly became more important as possible proof of cosmic ray effects. The scientific teamwork needed to solve this mystery is an example of how modern research works best. Astrophysicists came up with theoretical models of what could cause such strong cosmic ray bursts. Scientists who study the atmosphere talked about how high-energy particles could change the chemistry of the upper atmosphere. Historians and archaeologists offered their knowledge of medieval sources and timelines. Geochemists created ways to get cosmic ray signatures from natural archives. Each piece of evidence backed up and made the others clearer. The tree ring data gave very accurate measurements of when and how big things were. The analysis of ice cores confirmed that the event affected the whole world. Medieval chronicles provided perspectives on the potential perceptions of the event's secondary effects by human observers. Theoretical astrophysics proposed potential origins for such a profound cosmic ray burst. The most likely explanation is that Earth was hit by radiation from either a gamma ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known in the universe, or a huge stellar flare from a magnetar, which is a neutron star with very strong magnetic fields. Either of these events could have caused the high-energy particle bombardment that made the isotopic signatures found in natural archives from 774 to 775. This discovery is especially important because it is one of the most powerful astrophysical events that has ever been recorded. Gamma-ray bursts are so powerful that they can briefly outshine whole galaxies if one happened close enough to Earth to cause the 774 cosmic ray spike. It would be a very rare astronomical event. We're talking about things that happen maybe once every few thousand years in our part of the universe. The effects go beyond just figuring out what happened in one strange event. The 774 cosmic ray spike is a good way to figure out how these kinds of events affect the atmosphere and biosphere of Earth. Scientists can better understand similar but less dramatic cosmic ray changes throughout geological history by looking at the isotopic signatures left behind by this well-known event. Modern technology has made it possible for scientists to read chemical signatures in natural archives with amazing accuracy. However, medieval chroniclers gave us the human context we need to understand how people living through these events might have seen them. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research found a story that neither method could have found on its own. Those who lived through the 774 cosmic ray event could never have guessed that their careful observations would one day help scientists learn more about neutron stars, gamma-ray bursts, and cosmic ray physics. But their detailed records, which are still kept in monastery libraries and royal archives, were very important for solving one of the biggest astrophysical mysteries in history. As you get more comfortable in your reading spot, maybe while you finish your evening tea, let's think about how a cosmic event that lasted only a few months in 774 has changed how we think about the universe for more than 1,000 years. It's a story about how things we can't see can leave permanent marks on the world, and how those marks can wait hundreds of years for someone to learn how to read them. Scientists now call the cosmic ray event of 774 the most dramatic radiocarbon spike in recorded history. Its effects go far beyond just being an interesting data point for astrophysicists. This event fundamentally changed how we think about the relationship between cosmic phenomena and terrestrial life, showing that even systems on Earth that seem stable can be drastically changed by rare but powerful events happening millions of miles away in space. The tree rings that recorded this cosmic bombardment are still around today, preserved in old wooden buildings, archaeological sites, and forests around the world. Every piece of wood that grew between 774 and 775 has a chemical signature of that amazing year in its cells, like a molecular autograph written by the universe itself. This invisible timestamp links medieval cathedrals, ancient temples, and archaeological artifacts from this time period to one of the most important astrophysical events in human history. The 774 event has changed the way we do modern radiocarbon dating. Before this discovery, scientists thought that levels of carbon-14 in the atmosphere had stayed pretty stable over time, with only small changes caused by solar activity and other things that could be predicted. The sudden rise in 774 showed that assumption was wrong, which led to more advanced calibration methods that take into account sudden cosmic ray events. The 774 event has helped make archaeological dating more accurate. Thanks to this unique cosmic signature, we can now date artifacts from the late 8th century with more accuracy than ever before. It's like having a universal timestamp that shows up in organic materials from all over the world. This lets archaeologists line up their timelines with amazing accuracy. The effects on our understanding of medieval history have been just as big. The 774 cosmic ray event serves as a stable chronological reference, aiding historians in correlating events across diverse cultural traditions and geographical areas. When Chinese chronicles, European monasteries and Middle Eastern sources all write about strange things happening at the same time, it makes sense that these events could be connected to the same cosmic event. Climate science has also gained insights from comprehending the influence of cosmic rays on Earth's atmospheric chemistry. The 774 event was too short to change the climate in the long term, but it did show that cosmic radiation can affect atmospheric processes in ways that climate models need to take into account. Contemporary researchers examining historical climate variations are increasingly focusing on cosmic ray fluctuations as a potential influence on atmospheric chemistry alterations. Researchers are now actively looking for similar events in the geological record. Scientists are now looking for more cosmic ray spikes that are hidden in tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records. They want to find more times when Earth was hit by strong radiation from space. Every new piece of information helps us understand how often these things happen and what they might do. The 774 event has changed how we study space weather. Cosmic rays can damage modern satellites and electronic systems, and knowing how extreme events have happened in the past can help engineers make technology that can survive them. The 774 spike is a good example of the kinds of cosmic ray intensities that Earth's technology might need to be able to handle during rare but powerful astrophysical events. The need for scientists and historians to work together to understand the 774 event has led to new models for how these two fields can work together. Astrophysicists now often ask medieval historians for help, and climatologists and archaeologists work together to learn more about how the environment has changed over time. Researchers are realizing that to fully understand complex phenomena, they need to look at them from many different angles. This has made the lines between different academic fields less clear. The discovery of 774 has changed the way both history and science are taught in schools. The story shows how modern scientific tools can get information from old materials that people in the past couldn't get to, while also showing how important it is to carefully observe history in order to understand scientific data. Students learn that to understand the past, they often need to use the best technology and the best research. The 774 event has also changed the way we think about how people see natural events. Medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange weather events in 774 to 776 were doing scientific research that they could never have imagined, and the information they gathered would be useful 1,000 years later. Their careful observations remind us that even records that seem unimportant might have information that future generations will find very useful. The 774 story has helped people understand astronomy better because it shows how Earth is part of a changing and sometimes violent cosmic environment. The 774 event had a direct effect on our planet. Unlike black holes or galaxies that are far away, we can still see the effects today. It makes the universe seem more real and important to everyday life. The discovery has also made us think about how these cosmic ray events might have changed human history in ways we don't yet know about. If strong cosmic radiation can change the chemistry of the atmosphere and possibly change the weather, climate, or even biological processes, then rare but powerful cosmic events may have had an impact on historical events that we don't know about. Understanding events like the 774 cosmic ray spike has helped shape modern talks about existential risks and planetary defense. Cosmic ray bursts don't directly threaten Earth as much as asteroid impacts or supervolcanic eruptions do, but they do show that Earth is in a cosmic environment where rare but powerful events can have global effects. When making plans for the long-term survival of humanity, we need to think about all the cosmic events that could have an effect on our planet. The 774 event has become a touchstone for talks about how scientific discovery and historical understanding are related. It shows how the most advanced modern technology can sometimes show that ancient observers were more accurate than people thought, and how careful historical research can help us understand scientific data better. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that the universe is full of things we don't fully understand yet. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every well-preserved medieval chronicle that we haven't yet figured out how to find or understand. The storm that hit Earth in 774 was invisible, and waited more than 12 centuries for people to learn how to figure out what had happened. The legacy of the 774 event keeps changing as new ways of doing research and new ways of thinking about things come up. Scientists in the future will surely find more proof and come up with new ways to explain what happened that year. As people learn more and technology gets better, the cosmic ray spike that people in the Middle Ages didn't understand will keep giving up its secrets. What started as an invisible bombardment of high-energy particles has turned into a link between medieval chroniclers and modern astrophysicists, ancient trees and modern climate science, and human observation and cosmic events. It shows that the universe is always writing its own story in the natural world around us, using languages that we're still learning how to read. As we come to the end of our journey through this cosmic mystery, it's a good idea to think about what the 774 event teaches us about how we fit into the larger universe. This astrophysical event was so strong that it left permanent marks on every living thing on Earth, but the people who were there couldn't see it at all. It's a humbling reminder that we are part of cosmic systems whose workings we're only starting to understand. In 774, radiation came down from space and connected Earth to events happening at distances and scales that are hard to imagine. The high-energy particles that hit our atmosphere came from colliding neutron stars, exploding magnetars, or gamma-ray bursts from dying stars. They had to travel across interstellar space to get to us. The trees that recorded this event in their growth rings were, in a very real way, recording the death throes of stars that had lived and died millions of years before humans were around. This cosmic link goes against the medieval view that the Earth was at the centre of a small, understandable universe. The people of 774 lived in a universe that seemed to be in order. The stars were in a celestial sphere, with Earth at the centre and divine purpose as the main idea. The real universe that sent them cosmic radiation was so big that people in the Middle Ages couldn't even imagine it. It was full of things that could affect Earth over distances so great that light itself took years to cross them. The medieval view of how everything in the universe is connected wasn't completely wrong, though. Medieval thinkers thought that events in the sky could affect things on Earth, even though their ideas about how this worked were wrong. The idea that Earth is part of larger cosmic systems that can affect local conditions was very smart. The cosmic ray event of 774 showed that explosions of stars that happen light years away can have effects on things that happen on Earth. The fact that the 774 event was invisible also shows how limited our senses are, and how important it is to make tools that help us see more clearly. People in the Middle Ages were very good at watching the sky. They could accurately predict eclipses, follow the movements of planets, and spot strange celestial events. But in the 8th century, there was no way to see cosmic ray bombardment at all. Because of this technological limitation, people who were witnessing one of the most dramatic astrophysical events in recorded history had no direct way to find out what was going on. It was like trying to understand a symphony while only hearing a few notes here and there, or trying to enjoy a huge landscape while only seeing small details through a small window. The creation of scientific tools that can find cosmic ray signatures in natural materials is a big step forward for human senses. We can see things that we couldn't see directly by looking at tree rings, ice core chemistry, and isotopic dating. We've learned how to read cosmic messages written in the molecular structure of old wooden ice. This lets us get information that no other generation of humans could get. This growth in perceptual ability has shown that Earth keeps detailed records of cosmic events that have happened over time. There are chemical traces of past cosmic ray changes in every old tree, every ice sheet, and every coral reef. The Earth is like a huge library of astronomical events, just waiting for people to make the tools they need to read it. The 774 discovery also shows that scientists often need to look at things over very different timescales to understand them. The cosmic ray event itself may have lasted for months, but its effects can still be seen in things that are over 1,200 years old. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages wrote down what they saw within years or decades of the event. Modern scientists, on the other hand, only found the cosmic ray spike after developing analytical methods that took hundreds of years to perfect. To understand the 774 event, people from different academic fields and historical periods had to work together. Medieval monks who kept careful records of the stars were unknowingly taking part in research that wouldn't be finished until the 21st century. Their patient observations, which have been kept in monastery libraries for over 1,000 years, gave scientists the information they needed to solve a cosmic mystery they could never have imagined. This temporary partnership makes me think about what information we might be recording today that will be useful to researchers hundreds of years from now. Our extensive records of weather, climate, and cosmic ray changes could one day help scientists figure out astronomical events that we can't see or understand right now. We might be unwitting subjects in scientific studies that will not conclude until well after our departure. The 774 event also shows that rare but powerful events can have effects that last long after they're over. The bombardment of cosmic rays may have lasted for months, but it left behind permanent marks that have changed our understanding of radiocarbon dating, archaeological chronologies, and how Earth and space interact for more than 1,000 years. Short events can have effects that last for hundreds of years. The 774 cosmic ray event makes us think about our place in systems that work on scales that are bigger than what we can see and feel. We live in galactic neighbourhoods where stars can explode and change the chemistry of the atmosphere on planets that are light years away. Every day we live our lives against the backdrop of cosmic processes that follow physical laws we are still learning about. The human response to cosmic mystery, exemplified by the meticulous observation, comprehensive documentation, and profound interpretation exhibited by medieval chroniclers, signifies a distinctively valuable aspect of the universe. To the best of our knowledge, Earth is the sole location where conscious entities are systematically observing, documenting, and analysing cosmic events in an effort to comprehend their significance and consequences. The people of 774 were exposed to cosmic radiation without knowing where it came from or what it meant. They were curious and careful and made detailed records that would be very helpful to future generations. Their reaction to the unknown, neither panicking nor ignoring strange events, but instead carefully observing and recording, shows the best of human scientific instincts. Researchers today who are looking into the 774 event are following in the footsteps of medieval chroniclers by carefully observing and thoughtfully interpreting what they see. They use tools that medieval chroniclers could never have imagined, but they still use the same basic methods of systematic data collection and collaborative analysis. The enduring human curiosity regarding cosmic phenomena links us through the ages to individuals who also marvelled at the universe's operations. As you get ready to end this story and maybe go to sleep, think about how you're a part of this ongoing human project to understand cosmic events. The stars you might see through your window are in the same part of the galaxy that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774. The universe that made that old mystery is still telling its story in tree rings, ice cores, and things that people see that future generations will be able to figure out. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that there are many things in the universe that we haven't yet learned to see or understand. Every night sky has signs of things that might be happening on Earth that we can't see yet. The invisible storm that hit Earth over 12 centuries ago is just one example of the cosmic dramas that are always happening around us. Most of them are still waiting for humans to get the tools and knowledge they need to understand how important they are. Sweet dreams. I hope you dream of medieval monks carefully writing down strange things by candlelight, not knowing that they were making data for astrophysicists 13 centuries in the future. This is a reminder that every careful observation, every preserved record, and every moment of wonder about the cosmos might one day help us solve mysteries we haven't even thought to ask about yet. As you fall asleep, wrapped in the warmth of your modern blanket in a world lit by electric lights that would have seemed magical to people in 774, take a moment to think about the amazing story we've shared. Over 1200 years ago, an invisible cosmic storm hit Earth. It left its mark on every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that was alive during those important months. People in the Middle Ages who lived through this event, farmers tending their fields, monks copying manuscripts by candlelight, and scholars tracking the movement of planets, had no way to see the high-energy particles falling from space, but they reacted to the strange things they could see with the same careful observation and thorough record-keeping that is typical of the best scientific instinct in humans. Their detailed records, which were kept in monasteries and royal archives all over the world, eventually gave modern scientists important information about one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history. People in the Middle Ages who wrote with quill pens unknowingly helped researchers in the 21st century, who used particle accelerators and mass spectrometers. As our analytical tools get better and our theoretical understanding of stellar phenomena grows, the cosmic ray event of 774 keeps giving us new information. There is no doubt that future generations will find more proof and come up with new ways to understand what happened that amazing year. The invisible storm that people in the Middle Ages felt but didn't understand will keep teaching us about how the universe works for many years or even centuries to come. But maybe the most important thing we can learn from this cosmic mystery is that the universe is always making new things that we haven't yet figured out how to see or understand. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every careful historical observation that we don't yet know how to look for. The natural world keeps detailed records of astronomical events in chemical languages that we're still learning to read. As you get ready for bed tonight, cosmic rays are softly falling on Earth from faraway parts of the galaxy. This has been happening every night for billions of years. Most of this radiation is too weak to leave any traces, but stars in our cosmic neighbourhood are living and dying in ways that could one day send more powerful bursts of high-energy particles toward Earth. Future observers, maybe even your own descendants, might look back at this time and wonder what cosmic events we went through without knowing. They could find signs of stellar events in materials from our time, signs that our current technology isn't advanced enough to find or understand. The universe might be sending us messages in our modern world that we won't be able to understand until we come up with new tools and ways of thinking. People in 774 were part of cosmic history without even knowing it. They made records that would be very useful to researchers 1,000 years later. We might also be unknowingly taking part in astronomical studies that won't be finished until long after we're gone. Our careful observations and thorough record-keeping may one day help us figure out cosmic mysteries that we can't even begin to imagine. The invisible cosmic storm of 774 connects medieval wonder to modern understanding, ancient observations to modern astrophysics, and human curiosity to the huge processes that shape our universe. It reminds us that we live in systems that are much bigger than what we can see and feel right now, but we have the unique ability to observe, record, and slowly understand these cosmic events. As you fall asleep, you are part of a story that has been going on for a long time. From medieval chroniclers to modern scientists, from observations made long ago to discoveries that will happen in the future. The same universe that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774 surrounds you tonight. It is full of things that future generations will study and understand in ways we can't even imagine right now. The mystery of 774 shows us that with time, careful record-keeping, and working together to figure things out, we can find out things that seem impossible to know. Writing by candlelight in the Middle Ages and studying isotopic signatures today are both parts of the same big human project, figuring out where we fit in the universe. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing story of cosmic discovery. The universe around you is full of amazing things that future generations of curious people will discover, understand, and appreciate. These people will share our wonder about how the world works beyond what we can see. The invisible storm of 774 shows us that the most important events in cosmic history might happen right next to us, without us even knowing it, leaving clues for future observers to find and figure out. Every night, the universe gets new cosmic radiation, new stellar events, and new chances to write its own history in the natural records that are all around us. Think of the dreams of medieval chroniclers and modern scientists, cosmic rays and ancient trees, invisible storms and careful observation. Think about the ongoing human project of figuring out the universe and your place in a story that connects careful observers across centuries of cosmic mystery and discovery. You're standing on a wooden platform somewhere in Ohio, and it's 1847. The morning air smells primarily of coal smoke with a hint of adventure. Your carpet bag sits heavy in your hand, stuffed with everything you own that seemed important 3 days ago when you decided to head west. Now you're wondering why you packed 2 pairs of Sunday shoes and only 1 spare shirt. The locomotive sits before you, hissing and clanking like some great metal beast with indigestion. Steam puffs from various openings, and you can't shake the feeling that the whole contraption might explode at any moment. The engineer, a grizzled man with arms like tree trunks, seems remarkably unconcerned about this possibility. He's probably seen enough boiler explosions to know what one looks like before it happens. This thought doesn't comfort you as much as you'd hoped. You climb aboard the passenger car, which is essentially a wooden box on wheels with windows. The seats are arranged in rows facing forward, though seats is perhaps too generous a term. They're more like church pews with backs, upholstered in horsehair that prickles through your clothes. The aisle between them is narrow enough that 2 people can't pass without one of them sucking in their stomach and doing a little sideways shuffle. Your fellow passengers are settling in around you. There's a woman in a severe black dress who's already claimed the window seat and looks like she'd defend it with her life. Behind her, a travelling salesman arranges his sample cases with the precision of a military operation. Across the aisle, a young mother tries to convince her toddler that the train isn't actually a monster, though the child seems sceptical, and frankly, you don't blame him. The conductor appears, a man whose moustache has its own postal code. He's wearing a uniform that's seen better decades and carries a pocket watch he consults with religious devotion. "All aboard," he calls, though you're already aboard, so you're not sure if the request applies to you or if you should get off and get back on again. You choose to remain where you are. With a tremendous jolt that nearly sends you into the lap of the stern woman by the window, the train begins to move. The wheels make a rhythmic clacking sound that will haunt your dreams for the next 3 weeks. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack, clackety-clack. It's almost musical, if your taste in music runs to repetitive percussion, performed by iron wheels on iron rails. The scenery outside starts to crawl past. At this speed, you could probably hop off, pick some wildflowers and hop back on again, though the conductor's moustache suggests the idea wouldn't be appreciated. Fields roll by, dotted with cows who seem mildly interested in this mechanical intrusion into their pastoral day. A farmer waves from his plough and you wave back, feeling very cosmopolitan and modern. The car rocks gently from side to side, not entirely unlike being in a cradle, if cradles were made of wood and iron and pulled by steam engines. The motion is soothing once you get used to it, though it takes about the same amount of time as a mild case of seasickness. You close your eyes and try to imagine you're on a ship sailing across prairies instead of oceans. Your carpet bag slides around on the floor with each curve and bump. Everybody's luggage performs a small dance, and every now and then someone's hatbox tries to escape, only to have its embarrassed owner restrain it. The woman next to you has tied her reticule to her wrist with what appears to be a shoelace. Clearly she's travelled by train before. Outside, the world passes by at the breathtaking speed of about 15 miles per hour. The present is the future, you think to yourself. The present is what progress looks like. People travel across vast distances on iron horses, reaching speeds that would have been unthinkable for your grandparents. However, at this moment, as I watch a particularly energetic squirrel keep pace with the train for a solid 30 seconds, the entire experience feels less revolutionary and more quaint. The whistle blows, a long, mournful sound that somehow manages to be both exciting and lonely at the same time. You're moving now, carried forward by steam and steel into whatever adventure awaits down the line. After your first hour aboard, you're beginning to understand that train travel comes with its peculiar social rules, most of which nobody bothered to write down anywhere. It's like being invited to a party where everyone knows the secret handshake except you. Take the window seat situation, for instance. The woman beside you has established squatters' rights on the window view, and she guards it jealously. When you lean slightly toward the glass to catch a glimpse of a particularly captivating cow, she shifts her considerable bulk to block your view entirely. It seems like she's following proper train etiquette, but you suspect she's making it up as she goes. The art of eating aboard a moving train proves to be more challenging than you'd anticipated. The railroad has thoughtfully provided a dining car, though dining is perhaps too elegant a term for what transpires there. You make your way down the aisle, grabbing seat backs and fellow passengers for support as the car sways and lurches. The dining car attendant, a man who's clearly made peace with the chaos of his profession, serves up plates of food that seem determined to slide into your lap. Your beef stew sloshes from side to side with each train rock. You quickly learn to time your spoonfuls with the motion of the car, scooping up stew when it slides toward you, and waiting patiently when it migrates to the far side of the bowl. It resembles a fishing experience, albeit with gravy and vegetables as the catch, and a constantly shifting pond. The other diners have developed various strategies for dealing with mobile meals. One gentleman has wedged his plate between two coffee cups, creating a little edible fortress. A lady at the next table has given up entirely on utensils and is politely nibbling her dinner roll while watching her soup perform acrobatics. The travelling salesman from your car has somehow managed to balance his entire meal on his knees while continuing to work on his correspondence. You suspect he's part circus performer. Coffee service presents its own unique challenges. The attendant approaches with a large pot and the confident air of someone who's done the job 1,000 times before. He pours the coffee in a smooth arc that somehow accounts for the train's motion, the cup's movement, and the likelihood that you'll jerk your hand at the crucial moment. Most of the coffee actually makes it into the cup, which feels like a small miracle. Between meals, you discover that privacy is a negotiable concept aboard a train. Your fellow passengers seem to view your personal business as legitimate entertainment. The stern woman by the window has taken to commenting on your reading material, despite the fact that you haven't asked for her literary opinions. When you pull out a penny novel, she sniffs disapprovingly and mutters something about the decline of modern morals. You consider pointing out that her own reading material appears to be a temperance tract, but decide that discretion is the better part of not getting into an argument with someone you'll be sitting next to for the next 2 days. The travelling salesman has appointed himself the car's unofficial social director. He knows everyone's destination, occupation, and life story within the first 50 miles. By mile 75, he's offering unsolicited advice about everything from the best hotels in Chicago to the proper treatment of bunions. You learn more about bunion care than any reasonable person should know. However, you must admit that his enthusiasm is endearing. The bathroom facilities on the train deserve special mention, although they may not be ideal to use during dinner time. Embracing nature's call while travelling at 15 miles per hour over questionable track demands a certain level of athletic ability and a willingness to embrace adventure. The facilities themselves are about the size of a broom closet. furnished with a seat that seems designed by someone who'd never actually sat down before. The whole experience teaches you new levels of appreciation for stationary plumbing. Nightfall brings its set of social challenges. The seats don't recline exactly, but you can achieve a sort of semi-slumped position that passes for comfort if you're not particular about your spine's alignment. The stern woman has produced a pillow from somewhere and has claimed both armrests with the authority of a territorial squirrel. You fold your coat into a makeshift pillow and settle in for what promises to be a very educational night in the art of sleeping while sitting up. The sounds of the train take on a different quality in the darkness. The clacking of wheels becomes more pronounced, almost rhythmic. Someone several seats back has begun snoring in counterpoint to the train's rhythm, creating an odd sort of mobile lullaby. Morning arrives with the subtlety of a brass band, announced by the conductor's voice calling out the next station stop. You've managed about 3 hours of actual sleep, scattered throughout the night in 20-minute intervals, between the train's more enthusiastic lurches and the creative snoring symphony that developed around midnight. Your fellow passengers are stirring with various degrees of success. The travelling salesman appears to have slept like a baby, if babies typically woke up perfectly groomed and ready to discuss the virtues of their latest patent medicine. The stern woman looks exactly as severe as she did yesterday, leading you to suspect she may not actually sleep, but simply powers down like some sort of Victorian automaton. A new passenger boards at this stop, and he's the kind of character that makes train travel memorable. He's clearly a frontier type, dressed in buckskins that have seen more adventure than a penny novel. His beard appears to have been styled by a windstorm, and he carries himself with the easy confidence of someone who's wrestled bears and lived to tell about it, probably over dinner. He settles into a seat across the aisle, and immediately begins regaling anyone within earshot with tales of his exploits. According to his stories, he's been a trapper, a scout, a gold prospector, and briefly, a circus performer. You suspect some embellishment, particularly regarding the story about training a wild mustang to fetch his morning coffee, but his enthusiasm is infectious. Even the stern woman seems grudgingly interested, though she maintains her disapproving expression as a matter of principle. The young mother with the toddler has given up any pretense of controlling her child, who has discovered that the aisle makes an excellent racetrack. The boy careens from seat to seat, using passengers' knees as turning posts in his Grand Prix. Most travellers accept this with resigned good humour, though the travelling salesman looks nervous about his carefully arranged sample cases. At the next stop, a preacher boards, recognisable by his severe black coat and the way he surveys the car, as if calculating everyone's likelihood of salvation. He takes a seat near the back and immediately begins reading from what you assume is a Bible, though at this distance it could be a cookbook for all you know. The frontier character catches sight of him and grins, and you sense that philosophical discussions may be in your future. A group of immigrants fills several seats near the front of the car. They speak in a language you don't recognise, gesturing animatedly and pointing out the windows at the passing landscape. Their excitement is palpable, and you realise you're witnessing people seeing their new country for the first time. It provides perspective on your own journey, although you're still not entirely sure why you chose to head west initially. The dining car attendant makes his rounds, announcing breakfast with the air of someone who's given up hoping anyone will be surprised by the menu. There's hardtack, coffee as strong as a horseshoe, and a dish that could easily pass for eggs if you don't scrutinise it too closely. The frontier character claims that the food is the finest cuisine he has experienced since leaving civilization. However, considering his stories about eating bark and prairie grass, this may not be a significant compliment. Conversation flows easily around the car, resembling the interactions of people who have been brought together by circumstance. The preacher and the frontiersman have indeed struck up a debate about the nature of civilization versus the wilderness. The preacher argues for the moral benefits of settled society, while the frontiersman counters with stories about the corrupting influence of cities. You find yourself nodding along to both sides, which probably makes you either very wise or very confused. The stern woman has appointed herself the moral guardian of the car, offering unsolicited commentary on everyone's behaviour, reading material, and general deportment. When the travelling salesman produces a deck of cards, she launches into a lecture about the evils of gambling that would make the preacher proud. The salesman explains that he was merely planning to demonstrate a card trick for the toddler, but she remains unconvinced. By afternoon, the various personalities have settled into a comfortable routine, The frontiersman entertains the group with his stories. The preacher offers moral advice. The travelling salesman provides solutions to unidentified problems. And the stern woman upholds order with her disapproval. The immigrants continue their animated discussions, occasionally breaking into what sounds like folk songs. You've become the unofficial mediator, the neutral party everyone feels comfortable talking to. You may not have strong opinions, or your carpet bag may contain the only good whiskey on the train, hidden under your spare shirts. Either way, you're learning more about human nature than you ever expected. The toddler has worn himself out and finally fallen asleep in his mother's arms, providing the first quiet moment since dawn. Even the train seems to be running more smoothly, as if it too appreciates the brief respite from chaos. The dinner service that evening proves to be an adventure worthy of the frontier itself. You've learned from your lunch experience and approach the dining car with a strategy. Secure your food, find something to brace against, and accept that dignity is optional when travelling at 15 miles per hour over tracks laid by optimistic railroad workers. The menu hasn't changed since breakfast, which isn't particularly surprising given that the dining car's pantry is roughly the size of your grandmother's pie safe. The attendant, whose name you've learned is Frank, has developed a philosophical approach to his work that involves accepting the limitations of cooking aboard a moving train while maintaining unreasonable optimism about the results. Tonight's mystery meat is chicken, but it bounces around your plate like it never got used to being dead. The vegetables have achieved that perfect mushy consistency where you can't quite tell if you're eating carrots or turnips, and frankly it doesn't matter because they both taste like the inside of a coal bin. Your dining companions this evening include a banker from Philadelphia who keeps checking his pocket watch as if he can somehow make the train arrive faster through sheer temporal willpower. Across from him sits a schoolmarm heading to a teaching position in Kansas, armed with enough moral fibre to build a small church and the kind of determined cheerfulness that suggests she's prepared to educate the frontier into submission. The frontiersman has joined your table, bringing with him tales of dining on roasted prairie dog and something he calls mountain oysters, which you suspect aren't actually oysters, and definitely aren't from any mountain you'd care to visit. His stories make the mysterious train chickens seem downright gourmet by comparison. Halfway through the meal, the train hits a particularly ambitious curve, and chaos ensues. Your chicken breaks free, sliding across the table towards the banker, whose reflexes suggest he has successfully avoided flying food in the past. The schoolmarm's coffee creates a small tidal wave that somehow manages to miss her entirely, while thoroughly soaking her bread roll. Frank the attendant doesn't even pause in his serving, having clearly witnessed this performance many times before. The banker, now wearing your dinner, maintains his dignity with admirable stoicism. He dabs at the chicken grease on his vest with the same methodical precision he probably applies to balancing ledgers. Occupational hazard of train dining, he observes philosophically, as if being assaulted by mobile poultry is a regular part of his financial career. With the efficient competence of someone accustomed to managing classroom catastrophes, the schoolmarm produces a handkerchief and begins cleaning up the coffee disaster. Her cheerfulness remains undaunted, though you suspect she's mentally composing letters home about the exotic dangers of frontier dining. After dinner, you retire to your seat to discover that motion sickness has finally caught up with you. It creeps in gradually, starting with a vague uneasiness that you initially attribute to the mysterious chicken. The constant swaying motion of the car, which seemed charming this morning, now feels less like a gentle cradle and more like being trapped inside a powerful washing machine. With the sharp eye of someone who has likely diagnosed half the ailments in her hometown, the stern woman notices your distress. She produces a small bottle from her reticule with the confidence of a travelling apothecary. She announces, "Peppermint oil," as if she's offering a miraculous remedy. Settles the stomach and clears the head. You're in no position to refuse help, even from someone whose previous medical advice consisted mainly of moral lectures. The peppermint oil does help, though whether it's the actual medicine or just the relief of having someone show unexpected kindness is hard to say. The travelling salesman, overhearing your plight, launches into an enthusiastic pitch for his latest remedy, guaranteed to cure everything from motion sickness to melancholy. His sample case reveals an impressive array of bottles, tins, and mysterious packages, each promising to solve problems you didn't know you had. You politely decline his offer of Doctor, Pemberton's miracle elixir, partly because you're feeling better, and partly because anything described as miraculous and sold from a suitcase seems suspect. The rocking motion of the train, which caused your stomach troubles, ironically becomes soothing once the nausea passes. The rhythmic clacking of wheels settles into a hypnotic pattern that makes your eyelids heavy. Outside the windows, twilight is painting the landscape in soft purples and golds, turning ordinary farmland into something almost magical. Your fellow passengers are settling into their evening routines. The preacher has switched from moral philosophy to what appears to be letter writing, his pen scratching across paper in time with the train's rhythm. The immigrants have grown quiet, gazing out at their new country with expressions of wonder and perhaps a little homesickness. The toddler has discovered that the space under the seats makes an excellent fort and has begun a complex game involving his few toys and a remarkable amount of imagination. His mother watches with the patient expression of someone who's learned to find entertainment in the smallest victories. Frank appears with evening coffee, which you accept gratefully despite its resemblance to coal tar, because sometimes the ritual of warmth and caffeine matters more than the actual quality of either. Darkness settles over the train like a familiar blanket, transforming the passenger car into a cosy, if somewhat cramped, cocoon of warm light and human companionship. The conductor makes his evening rounds, lighting the oil lamps that cast dancing shadows on the walls and create pools of golden light throughout the car. The effect is intimate, turning your rolling wooden box into something approaching comfortable. Sleeping on a train, you're discovering, is less a single event and more a series of negotiations between your body, the seat, and the laws of physics. The seats weren't designed with overnight comfort in mind, having been crafted by someone who apparently believed that humans were naturally shaped like church pews. You try various positions, the classic slump, the sideways lean, and an ambitious attempt to use your carpet bag as a footrest, which ends with your luggage sliding 3 seats forward during a particularly spirited curve. The stern woman has transformed herself into a fortress of propriety, somehow managing to arrange her shawls and skirts in a way that maintains perfect modesty, while achieving what appears to be actual comfort. You suspect she's had training in this particular skill, possibly from a finishing school that offered advanced courses in travelling with dignity. Her gentle snoring suggests she's mastered the art completely. The frontiersman has claimed 2 seats by virtue of simply being too large for one, and he sleeps with the easy confidence of someone accustomed to bedding down under the open sky. Occasionally he mutters in his sleep, fragments of adventures that may or may not have actually happened. You catch references to ornery mules and the biggest catfish in Missouri, delivered with the same conviction he brings to his waking stories. The travelling salesman has somehow arranged his sample cases into a makeshift bed that looks more comfortable than your seat, though you suspect it violates several unspoken rules about train etiquette. He's covered himself with what appears to be a tarp advertising his patent medicines, turning himself into a human billboard even in sleep. At midnight, the train abruptly stops, startling everyone awake. Through the windows you can see lanterns moving in the darkness, and voices carry the tone of men dealing with some sort of mechanical crisis. The conductor appears, his moustache looking less authoritative than usual, to explain that they're having a small difficulty with the locomotive's enthusiasm, which you take to mean the engine has broken down again. This sort of thing, you're learning, is considered perfectly normal in 1847. Trains break down the way horses throw shoes, or wagon wheels come loose. It's not a crisis, merely an inconvenience that requires patience and possibly some creative engineering. Frank appears with more coffee, as if caffeine is the universal solution to mechanical problems. The delay gives everyone a chance to stretch, walk around, and engage in the kind of philosophical discussions that only happen at midnight when you're stranded beside railroad tracks in the middle of Ohio. The preacher and the frontiersman resume their debate about civilization, now expanded to include theories about mechanical progress and God's opinion of steam engines. The banker produces a flask from his coat and offers it around with the generosity of someone who's given up worrying about propriety at this hour. Even the schoolmarm accepts a small sip, though she makes a face that suggests her temperance principles are still intact, just temporarily suspended for medicinal purposes. The immigrants gather near their seats, talking quietly among themselves while the children sleep against their parents' shoulders. Their patience appears boundless, as if they've grown accustomed to patiently awaiting the start of their lives. You wonder what they're leaving behind and what they hope to find at the end of their journey. Outside, the repair work continues with the steady rhythm of men who know their business. Hammering, the hiss of steam, and occasional cursing that carries clearly in the night air. The locomotive is clearly a temperamental creature that requires both mechanical skill and diplomatic handling. The stern woman has produced needlework from somewhere in her seemingly bottomless reticule and is stitching by lamplight with the concentration of a surgeon. She notices your attention and explains, without prompting, that idle hands, even at midnight beside broken-down trains, are a dangerous place. Her moral principles apparently don't recognise standard sleeping hours. By 2 a.m, the repairs are complete, announced by a triumphant whistle that probably wakes up every cow within 5 miles. Everyone settles back into their improvised sleeping arrangements with the weary satisfaction of travellers who've shared a small adventure. The train begins moving again, with its characteristic series of jerks and jolts, like a giant waking up with arthritis. The rhythmic clacking returns, perhaps slightly more enthusiastic than before, as if the locomotive is making up for lost time. Outside, the dark landscape slides past, dotted with occasional farmhouse windows glowing warm and yellow in the distance. Sleep comes easier now, induced by exhaustion, and the hypnotic motion of wheels on rails. Even your uncomfortable seat begins to feel almost cosy, and you drift off to the sound of gentle snoring, creaking wood, and the endless song of iron wheels carrying you toward whatever adventure awaits at the end of the line. Morning arrives with the reluctant grey light of dawn filtering through the passenger car windows, revealing a landscape that looks suspiciously similar to yesterday's scenery. You're beginning to suspect that Ohio is considerably larger than the map suggested, or possibly that you've been travelling in circles while you slept. The latter seems unlikely, given the determined forward motion of the locomotive, but after 36 hours on rails, your sense of geography has become somewhat negotiable. Your body has achieved a sort of détente with the train seat, accepting discomfort as the natural state of existence, while maintaining hope that sensation will eventually return to your legs. The stern woman is already awake and somehow perfectly groomed, leading you to wonder if she's actually human, or perhaps some sort of travelling automaton designed to make the rest of humanity feel inadequate. Frank begins his morning rounds with coffee that has the consistency of warm tar and twice the potency. The travelling salesman greets the new day with enthusiasm that would be admirable if it weren't quite so early and loud. He's already reorganised his sample cases and is preparing to demonstrate his patent medicines to anyone unfortunate enough to make eye contact. The frontier character awakens from his slumber, akin to a bear emerging from hibernation, accompanied by sound effects capable of frightening small children and possibly even larger ones. His morning routine involves spectacular stretching, creative cursing, and the production of what appears to be hardtack from his coat pocket. He gnaws on this breakfast with the satisfaction of a man accustomed to food that fights back. Outside the windows, the landscape has begun to change subtly. The neat farmsteads of settled Ohio are giving way to wider spaces, more scattered buildings, and longer stretches where civilization seems to have given up entirely. You're approaching the real frontier now, where the map gets vague and adventure becomes less theoretical. The banker consults his pocket watch with increasing frequency, as if he can somehow accelerate the train through sheer temporal anxiety. His destination is Chicago, where he has important business that apparently cannot wait for the normal pace of steam locomotion. He's begun muttering calculations under his breath, working out arrival times with the desperate precision of a man who's promised to be somewhere specific, at a time that's looking increasingly unlikely. Around mid-morning, the train develops what Frank diplomatically calls a case of the slows. The locomotive begins chugging with less enthusiasm, like an aging horse that's decided it's covered enough ground for one day. Your 15-mile-per-hour pace drops to something closer to a brisk walk, which means the energetic squirrels are once again keeping pace outside your window. This mechanical reluctance creates what the conductor announces as a brief delay for locomotive encouragement, which sounds much more dignified than the engine is having another breakdown. You're learning that railroad terminology exists primarily to make mechanical failures sound like deliberate scheduling decisions. The delay provides an opportunity for extended socializing, which by now resembles a mobile town hall meeting. The preacher has begun holding informal services for anyone interested, although his congregation mainly consists of immigrants who may not understand his words but seem to appreciate the familiar rhythm of religious ceremonies. The schoolmarm has started an impromptu geography lesson, using the passing landscape to explain the settlement patterns of the American frontier. Her enthusiasm for education remains undaunted by her audience's mixed interest in learning about soil types and river systems. The toddler seems particularly fascinated by her chalk, which she's somehow produced from her seemingly magical carpet bag. Your fellow passengers have developed the easy familiarity of people who've shared close quarters and minor adventures. Personal space has become a quaint memory, and everyone's life story is now common knowledge. You know about the banker's 3 daughters, the preacher's mission to bring salvation to Kansas, the schoolmarm's correspondence with her sister in Boston, and approximately 47 of the frontiersman's most unlikely adventures. The stern woman has revealed herself to be well-travelled, offering commentary on railroad systems she's experienced from Baltimore to St. Louis. Her disapproval, you realise, comes from extensive experience with the gap between what train travel promises and what it actually delivers. She's less morally outraged than practically disappointed, which somehow makes her criticism more endearing. Lunch consists of the same mysterious substances as yesterday, though Frank has managed to arrange them differently on the plate, creating the illusion of variety. The dining car conversation centres on destination fever, that peculiar condition that affects long-distance travellers as they approach their journey's end. Everyone has begun talking faster, planning more enthusiastically, and checking their belongings with increasing frequency. This anticipation appears to have a particularly strong impact on immigrants. Their excitement is palpable as they recognise that the landscape outside is becoming their new home. They point at farms and towns with the intensity of people claiming territory with their eyes, already beginning the psychological process of belonging somewhere new. By afternoon, even the locomotive seems to have caught destination fever, picking up pace with renewed mechanical enthusiasm. The clacking of wheels takes on a more urgent rhythm, as if the train itself is eager to reach the end of the line and rest its iron bones. The final hours of your train journey unfold with the bittersweet quality of all endings, tinged with both relief and an unexpected nostalgia for the rolling community you've temporarily joined. Your destination appears on the horizon as a smudge of smoke and scattered buildings, growing larger with each rhythmic clack of the wheels. After 3 days of wondering if you'd ever arrive anywhere, the reality of actually reaching the end of the line feels almost surreal. The locomotive seems to sense its approaching rest, developing a more eager chuff that suggests it's as ready as you are to stop moving for a while. Your body has adapted to constant motion so thoroughly that you suspect you'll spend the next week swaying slightly while standing still, like a sailor who's been too long at sea. The stern woman has begun the complex process of reassembling herself into travelling order, folding shawls and securing belongings with the precision of a general preparing for battle. Her transformation from rumpled passenger back into the picture of Victorian propriety is fascinating to watch, involving more pins and strategic tucking than you thought humanly possible. The travelling salesman is conducting a final inventory of his sample cases, probably calculating profits and losses from his mobile pharmacy. He's sold several bottles of his mysterious elixir to fellow passengers, though whether from genuine belief in his products or simply cabin fever-induced purchasing decisions remains unclear. The frontiersman bought 3 bottles, claiming they'd be perfect for trading with Indians, though you suspect he plans to drink them himself. Your fellow travellers begin the ritual of exchanging addresses and promises to write, though you all know that once you step off this train, you'll scatter to your separate destinies, and probably never cross paths again. Still, the ritual matters. These people have become your temporary family, bound together by shared discomfort, and the peculiar intimacy that develops when strangers are trapped in close quarters for days at a time. The banker finally relaxes his death grip on his pocket watch, accepting that he'll arrive when he arrives, and his Chicago business will have to adapt accordingly. His anxiety is transformed into philosophical acceptance, though he mentions several times that he'll never again trust railroad schedules, especially ones written by people who clearly view time as a flexible concept. The preacher has been energized by approaching his mission field, speaking with renewed fervor about bringing civilization and salvation to the frontier. With amusement, the frontiersman listens, occasionally commenting on the type of salvation that truly comes in handy when confronted with hostile wildlife or severe weather. Their ongoing theological debate has become one of the journey's most entertaining features. The schoolmarm has grown quiet as her destination approaches, perhaps contemplating the reality of teaching frontier children who may view book learning as less immediately useful than tracking and shooting skills. Her determination remains unshakable, but it's now tempered with the practical understanding that education takes different forms in different places. The immigrants gather their belongings with reverent care, handling their few possessions like sacred relics. Everything they own in America fits into a handful of bags and bundles, but their faces shine with the hope of people who've successfully crossed an ocean and a continent to reach their dreams. Their excitement is infectious, reminding everyone else that arrival means possibility. The toddler has finally worn himself completely out and sleeps peacefully in his mother's arms, oblivious to the significance of reaching their new home. His mother looks out at the approaching town with the mixed expression of someone who's relieved the journey is ending, but terrified about what comes next. As the train begins its final approach, slowing with a series of gentle jerks and extended whistle blasts that announce your arrival to the waiting town, you realise that this journey has been about more than simply getting from one place to another. You've experienced a slice of America in transition, a country building itself 1 mile of track at a time. The station appears ahead, a simple wooden building that nevertheless represents the end of one adventure and the beginning of another. People wait on the platform, some greeting expected arrivals, others simply curious about who the Iron Horse has delivered to their town today. The final stop arrives with a ceremony befitting the completion of an epic journey. A tremendous hiss of steam, the squeal of brakes, and one last authoritative jolt that sends everyone reaching for something solid to grab. Frank appears in the doorway, announcing your arrival with the satisfaction of a man who successfully delivered another load of hopeful humanity to their chosen destination. You gather your carpet bag, which somehow feels heavier than when you started, though it contains exactly the same items. Perhaps it's weighted down with memories now, or maybe you've just grown weaker from 3 days of train food and improvised sleeping. Either way, you're ready to feel solid ground beneath your feet again. As you step down onto the platform, the absence of constant motion feels strange and wonderful. The world has stopped rocking, stopped clacking, and stopped hissing steam at irregular intervals. The silence is almost overwhelming after days of mechanical conversation. Your fellow passengers disperse with surprising speed, reclaiming their individual identities after days of communal existence. They exchange final handshakes, make last-minute address exchanges, and make promises to write that they may or may not keep. As if you've passed some sort of endurance test she's been administering, the stern woman nods approvingly at your survival of the journey. The locomotive sits steaming quietly, looking somehow smaller now that it's not in motion. The mighty Iron Horse that's been your world for 3 days is just a machine again, waiting for its next load of passengers and their dreams. You shoulder your carpet bag and walk toward the town, your legs still slightly unsteady from days of swaying motion. Behind you, the train whistle blows one last time, a farewell that somehow manages to sound both mournful and hopeful. The frontier stretches ahead, full of possibility and uncertainty in equal measure. You've arrived, carried here by steam and steel and the peculiar magic of American optimism made manifest in iron rails. Whatever happens next, you'll always remember these 3 days when you travelled into the future at 15 miles per hour, accompanied by the most fascinating collection of humanity you've ever had the pleasure to meet. The adventure, you realise, is just beginning. Imagine yourself curled up in a cosy chair with a mug of something warm, because we're going to meet one of the most misunderstood figures in American history. Perhaps you and your parents hummed the Disney song about Davy Crockett, the frontier hero with the coonskin cap. Instead of starting with bear wrestling or political speeches, the true tale of David Crockett begins with a restless lad who couldn't settle into anything, and he was far more fascinating than any myth. David, sometimes known as Davy, until the politicians had their hands on him, was born in 1786 into a nomadic family in a one-room cabin in what is now eastern Tennessee. John, his father, was the type of man who would constantly look to the adjacent valley for brighter prospects. Young David likely assumed that having a permanent address was something that only other people experienced because the Crocketts packed up and moved so frequently. Now, it's easy to picture rugged outdoorsy kids growing up on the frontier, but David was really quite the eccentric. Unlike his peers, David appeared to have an aversion to sitting still, even though they were learning to plough fields and tend to livestock. School as he knew it seemed as snug as a pair of pine bark shoes, and his thoughts ran amok like a free chicken. Formal education wasn't for him after only 4 days of class. This decision would come back to haunt him years later when he struggled to sound adult in letters to his wife. At the tender age of 13, David's father, likely distraught, rented him out to a cattle driver. Envision yourself as a 13-year-old who is unexpectedly tasked with transporting hundreds of finicky cows over uncharted land. David learned that cows had zero regard for a young person's timetable or dignity as he trudged through muck for months while sleeping under the stars. However, he felt a connection to that trip. Because of his restless personality, he thrived on the wide road, where he was always moving and had to tackle difficulties as they arose. David had gained the self-assurance that comes from facing adversity head-on and had grown 3 inches by the time he reached home. However, he still had issues with his studies. In a family where everyone could write their names, he felt like the outcast because he still couldn't read past first grade when he was 15 years old. So he struck a bargain with his dad. He'd pay off the family's obligations if he could go back to school. Imagine a classroom full of 7-year-olds, with 15-year-old David crammed in, his knees banging the small desk, trying to learn his letters at a time when other boys his age were already planning marriage and starting families. Although it must have been difficult for his pride, David persisted for a few months as he gradually acquired the fundamental abilities necessary for the complex life that lay ahead. Like many other youngsters, David found himself thrust into manhood on the frontier before he was ready. At the age of 16, he had found a job with a nearby farmer where he could support his family and begin to shape his future. Even when things became rough, he had a way of making people laugh, and his stubborn streak would keep them going long after they gave up. He wasn't the brightest student or the toughest worker, but he had something else. In those formative years, he virtually appears as a towering, lanky boy with enormous hands and a wicked grin that seems to be perpetually hatching a plot. Parents were first frightened by his boundless energy, but they eventually came to forgive him for his charisma. Years would pass before he became the renowned frontiersman, but he had all the makings of an outlaw, an innate desire to strike off on his own, and the growing suspicion that the easy way out might not be the best choice. Delving further into our narrative, let us discuss how a young David discovered a profound truth. The ability to bring joy to another person's life is nearly as valuable as their material needs. Almost there. David was smitten with a girl from the neighbourhood named Polly Finley when he was 19 years old. Polly, the daughter of a fairly well-off farmer, had her misgivings about this clumsy young man who couldn't seem to commit to a career. She wasn't your typical frontier woman, though. By local standards, she was actually quite refined. As a charmingly awkward wooing tactic, David would attend social events in the hopes of winning her over with his impressive storytelling abilities and, more importantly, his still developing practical capabilities. The catch was that David had never mastered accurate shooting. To you this may not appear significant, but in 1805 Tennessee, a guy who failed to strike his target was as valuable as a chocolate teapot. David realised he was in over his head when Polly's father proposed they go hunting together. It was a test of David's suitability as a possible son-in-law. Thereafter, he did what any reasonable young man in love would do. He practised until his ears rang non-stop and his shoulder turned purple from overuse. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would borrow rifles, beg for ammunition, and shoot at anything that would remain still long enough. David transformed the entire county into his own private range by using objects such as tin cans, fence posts, and trees. He was able to thread a 50-yard musket ball needle by the time he wed Polly in 1806, a testament to his perseverance. I mean, not exactly, but it's near enough. Marriage was both a blessing and a curse for David. Though she brought stability, Polly also introduced expectations to his restless temperament. No one should live in a tent with a wife. It wasn't enough to just eat whatever the kids caught or foraged. They required regular meals. The age-old conundrum of how to reconcile risk-taking with one's responsibilities was before David. His response was as imaginative as usual. He would go on hunting trips for weeks at a stretch, returning with a bounty of wild turkey, bear and deer that would feed the family and be sold off. These were no ordinary camping excursions. Rather, David would go far into uncharted territory, often more than 100 miles from civilization, subsisting only on wild foods and his ever-improving marksmanship. The remarkable thing about David's hunting skills is that they came about almost unintentionally. He had no aspirations of becoming a world-renowned marksman. His only goals were to provide for his family and, on occasion, treat Polly to a store-bought dress. But David became someone special over those countless hours of tracking animals through dense forests and across rushing streams. He had an almost miraculous knack for reading the forest, for seeing when and where animals would be and how they would act. When David returned from hunting trips with tales that were too fantastical to be true, his neighbours started to take note. Bears that he had pursued for several days prior to obtaining the ideal photograph. Using just his patience and knowledge of the deer's habits, he had successfully brought them within arm's reach. He seemed to have the power to hypnotise wild turkeys with his turkey calls. The unintended consequence of David's rising profile as a hunter, though, was that others began looking to him to fix their own issues as well. Animals in danger from a wolf pack? Dave Crockett should be summoned. Strange footprints surrounding the chicken coop? He'll take care of it. Unidentified rumbling in the forest late at night? Hopefully, my point is clear. The ability to narrate stories was what set David apart from other adept hunters. Along with the meat, he brought home exciting new experiences. Even a mundane hunting trip would seem like an epic adventure when he was in his element, what with all the close calls, flashes of genius planning, and of course the occasional somewhat idiotic move that almost cost him his life. David had a talent for making even old tales sound thrilling and new, so even though Polly would roll her eyes, she would listen intently. When David was in his mid-20s, he had settled into a routine: hunt, provide, tell stories, repeat. While he was still a young husband attempting to master the most important role of his life, he was laying the groundwork for the fame that would come later. You would think David's issues would go away if he just mastered hunting, but surprises are a part of life. David learned the hard way that not even his famed hunting abilities could ensure financial stability on the frontier as his family expanded. Polly had bestowed upon him 2 boys, John Wesley and William. Modifications that would radically alter David's life occurred in 1813. David joined the Tennessee militia as a scout during the Creek War, which broke out in Alabama, along with many other young men seeking excitement, stable employment, and an opportunity to serve their nation. Unlike in the movies, this wasn't some idyllic military expedition. David devoted most of his time to slogging through marshes, searching for Creek fighters who were more familiar with the area than he was, and discovering that military food was infinitely worse than anything he had ever prepared himself. However, David learned an important lesson during his time in the military. He was born with leadership skills. His fellow troops relied on him for guidance, confidence in his judgment in high-stakes situations, and inspiration when times seemed bleakest. As a leader, he didn't believe in barking, out commands, and expecting followers to follow suit. Instead, he set a good example by treating everyone with the same laid-back respect he'd learned to value in a world where acting superficially may result in death. After serving his country, David came home to discover that his fame had expanded beyond tales of hunting. He had a reputation for being calm under pressure, able to make tough calls without letting his humour get in the way, and someone who could handle himself in risky situations. These traits would be crucial for David as he approached what he would later refer to as his bear period. To make matters worse, bears in early 19th century Tennessee were enormous, common, and completely disrespectful of human property rights. When bears came into towns in search of food, they would rip apart huts and generally make life difficult for the people who had managed to establish a civilized society. When confronted with a problem bear, most people either hoped it would go away or summoned a more courageous friend or relative for assistance. When others saw obstacles, David saw opportunity. Bear hunting, he came to see, may be more than simply a hobby. It could be a full-fledged enterprise. The meat from bears was highly prized, their fat could be processed into oil for use in cooking and lighting, and their fur was constantly sought after. So when farms and municipalities needed help with a bear problem, they would call David, who became something of a specialist in the field. He was meticulous and, to be honest, slightly obsessed when it came to hunting bears. David would take on the role of a naturalist studying certain bears, observing and studying their behaviours for several days or weeks, before devising tactics that were adapted to their unique personalities. Yes, the bears' personalities, David maintained that each one was unique, with its own set of peculiarities, tastes, and degrees of brainpower. The outcomes were remarkable. David killed 58 bears in one very fruitful winter. just one season, not across a number of years. He was able to become so proficient at hunting bears that he could find, kill and prepare one in a day or less before moving on to the next. A title that David felt somewhat humiliating yet gratifying was Bear Hunter of the District, a moniker that his neighbours began to use about him. However, there were unforeseen obstacles on the path to success in the beer industry. David's hunting trips became increasingly longer and more frequent, often lasting weeks. It must have been incredibly challenging for Polly to manage their household and raise their children all by herself. The more muddy and wild-smelling David would come home after his bear exploits, the more varied feelings Polly would have. During his time spent hunting bears, David also began to rise from the status of local hero to that of legendary figure in his own right. His extraordinary success and amusing anecdotes made him a popular speaker, and people started asking him to parties only to hear about his travels. When David realised he could take his life's events and transform them into stories that could captivate an audience, he knew he had a great aptitude for performing. David never felt the need to embellish his hunting achievements, which is an intriguing aspect. It was astonishing enough that it was true. However, he did hone an ability to paint vivid pictures of everyday life, bringing drama and humour to what others might perceive as dull happenings. An ordinary bear hunt devolved into a titanic showdown between humanity and the natural world, replete with terrifying moments, brilliant moments, and, more often than not, at least one instance of David's actions that were ingenious at the moment, but almost cost him his life. As we wind down for the next chapter, it's important to discuss how, sometimes we have no choice but to start over, regardless of how prepared we are. While David was expecting to become famous in his hometown for his bear hunting exploits, he unexpectedly gained a reputation as someone who could solve problems and get things done. Because of his stellar reputation, his neighbours elected him to the position of magistrate in 1817. A magistrate was effectively a municipal judge who presided over smaller cases and disagreements. Just to refresh your memory, David's official education was limited to a few months in a one-room schoolhouse. So, when he was suddenly tasked with interpreting laws and administering justice, it was like expecting someone who had never piloted an airplane to ride horses. However, David brought his usual mix of modesty and common sense to the task. He had a really relaxed demeanour in court, fairness, practical solutions, and David's skill in mediating. Disputes amongst squabbling neighbours were more important than complicated procedures and legal precedents. David would advise the disputing farmers to go for a walk over the contested ground, and try to come to an agreement when they were arguing over who owned what. David may substitute community work for a fine where the offender is unable to pay the original amount. His rulings were mostly reasonable and equitable. However, they lacked legal sophistication. Greater political prospects arose as a result of the magistrate office. No one could have been more surprised than David when he was elected to the Tennessee State Assembly in 1821. Present in the state capitol was a man whose constituency was represented by someone who continued to struggle with language and spelling. However, David's political ideology was surprisingly uncomplicated. The government had to assist common people in resolving actual issues, not add further burdens to their lives. His character was congruent with his approach to legislation. In contrast to his fellow legislators, David spoke frankly about the issues at hand, rather than delivering lengthy ceremonial speeches replete with allusions to classical figures and legalese. Regardless of party pressure, he usually voted according to his conscience, which included supporting legislation that would help low-income households purchase land and opposing policies that appeared to benefit primarily the wealthy. However, everything changed when a tragic event occurred. David was left to raise their 3 children alone after Polly passed away in 1815. A devastating loss befell him. With Polly as his rock, he was able to channel his restless spirit while keeping the peace at home. David felt completely disoriented without her, and it had nothing to do with navigating the terrain. Hunting, farming, raising children, and attending to his political responsibilities were all things that David attempted to handle on his own for a period. It was a hopeless predicament. David sought assistance after realising he couldn't give his children the attention they required due to his busy lifestyle. Elizabeth Patton was a widow with 2 children when he wed her in 1816. Elizabeth had the patience, competence and practicality to manage David's unorthodox professional trajectory. While the blended family dynamic was harmonious, David's aspirations for public office were intensifying. He became a United States Senator in 1827. David Crockett, who had spent his whole life in the woods and small frontier towns, suddenly found himself navigating the complex political landscape of the nation's capital when he was elected to the House of Representatives, which required him to leave Tennessee for extended periods of time to serve in Washington, D.C. At dinner parties, this towering, unassuming congressman would tell tales about his bear hunts and appear genuinely bewildered by the complex social conventions that dictated political life. The members of Washington society were at a loss to understand him. The folksy demeanour of David belied his acute intellect and strong ideals. His colleagues had assumed he was a naive frontiersman who was easily influenced. Land policy was the central political problem for David. Poor households were having a hard time getting farmland, he thought, while rich speculators were buying up large tracts for investment. People who had been living on and improving land without legal title, known as squatters, would be granted the right to acquire that land at reasonable prices through the law he suggested. Although David saw it as a matter of basic justice, it pitted him against influential groups that favoured the status quo. David won over voters, but alienated powerful politicians with his support for common settlers. David became more and more alienated within his own political party as he fought against certain of President Andrew Jackson's policies, especially the Indian Removal Act, which he believed to be morally reprehensible. Ironically, David actually had very complex political ideas, despite how simple they appeared to him. Democracy, he realised, entailed more than just majority rule. It also entailed defending the rights of the defenceless. He thought the government should look out for everyone's best interests, not just the wealthy and powerful. For politicians who favoured easier arrangements, they weren't novel notions, but they were uncomfortable. David came to terms with the fact that his time as a Tennessee politician was likely numbered by the early 1830s. He lost popularity due to his rejection of popular ideas and amassed an army of foes due to his unwavering adherence to his principles. Adapting to political reality or forging a new route entirely would shape the remainder of his life. As you settle in for this section of David's journey, you'll find out how, at the same time, it can be freeing and terrible to stand up for your beliefs even if it means losing everything you've worked for. David's stay in the nation's capital was as entertaining as watching a fish scale a tree. It was his job to represent his constituents, vote on legislation, and serve on committees. But he felt like he was speaking a different language when it came to the culture of political manipulation. David adamantly refused to let the political ramifications of his votes influence his decision-making, in contrast to his fellow lawmakers who established coalitions and traded votes like poker chips. When David's beliefs were in line with public opinion, this strategy was effective. Nevertheless, it proved troublesome when they were not. Most of his Tennessee constituents wanted Native American territories opened for white colonization. Therefore, they supported the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Not because he was especially progressive on racial problems by today's standards, but because David had met and respected Native Americans as individuals, he was opposed to it. He thought it was morally reprehensible to forcefully uproot entire communities from their ancient homelands. Classic David Crockett, passionate, direct, and totally at variance with political acumen. That was his opposition speech in Congress. Concerning the distinction between what is legally required and what is morally acceptable, he spoke about Cherokee families he had known, as well as government dishonesty and broken promises. Despite his colleagues' courteous listening, they ultimately voted to have him removed from office. Even while David's vote didn't sway the result, it did demonstrate that he was unreliable when it came to supporting party policies. There were covert but effective efforts by the political elite to undermine David. More trustworthy party members were given committee assignments. Important meeting invitations were misplaced. His colleagues in Congress no longer sought his advice on proposed laws. As he continued to serve as a representative for his area, David felt further and further removed from the political process. David faced political persecution in his home state of Tennessee due to his stance against Indian relocation. His detractors said he had been entangled in the corruption of Washington politics and had lost touch with his heritage, and that he cared more about Indians than his own constituency. Although David had changed while serving in Congress, it was not in the manner his detractors had envisioned, and this fact made the criticism all the more hurtful. David had grown increasingly certain that much political expertise was nothing more than a pretense to escape moral accountability, rather than being politically intelligent. He has seen co-workers vote for initiatives they were personally against just because it suited their political agenda. He was witness to the manner in which powerful people's pockets dictated laws that were ill-suited to the common welfare. Rather than turning him cynical, the experience had helped him better understand what was important to him. As usual, David remained unyielding in the face of political pressure. He did not learn to moderate his views or compromise more skillfully. Rather, he got more vocal. He started travelling around Tennessee giving talks in which he detailed his voting record, the reasons for his opposition to popular ideas, and his newfound knowledge of the inner workings of government. Though entertaining, David had a natural talent for storytelling. These remarks were political suicide. Campaigning for the 1833 election was a bloodbath. There was no shortage of ammunition for David's detractors. His stance against popular initiatives, his many trips out of Tennessee while in Congress, and his ties to controversial causes. For someone whose whole sense of self was based on serving the people, being portrayed as an alien who had become disconnected from everyday life must have been extremely hurtful. David retaliated with candour and humour, which proved ineffective against a well-organised political enemy. No matter the political fallout, he pledged to keep voting his conscience, and told voters just how he felt about a variety of subjects. It was noble, based on principles, and destined to fail. As the votes were tallied, David's congressional seat was vacated. He was out of politics and faced an uncertain future after years of public service. He was at the age of 47, which was neither too young nor too old to retire gracefully, but too old to start over comfortably. David was aware that he needed to find his life's purpose while. Elizabeth remained patient regarding their financial condition. Although David was disappointed, he was also liberated from unattainable expectations as a result of his loss. He was free from the burden of considering the potential political repercussions of his statements and the impact they could have on his career. It had been years since he could do or say anything he wanted without worrying about how it might affect his chances of winning the next election. The price he had to pay for this independence was financial instability, public disillusionment, and the realization that his time in politics was essentially over. It did, however, bring with it opportunities. Texas, that enormous western territory where independence from Mexico was being discussed, started to play on David's mind. To all appearances, it was the type of community where a guy could start over, where values might take precedence over party affiliation. As we settle in for the last stretch of David's journey, we'll witness firsthand how the conclusion of one dream may pave the way for a new and, perhaps, more significant one. David pondered his next move for months after his electoral loss. His life had been organised and directed by politics for more than 10 years, and now it was all gone. He resembled a river that had been blocked for a long time, and suddenly the barrier had broken, releasing him, but also leaving him with no idea where to go. Evidently suffering with what felt like early retirement from the only work that had ever truly suited him, Elizabeth observed, as Peter paced around their cabin, starting and then abandoning projects. David usually came up with a solution. If Tennessee wasn't interested in him, he'd look for another place that was. When Americans were looking for a location to start over, where land was inexpensive and prospects were endless, many began to hear stories of Texas. The Mexican government was actively courting American settlers by distributing large tracts of land to those families who were ready to uproot and go. Texas was the pinnacle of new beginnings for David, who had lived his whole life seeking opportunity. It wasn't just personal reasons that led David to Texas. Something major was about to happen, according to his political instincts, and he had been keeping up with the news about the escalating tensions between the Mexican government and American settlers. The settlers' dissatisfaction with Mexican policies, such as those that limited local autonomy, mandated Catholicism among settlers, and restricted immigration, was growing. Conflicts where regular people were caught between their everyday demands and faraway government policies were echoes of those that had moulded David's own political career, he saw. In late 1835, David set off for Texas on an exploratory mission. He intended to survey the area, perhaps purchase some land, and then return to Tennessee to finalize his plans to move. Nevertheless, he was also cognizant of the fact that, regardless of his intentions, he might find himself embroiled if political events in Texas were to escalate. When faced with disagreements about right and wrong, David had never been adept at maintaining objectivity. By travelling through Arkansas and into Texas with a small band of followers, David was able to learn about the local conditions and interact with American settlers on multiple occasions. What he discovered was a people who were both Mexican and American in their cultural and practical identities. They were attempting to form communities based on familiar traditions while also adjusting to new rules and expectations. Hardworking couples wanting a better life for their children, the settlers David met mirrored his neighbours in Tennessee. They want solitude to cultivate land, engage in trade, and rule themselves rationally. However, Mexican policies that appeared more intent on controlling them than helping them grow were becoming more and more frustrating for them. David came away from his talks with these families with the conviction that the settlers would require leaders with expertise in both military strategy and political reality in the event of an impending battle. The timing of David's arrival in Texas was impeccable, though he could not have predicted it. A tense situation had quickly developed between the Mexican authorities and the settlers. Dissolving the Mexican Congress and advancing for total control, General Santa Anna jeopardized the minimal autonomy that had initially attracted American immigration. The Texans, who had just begun to organize resistance, were in need of prominent political and military personalities who might provide credibility to their cause. The scenario seemed like an opportunity for David to put his political experience and knowledge to use for causes in which he truly believed. The Texas settlers weren't demanding much. They simply wanted to be able to follow their own traditions when it came to government, freely practice their religion, and have a say in matters that directly touched them. Now that he was away from home politics, David could endorse the same causes he had fought for in Congress. San Antonio was under siege when David arrived in February 1836. As General Santa Anna's Mexican armies closed in, the small garrison sought sanctuary in the Alamo, a former mission. With only 200 defenders up against thousands of Mexican forces, the situation was dire. However, David knew from his military experience that with persistence and cunning, even in the face of overwhelming odds, victory was possible. For David, staying in the Alamo wasn't a choice at all. Everything he had ever done up to this point had been leading up to this point. His years spent hunting alone in perilous wilderness, his lessons in leadership under duress from military duty, and the lessons he had learned about the value of sticking up for beliefs no matter the cost from his political career. 50 years old and still clinging to the belief that certain conflicts were worth fighting for, he had a wife and children back in Tennessee. The symbolic and military significance of David's presence at the Alamo cannot be overstated. He was willing to put his reputation on the line for Texas's independence, and he had served as a congressman in the United States. His ruling bolstered support for the Texas cause and showed that the war was about national issues of self-governance and personal freedom, rather than petty regional disputes. David had to have understood his chances of survival were limited as the Mexican army encircled the Alamo, but he was also wise enough to know that values, not survival, are often more essential, and that it's better to lose a battle than to lose a life for a greater cause. The restless youngster suddenly had something to stand for. Our lengthy evening together is coming to a close, and with it, we reach the beginning and finish of David's story. The moment when a restless politician from the frontier became an enduring emblem of American bravery and independence. From February 23rd until March 6th, 1836, the Alamo was besieged for 13 days. A former congressman seeking a new beginning, David Crockett became a symbol of common people prepared to give their all for the idea of self-determination during those 2 weeks. A complicated man who had spent 50 years trying to balance practical demands with moral beliefs, the David who fought at the Alamo was nothing like the legendary figure with the coonskin cap. Inside the Alamo, David had a dual purpose, bolstering morale and providing military support. His background as a scout in the Creek War made him an asset for planning and reconnaissance, but more significantly, his storytelling skills lifted morale in what everyone knew would be their last days. Picture this. David was keeping his fellow defenders motivated during those long hours of waiting for the last attack by telling stories about his bear hunts and political experiences. In the mayhem of the last conflict, the precise circumstances of David's demise are murky at best. A generation of Americans was inspired by his presence at the Alamo and considered his death as proof that democratic ideas were worth dying for. We also know that he died fighting and never surrendered. The defeated congressman had figured out how to cast the most consequential vote of his life. Fascinatingly, though, The real David Crockett started fading into oblivion shortly after he passed away, and that is what truly defines his legacy. Newspapers began reporting greatly embellished accounts of his frontier adventures within a few months. In a matter of years, he went from being portrayed as a mere mortal to a superhero who could drink the Mississippi River dry and beat his weight in wildcats in cheap novels. Even though the real David most likely never sported a coonskin cap, it came to symbolize him. A meticulous and principled politician became a naive frontiersman. What this change reveals about the way Americans have historically treated their heroes is significant. Our heroes should be simple, and our symbols should be obvious. The complicated real-life David Crockett, who had difficulty spelling but had strong moral convictions, was an accomplished hunter and a brilliant political thinker, and was too complicated for simplistic mythology. Because of this, he became a cartoon character in popular culture, which oversimplified him. Despite this, a crucial aspect of the historical David managed to evade the myths. Regardless of the numerous urban legends surrounding him, the fundamental truth that captivated audiences, that common people are capable of extraordinary deeds, that principles take precedence over political expediency, and that at times doing the right thing demands giving up everything, remain powerful. The impact that David had on American society did not cease with his death. A regular guy thrown into extraordinary circumstances who rises to the occasion, he became an archetype of the reluctant hero. Throughout American storytelling for over 2 centuries, characters like Jimmy Stewart from Frank Capra films and contemporary politicians who highlight their humble origins have repeated David's example of honest leadership. The way David dealt with the conflict between pragmatic politics and moral convictions is what gives his story modern relevance. Compromise is inevitable in effective leadership, but he was also aware that there are certain beliefs that must never be compromised. The ups and downs of striving for moral integrity in intricate political institutions are laid bare by his political career. The lesson we may learn from David's tragic political career is that he was never effective because he refused to compromise his ideals. That seeming failure, however, became something far more substantial when he died at the Alamo. David, by laying down his life for the independence of Texas, demonstrated that there are values higher than political power, and that true citizens of a democratic society are willing to put their personal interests on the back burner in order to uphold greater ideals. Think about David's rise from a fidgety youngster to an American icon as you drift off to sleep tonight. He was never able to settle down, become politically powerful, or amass substantial riches. The knowledge that he had spent his life in accordance with his own moral compass, that he had utilised his talents for causes he believed in, and that he had not backed down when faced with the final test was something more significant to him. Instead of being the heroic frontiersman portrayed in popular culture, the real David Crockett was a multifaceted, imperfect human being who demonstrated that regular individuals are capable of remarkable acts of moral bravery. Being heroic isn't about having it all together. It's about having the courage to fight for what you think is right, no matter the cost. His narrative serves as a reminder of this. As we wrap up our evening together, it's worth reflecting on how we all encounter situations where we have to decide between doing what's easy and what's right, or putting our own interests ahead of our moral compass. The moral decisions made by average citizens form the bedrock of our democratic and free society. As David Crockett's account hints, rest easy, and always keep in mind that being heroic does not necessitate a coonskin cap. No matter the cost, you must have the guts to follow your own moral compass. Welcome to Tudor England, where the approach of darkness meant something entirely different than it does today. Between 1485 and 1603, when the sun set over thatched cottages and manor houses alike, an entire ritual unfolded that shaped how people rested, dreamed, and greeted each new day. Tonight we'll explore the intimate world of Tudor sleep, from the moment twilight descended to the first stirrings of dawn, discovering how your ancestors found rest in an era without electricity, central heating, or any of the modern comforts we take for granted. Now imagine, if you will, yourself standing in a Tudor marketplace on a September afternoon, and the light is already changing. The sun hangs lower than you'd expect for 4 o'clock, casting long shadows across the cobblestones. Around you, merchants are packing up their stalls with increasing urgency, and you realise this isn't just about closing shop. It's about getting home before the darkness arrives in earnest. In Tudor England, nightfall wasn't simply an inconvenience to be conquered with a light switch. It represented a fundamental shift in how life operated. Your body, if you'd lived in this era, would have been attuned to the sun's movements in ways that modern humans have largely forgotten. The pineal gland in your brain, responding to decreasing light, would begin releasing melatonin much earlier than it does today, sometimes as early as mid-afternoon in winter months. The phrase close of day held literal weight. Shops shuttered their windows. Families gathered their children from play. Even livestock seemed to understand the approaching transition, making their way toward barns without much prompting. This wasn't fear exactly, though nighttime did carry legitimate concerns about safety and navigation. Rather, it was acceptance of a natural rhythm that governed everything from work schedules to meal times to social gatherings. As you walk through a Tudor town at dusk, you'd notice the sounds changing. The hammering from the blacksmith's forge falls silent. The calls of street vendors fade away. In their place comes a different acoustic landscape. The settling of timber frames as buildings cool, the distant bleating of sheep being penned for the night, and the closer sounds of families moving inside their homes. Someone nearby is bringing in firewood, the logs clunking against each other with that particular hollow sound that means they've been drying all summer. The smell of cooking fires intensifies as you pass houses where supper preparations are underway. Smoke curls from chimneys, a relatively new feature in Tudor times actually, as many older buildings still relied on central hearths with holes in the roof. The aroma tells you what's for dinner in a dozen homes. Pottage made with whatever vegetables came from the garden, perhaps some salted pork if it's a household with means, and bread baking on hearthstones for tomorrow's breakfast. Your own household, assuming you're neither wealthy nor destitute, operates on a predictable schedule. Supper happens while there's still enough natural light to see your food clearly, not out of preference but necessity. Candles and rushlights cost money, and you'll need them for the essential tasks that must happen after dark. The tallow rushlights sputter and smoke, giving off a smell that visitors from our time would find unpleasant, but that Tudor noses barely registered. These weren't decorative elements, but practical tools, jealously guarded and carefully rationed. Children are already showing signs of drowsiness much earlier than modern kids would. Without the stimulation of screens or bright lights, their circadian rhythms follow ancient patterns. You might see a 5-year-old rubbing her eyes at 6 o'clock, ready for bed long before the adults will retire. This isn't considered unusual or problematic. It's simply how children are. The transition from day to night carried a certain comfort despite its challenges. There was predictability in the routine, a sense that you were doing what countless generations before you had done. As darkness settled more completely over the town, you'd begin moving through the rituals that prepare both house and body for sleep. Rituals that were as much about psychological preparation as physical necessity. Chapter 2, the bedchamber itself. Let's step into a typical Tudor bedroom, though typical covers a wide range depending on social status. We'll start with a middling household, prosperous enough to have separate sleeping quarters, but far from the elaborate arrangements of nobility. You climb a narrow wooden staircase, your hand trailing along a wall made of wattle and daub. Woven sticks covered with a mixture of mud, clay, and straw. The texture under your fingers is rough but solid, cool to the touch. At the top, you duck slightly through a doorway built for people who average several inches shorter than modern humans, though not quite as short as myth would have it. The average Tudor man stood around 5'7". The average woman, about 5'2". The bedchamber isn't large. In fact, it strikes you as remarkably small by contemporary standards, perhaps 10 feet by 12 feet, and it serves multiple purposes beyond sleeping. Against one wall stands the bed itself, the room's most valuable piece of furniture, and quite possibly the most expensive item the family owns. This isn't a mattress on a frame from a furniture store. This is a substantial wooden structure built to last generations that will be mentioned specifically in the owner's will. The bed frame rises higher off the floor than you'd expect, roughly 3 feet up. There's practical reasoning here. Elevation provides protection from floor drafts, and from the various creatures that might wander across the floorboards at night. The space underneath serves as storage for chests, boxes, and sometimes even a trundle bed that pulls out for children or servants. What catches your attention most is the bed itself, particularly the mattress situation, which operates on a principle of layering that would make perfect sense to anyone who understands insulation. At the base, it's a canvas sack stuffed with straw, quite firmly packed. This foundation layer gets replaced seasonally. Fresh straw in autumn brought a particular satisfaction, like the feeling of new rushes on the floor or a newly thatched roof. On top of this lies a second mattress, thinner and stuffed with wool if the household can afford it, or more straw mixed with dried herbs if they can't. The term mattress itself comes from the Arabic word meaning to throw, referring to the cushions thrown on the floor for sleeping. But Tudor beds had evolved well beyond floor cushions, incorporating knowledge from continental craftsmen about comfort and construction. A well-made bed represented a significant investment, perhaps 3 months of wages for a labourer. Bed curtains hang from a wooden frame, and these serve purposes that our modern heated bedrooms don't require. Heavy wool or linen curtains, sometimes lined with additional fabric for winter, create a room within a room. When drawn, they trap body heat and provide genuine privacy in a home where privacy was scarce. The curtains also block drafts that slip through shuttered windows and gaps in walls, making the enclosed space several degrees warmer than the outer room. The curtains aren't purely functional, they carry social meaning too. Their quality and decoration announce status to anyone who enters the room. Wealthy households might have curtains embroidered with family crests or biblical scenes. Middling families might add simple geometric patterns or contrasting coloured trim. Even modest households try to manage something beyond plain, undyed fabric, perhaps adding bands of colour at the edges or simple embroidered flowers near the opening. Bed linens tell another story about Tudor life. If you're fortunate enough to have sheets, they're made of linen, hemp or flax woven into cloth that started out quite rough but softened with repeated washing. Cotton is exotic and expensive, imported from great distances. Silk is for the truly wealthy. Your sheets, assuming you have them rather than sleeping directly on the wool mattress cover, get washed perhaps once a month or every 6 weeks, depending on the season and available water. The pillow under your head contains feathers if you're prosperous, or wool or buckwheat hulls if you're not. Multiple pillows are a luxury. Most people make do with one, and it's not unusual for 2 people sharing a bed to share a single pillow as well. The pillowcase, called a pillow bear, gets washed more frequently than sheets because your face touches it nightly. Blankets and coverlets complete the bedding, and here again we see that principle of layering. A linen sheet goes over the sleeper, then wool blankets, then perhaps a coverlet, a decorative woven or embroidered covering that's as much about display as warmth. In winter, you might have a fur throw added to the pile, rabbit or lambskin if you're moderately prosperous, or expensive imported furs if you're wealthy. The room contains other furniture, though not much by modern standards. A chest sits at the foot of the bed, holding clothing and linens. This chest probably travelled here with the wife when she married as part of her dowry, and it might be the only piece of furniture she truly owns outright. A small table near the bed holds a candle in a holder, perhaps a cup of water or ale, or maybe a prayer book if the household is literate and devout enough to own one. Pegs on the wall hold clothing. The concept of a closet or wardrobe belongs mainly to the very wealthy. Your few garments hang on these wooden pegs, and you're careful with them because cloth represents significant expense and labour. That wool gown hanging by the door took a shepherd's year of work, a shearer's skill, a spinner's hours at the wheel, a weaver's time at the loom, and a tailor's expertise with needle and thread. You don't treat it carelessly. The floor might be wood planks or packed earth, depending on the house's age and the owner's means. Either way, it's covered with rushes, long grasses strewn across the surface that serve as a combination floor covering, insulation, and waste absorption system. Fresh rushes smell green and pleasant. Old rushes, due for changing, smell of all the things that have fallen into them over weeks or months. You'd notice it immediately. but Tudor noses were acclimated to organic smells that modern sensibilities find challenging. A window, quite small by modern standards, sits high in one wall. It has shutters but no glass. Glass windows remain expensive and mainly appear in the homes of the wealthy or in churches. When shutters close at night, they block wind and rain, but also all light and fresh air. So there's a constant negotiation between warmth and ventilation, between security and stuffiness. The walls might have a religious image or two. Woodblock prints of saints are affordable even for modest households. A crucifix hangs near the bed, placed where you'll see it last thing at night and first thing in the morning, a reminder of spiritual protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep. This room represents safety, privacy and rest in a world where all three are precious commodities. It's not merely a place to sleep, but a sanctuary from the demands of daylight, the observation of neighbours, and the requirements of work. Within these walls, with those curtains drawn, you can be simply yourself, freed temporarily from the social roles and expectations that govern behaviour in the public sphere. Chapter 3, Who Sleeps Where? The question of sleeping arrangements in Tudor England reveals much about social structure, family dynamics, and practical necessities. The modern assumption that each person deserves their own bed, let alone their own room, would strike Tudor minds as bizarre and rather wasteful. In your middling household, the sleeping arrangements operate on a clear hierarchy. The master and mistress of the house share the main bedchamber we've just explored. This represents both privilege and responsibility. Their bed is the good one, yes, but they're also expected to manage household affairs, which means they might be woken by servants reporting problems at any hour. Children's sleeping arrangements depend on age and gender. Young children, regardless of sex, might share a bed in a separate chamber, if the house has one, or sleep in the same room as their parents in smaller homes. A trundle bed slides under the main bed during the day and pulls out at night for children. This works reasonably well until the children reach a certain age, at which point gender segregation becomes important for modesty. Older boys might sleep in an attic space or in an outbuilding, while older girls typically remain in the house proper under closer supervision. This isn't uniform across all households. Practical considerations often override ideal arrangements. If you only have one chamber, everyone sleeps there in whatever configuration makes sense. Servants present another layer of sleeping logistics. In larger households, servants might have their own quarters, often quite cramped chambers in attics or over outbuildings. In smaller establishments, a serving girl might sleep in the kitchen near the dying fire or at the foot of her mistress's bed, or in the same room with the children she helps tend. Male servants might bed down in stables, workshops, or any available space that offers some shelter. The concept of servants sleeping in the same rooms as their employers strikes modern sensibilities as strange, but Tudor households operated more communally than ours. Privacy was less about physical separation and more about social understanding. You pretended not to notice certain things, and others extended the same courtesy to you. Bed sharing was utterly normal across all social classes. 2 or 3 children commonly shared a bed, and this arrangement continued well into adulthood for unmarried siblings. Adult guests might share beds with household members of the same sex without anyone thinking twice about it. When inns advertised beds, they often meant spaces in beds. You might find yourself sharing with a stranger, though innkeepers tried to pair people of similar apparent status. This proximity didn't generally carry romantic implications. Bed sharing was practical. Beds cost money. Bed linens cost money. Heating multiple rooms cost money. And besides, shared body heat kept everyone warmer. People slept in their undergarments, not naked as many modern people do, which provided a basic layer of modesty. The wealthy had more options, but didn't necessarily choose solitude. A nobleman and his wife might have separate bedchambers, but this was often about creating private spaces for entertaining guests of their own sex rather than avoiding each other. The lady might receive female friends in her chamber during the day, while the gentleman used his for business meetings or entertaining other men. Great households had elaborate sleeping hierarchies. The lord and lady had their private chambers. Yes, but these rooms opened onto others where personal servants slept, ready to assist at a moment's notice. A lady's maid might sleep in a small chamber adjoining her mistress's room, literally on call throughout the night. The gentleman's valet had similar arrangements. Apprentices in merchant or craft households presented their own sleeping puzzle. They were neither family nor exactly servants, occupying an ambiguous middle status. Typically, they slept in the workshop itself or in the chamber above it, their presence serving partly as security against theft. The relationship between master and apprentice included an understanding that the master would provide bed and board, so the apprentice's sleeping arrangements were part of the contract. Babies and very young children often slept in cradles near their parents' bed, close enough that a mother could reach out and rock the cradle without getting up. Some cradles were designed to hook onto the main bed frame, keeping the infant literally within arm's reach. Wet nurses, employed in wealthier families, might sleep with the infant in a separate room, essentially taking over nighttime parenting duties so the mother could rest undisturbed. The danger of overlaying, accidentally smothering an infant while sleeping, was well recognised and genuinely feared. Some parishes kept records of these deaths, and moralists preached against parents bringing babies into their beds, though necessity often overrode caution in cold weather or when a child was sick. As children grew, their sleeping locations tracked their increasing independence and changing roles. A boy approaching apprenticeship age might move out of the family sleeping quarters as preparation for his coming departure from home. A girl approaching marriageable age needed increased supervision, so her sleeping arrangements might actually become less independent, moving closer to parental oversight. Elderly family members presented yet another consideration. Grandparents who could no longer maintain their own households might move in with adult children, requiring adjustments to sleeping arrangements. A grandmother might share a bed with granddaughters, both providing supervision and receiving care. A grandfather might bed down near the fire on the ground floor if climbing stairs became difficult. During plague years or times of illness, sleeping arrangements shifted dramatically. The sick were isolated as much as possible, though isolation in a Tudor house meant something different than it does now, perhaps sleeping alone in a chamber rather than sharing a bed, with the door closed to contain contagious vapours that medical theory blamed for spreading disease. Seasonal variations affected sleeping locations too. In summer, some people moved their sleeping pallets to cooler locations, perhaps a chamber on the north side of the house, or even into gardens for the truly wealthy with secure properties. In winter, everyone contracted into the warmest rooms, accepting crowding in exchange for warmth. All these arrangements operated under unspoken rules about hierarchy, modesty, and mutual respect. You knew where you ranked in the household by where you slept, what you slept on, and whom you slept near. The social order that structured waking life continued into the night, reflected in who got the good mattress, the wool blankets, and the spot farthest from drafty windows. Chapter 4, Preparing for Sleep. The transition from waking life to sleep in Tudor England involved rituals both practical and spiritual, a series of actions that prepared body, home and soul for the vulnerable hours of darkness. Your evening routine begins while some light still remains. First comes the task of securing the house, checking that shutters are fastened, doors are barred, and anything valuable is put away. This isn't paranoia, but prudent caution. Without streetlights or night watches in smaller communities, darkness provides cover for those with bad intentions. You check the fire, making sure it's banked properly for the night. Letting a fire go completely out was a serious inconvenience, requiring you to either restart it from scratch using flint and steel, a time-consuming process, or send someone to a neighbour to fetch live coals in the morning. Most households kept fires burning continuously, sometimes for years, carefully maintained day and night. Banking a fire involves covering the burning coals with ashes to slow combustion while keeping them alive until morning. It's a skill that takes practice to get right. Too much ash and you smother the fire completely. Too little and you burn through your wood stores wastefully. A well-banked fire should still show red embers when uncovered at dawn, ready to spring back to life with fresh wood and a bit of bellows work. Water gets hauled inside for morning needs if your house doesn't have an indoor well or convenient rain barrel. In winter, this prevents you from having to break ice to access water at dawn. A bucket or pitcher sits ready near the fire, where the remaining heat keeps it from freezing solid in the coldest months. Prayers form an essential part of the bedtime routine. Even in households that aren't particularly devout during the day, nighttime prayers serve important psychological functions. They mark the transition from active to resting states. They invoke protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep, and they reinforce the moral framework that governs daily life. In Catholic homes before the Reformation, the Rosary might be recited as a family. After England breaks from Rome, Protestant prayers replace Catholic ones, though the basic rhythm remains similar, a formal acknowledgement of dependence on divine protection through the night. Children learn prayers specifically designed for bedtime, asking angels to guard them while they sleep, requesting they wake to see another day. Personal hygiene before bed is less elaborate than modern routines, but not non-existent. You might rinse your face and hands with water from a basin, using a cloth to wipe away the day's accumulation of dirt and sweat. Teeth cleaning, when it happens, involves rubbing them with a cloth, perhaps dipped in salt or a mixture of herbs. Toothbrushes exist but aren't common. They're novel items, expensive and not yet considered essential. Hair gets attention, especially for women. Long hair, worn by most females regardless of age, needs brushing or combing to remove tangles and debris accumulated during the day. This serves practical purposes. Untangling is easier when done daily, and aesthetic ones, as women take pride in maintaining healthy hair even though it remains covered in public. Night clothes in Tudor England aren't what you might imagine. There's no such thing as pyjamas in the modern sense. Instead, you sleep in your undergarments. Your shift if you're a woman, your shirt if you're a man. These linen garments, worn under your outer clothes during the day, become nightwear after you remove everything else. They're washed more frequently than outer garments, because they absorb body oils and sweat directly. The wealthy might own specific sleeping shifts made of finer linen, but this is a luxury. Most people make do with the same undergarments day and night, perhaps changing them once or twice a week, more often in summer, less often in winter when washing and drying laundry becomes more challenging. Nightcaps serve important functions. For women, they keep hair contained and clean. For men and women both, they provide warmth. Substantial heat escapes through your head, and a good linen or wool cap helps retain it. You'd no more sleep without a nightcap than you'd sleep without a blanket, except perhaps during the hottest summer nights. Checking on children becomes part of the evening routine. You make sure younger ones have relieved themselves. Chamber pots sit under beds or in corners for nighttime use, because venturing outside to the privy in darkness isn't appealing. You settle any last-minute needs, calm any fears about darkness or strange sounds, and pull blankets up around small shoulders. In larger households, servants perform a final round of duties. They empty chamber pots from the day, carry up pitchers of water for morning, make sure rushlights are safely extinguished, and check that the household's dog is inside or outside depending on its role. Guard dogs stay outside and lap dogs come in. Some households engage in a practice called reading in bed, though this is limited to those who can read and can afford candles or oil lamps. Religious texts are most common: psalms, devotional works, and lives of saints before the Reformation. Reading serves both spiritual edification and practical purposes, as the eye-straining work of reading by poor light naturally induces sleepiness. Conversation happens too, though not the late-night discussions common in the age of electric lights. Married couples might review the day's events, plan tomorrow's tasks, and discuss children or household concerns. But these talks wind down relatively quickly. Candles cost money and tomorrow begins early. Finally, you climb into bed, a process that requires a bit of coordination given the bed's height. Wooden steps or a small stool might assist, or you simply clamber up. The bed curtains close, sealing you into your private domain. The remaining light gets extinguished. A rushlight snuffed, a candle blown out, darkness settling completely. The bed itself feels different from modern mattresses. It's firm, not soft, and it conforms to your body's weight rather than cushioning you above it. The straw beneath rustles with every movement. The wool or linen against your skin carries the smell of the household, wood smoke, cooking, the herbs scattered among stored linens, and the general organic scent of daily life. You lie on your side, most likely, or on your back with knees bent. Sleeping positions recommended by medical authorities who had opinions about which positions promoted health and which encouraged bad dreams or illness. Whether people actually followed this advice is debatable, but the existence of such guidelines shows that even sleep positions carried cultural meaning. Chapter 5, The Pattern of Two Sleeps. One of the most surprising aspects of Tudor sleep habits, at least to modern minds, is the practice of segmented sleep. What historians call first sleep and second sleep, separated by a quiet waking period in the middle of the night. You fall asleep shortly after full darkness arrives, exhausted from a day of physical labour or household management. That first sleep comes easily, your body surrendering to fatigue, melatonin flooding your system unchecked by artificial light. You sleep deeply, dreamlessly, or with the vivid dreams that accompany the first sleep cycles of the night. Then, somewhere around midnight or 1 in the morning, you wake up. This isn't insomnia or a sleep disorder, it's a natural pattern documented across Europe in this period. Your eyes open in the darkness, and your mind surfaces from sleep into a peculiar state of calm wakefulness. You're not anxious or restless, you're simply awake. This quiet hour or two between sleep served various purposes in Tudor life. Some people used it for prayer or meditation, considering it a spiritually significant time when the barrier between earthly and divine might be thinner. Prayers during this interval were thought to carry special power, and some religious manuals included prayers specifically designated for the midnight watch. Married couples might use this time for intimate conversation or lovemaking. With children and servants sleeping, with daily pressures suspended, the interval between sleeps offered rare privacy. Medical texts from the period suggest this timing for marital relations, claiming that conception was more likely when the body was relaxed but not fully unconscious. Others simply lie quietly, thinking through problems or making mental plans. Without the distractions of daytime, no one calling your name, no tasks demanding attention, you could process thoughts more clearly. Solutions to problems might emerge during these contemplative hours. Decisions that seemed impossible in daylight might resolve themselves in the calm of midnight waking. Some people got up during this interval, moving through the dark house for practical reasons. You might need the chamber pot. You might check on a sick child or elderly parent. You might tend the fire, adding a log if the night was particularly cold, banking it more thoroughly if you'd wake to find it burning too hot. The wealthy might light a candle and read or write. Diaries from the period sometimes mention thoughts recorded during the night watch. Letters might be composed, accounts reviewed, and poems drafted. Some of the era's literary output probably originated in these quiet midnight hours when creative thoughts flowed freely. You might simply lie there listening to the nighttime soundscape of your house and neighbourhood. In winter you'd hear the wind testing shutters, the creak of timber adjusting to temperature changes, and perhaps the scratch of mice in the walls. In summer, insects chirped outside and birds called occasionally. Some species are more active at night than daylight dwellers realise. The practice of segmented sleep aligned with natural human physiology in ways that modern consolidated sleep often doesn't. Without electric lights to suppress melatonin production, and without the stimulation of screens and entertainment, the body naturally settled into this two-phase pattern. You weren't fighting your biology to maintain it. You were simply following what your body did on its own. This interval rarely lasted more than an hour or two. Gradually you'd feel sleep returning, that gentle tug of drowsiness that signalled your body was ready for the second phase of rest. You'd settle back into your straw mattress, pull the wool blankets closer, and slip into second sleep. Second sleep was different from first sleep. Lighter, more prone to dreams, and easier to wake from. You might shift positions more, surface briefly without fully waking, and experience the vivid narrative dreams that happen in the later sleep cycles. Medical authorities believed second sleep was when the body completed its restorative work, balancing the humours, consolidating memories, and preparing for waking life. The transition from second sleep to morning happened gradually as well. You didn't leap awake at an alarm's insistence. Instead, you drifted toward consciousness, perhaps hovering in that half-awake state where dreams and thoughts intermingle, where you're aware of your physical surroundings but not yet ready to engage with them. This sleep pattern, so foreign to modern consolidated 8-hour sleep, was documented not just in England but across Western Europe in this period. References to first and second sleep appear in legal depositions, medical texts, literature and diaries. People scheduled activities around it. A time to meet a lover might be set for after first sleep, implying everyone knew what that meant. The practice began to disappear in the 17th and especially 18th centuries, as artificial lighting improved and nighttime activities became more common. Street lighting in cities, better home lighting, coffee houses staying open late, and theatrical performances extending into evening hours. All these gradually compressed nighttime into a period for consolidated sleep, rather than segmented rest with a contemplative interval. Modern sleep researchers have studied this pattern, sometimes calling it biphasic sleep, or bimodal sleep. When subjects in sleep laboratories are deprived of artificial light for extended periods, many naturally fall into this two-sleep pattern with a quiet waking interval in between. This suggests Tudor sleep habits weren't cultural quirks, but responses to natural human biology, operating without artificial light's interference. Understanding this pattern helps explain various aspects of Tudor life that might otherwise seem puzzling. Why did people go to bed so early, even before full darkness fell? Partly because they'd wake in the middle of the night anyway, so the total time in bed needed to be longer than actual sleep time. Why do period sources describe midnight as a special contemplative time? Because people regularly experienced it in a unique state of consciousness, neither fully asleep nor fully awake in the daytime sense. For you, lying in your Tudor bed with curtains drawn around you, this pattern would feel entirely natural. The transition from first to second sleep wouldn't worry you. It's just how night works, how it's always worked, and how everyone you know experiences it. The quiet hour in darkness, alone with your thoughts or quietly talking with your spouse, represents not disrupted sleep, but an integral part of how human beings rest when aligned with natural rhythms. Chapter 6. Staying warm through winter nights. Winter nights in Tudor England presented genuine challenges, particularly in the brutal months between December and February, when temperatures regularly dropped well below freezing, and houses, despite their fires and inhabitants' best efforts, remained cold by modern standards. Your bedchamber in deep winter might hover around 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's with a fire burning somewhere in the house. Without central heating or insulation beyond the straw in the walls and the rushes on the floor, keeping warm became a nightly engineering project involving multiple strategies layered together. The bed curtains, which we mentioned earlier, become crucial wintertime allies. When fully closed, they create what's essentially a tent within the room, trapping the heat generated by your body or bodies and separating you from the colder air beyond. The temperature difference between inside the curtained bed and the outer chamber might be 10 or 15 degrees, significant when you're trying to sleep. That layering principle in the bedding reaches its full expression in winter. You start with the base straw mattress, add the wool topper, then cover yourself with a linen sheet, wool blankets, possibly a coverlet, perhaps a fur throw, and in the coldest weather, your outdoor cloak on top of everything. You're essentially building an insulating nest, with yourself as the heat source at the centre. Warming pans represented one of the era's great bedtime luxuries, long-handled brass or copper pans with perforated lids that held hot coals from the fire. You'd run this device between the sheets before climbing into bed, warming the linen and wool and chasing away the bone-deep chill. For about half an hour after using a warming pan, your bed felt positively toasty, a small miracle on a January night when your breath misted in the air. Not everyone owned warming pans, they were significant investments. Poorer households improvised with heated stones wrapped in cloth, achieving similar results though requiring more care to avoid burns. A stone heated in the fire's edge, wrapped in several layers of wool and tucked at the foot of the bed could keep your toes warm for hours. Bed socks existed, though socks in general were less common than you might expect. Stockings, what we might call long socks or tights, were standard day wear for both sexes, And you might keep these on under your sleeping shift if the night was particularly brutal. The very cold sensitive might add a second layer of everything, though this limits mobility under the heavy blankets. Nightcaps, as mentioned before, weren't optional in winter. A substantial wool cap kept heat from escaping through your head and protected your ears from the cold. Some people also wrapped cloths around their necks, particularly if they were prone to throat ailments in cold weather. Shared body heat became increasingly valuable as temperatures dropped. This is one reason bed sharing was so prevalent. 2 people generate more warmth than 1, and 3 more than 2. Children packed together in a bed weren't just saving space, they were pooling thermal resources. Married couples had an obvious advantage here, though even they might invite a young child into their bed on the coldest nights, despite usual preferences for separate sleeping arrangements. Some households brought small braziers or heated bricks into bedchambers before sleep, warming the air briefly, though these had to be removed before actually sleeping due to the danger of fire and the fumes they produced. Carbon monoxide poisoning wasn't understood in these terms, but people recognised that sleeping with burning coals in an enclosed space could kill you, probably attributing it to bad vapours rather than the actual mechanism of asphyxiation. Rooms above the kitchen or bakehouse were prized in winter, because heat from below rose into them. If your family ran an inn or shop with ovens operating into the evening, the chambers above stayed noticeably warmer than others. Some people positioned beds directly above the first floor hearth for similar reasons, accepting the occasional bit of smoke seeping through floorboards in exchange for extra warmth. Draft-proofing became a household project as winter approached. Gaps in shutters got stuffed with rags or sealed with wax. Floors received extra layers of rushes for insulation. Tapestries on walls served decorative purposes, yes, but also created dead air space that reduced heat loss through stone or timber. Even a simple cloth hanging could make a measurable difference. Still, you'd be cold by modern standards. Your nose would be chilly, your face exposed to the air outside the blankets. Getting up in the night to use the chamber pot required genuine courage. Leaving the warm nest meant exposing yourself to frigid air that made your muscles clench and your skin prickle. You'd accomplish your business quickly and dive back under the covers, burrowing in until your body heat warmed everything again. Morning presented the hardest moment, that transition from warm bed to cold room when your body protested vigorously against moving. You'd procrastinate, lingering under the blankets, steeling yourself for the unpleasant but necessary task of getting up and dressing. The first person up had the worst of it. They'd restart the fire and begin warming the house, making it easier for those who followed. Children might wake to frost patterns on the inside of shutters, ice in the washing water, and their breath forming clouds in the air. This wasn't unusual or alarming, it was simply how winter mornings felt. You dressed quickly, layering on garments, moving close to the fire as soon as possible, and beginning the day's work partly to generate body heat through activity. Despite these challenges, Tudor people didn't generally complain about cold the way modern people might. It was expected, normal, and part of the seasonal rhythm of life. You prepared for it, accepted it, and worked with it rather than fighting against it. The return of spring's warmth, when it finally came, felt like a genuine blessing, a relief so profound that people's moods lifted noticeably, with the rising temperatures and lengthening days. Chapter 7. The Soundscape of Night. Lying in your curtained bed in a Tudor night, the sounds surrounding you create an acoustic environment completely different from anything most modern people experience. Let's listen carefully to what you'd hear during those nighttime hours. The house itself provides a constant backdrop of sounds. Timber frames expand and contract with temperature changes, producing creaks, groans, and occasional sharp cracks that might startle you until you learn to recognise them as normal. The thatch on the roof rustles when wind passes over it, a sound like soft scratching or the movement of some large animal, though it's just dried straw shifting against itself. In winter, the wind becomes a dominant presence. It finds every gap in the shutters, producing whistles in different pitches depending on the size of the opening and the wind's strength. It buffets the walls, making the whole structure shudder slightly during the strongest gusts. You can hear it approaching across the landscape, rushing through bare trees before hitting your house, then moving away again into the darkness. Rain on a thatched roof sounds different from rain on modern shingles or tiles, softer, more muffled, like someone pouring dry sand rather than water. Heavy rain creates a steady rushing sound that some people find soothing, a natural white noise that masks other sounds and helps lull you back to second sleep. Animals contribute their voices throughout the night. Mice scurry inside walls, their tiny claws scratching on wood, their squeaks occasionally audible. You accept their presence as inevitable. Keeping a house completely mouse-free is nearly impossible, though you try to prevent them from getting into food stores. Sometimes you hear a thump and a brief struggle as the house cat catches one doing its job. Outside, owls call to each other, their hooting carrying clearly through the still night air. Foxes produce surprisingly disturbing sounds, screams that can sound almost human, particularly unsettling if you're not expecting them. Dogs bark in the distance, one setting off another, creating a chain of canine communication across the neighbourhood. Livestock make nighttime noises too. If you're near a barn, you might hear cattle shifting in their stalls, pigs grunting and horses stamping and blowing air through their nostrils. Chickens sometimes startle awake and cluck nervously before settling back down. These sounds are reassuring in their way. They mean your animals are safe, still alive, and still your wealth and sustenance. Human sounds punctuate the night as well. Someone in the house might snore, the sound carrying from one chamber to another through timber walls that provide less sound insulation than modern construction. Babies cry and get soothed. Young children call out from dreams or need middle-of-the-night comfort. You might hear your neighbours through shared walls if you live in attached townhouses. Their coughs, their conversations, their movements across creaky floors. Church bells mark the passage of nighttime hours in towns and villages. Not every hour gets rung in every place, but midnight typically receives special notice, and some churches ring bells before dawn services. These bells serve practical purposes. They help people track time in the darkness. They call people to prayer at appointed hours, and they provide reassurance that the community's spiritual guardians remain watchful. In cities, night watchmen call out the hours, walking their routes and announcing the time along with the weather conditions. 2 o'clock and all's well, or 3 o'clock and a cold, clear night. These calls serve multiple purposes. They mark time, they announce the watchman's presence to deter criminals, and they provide comfort to those lying awake that someone is keeping guard. The fire, if you can hear it from your chamber, produces its own sounds. Wood pops and hisses as sap turns to steam. Coals shift and resettle in the hearth with soft crashes. On particularly quiet nights, you might even hear the whisper of flames consuming wood. A sound so soft it's barely perceptible but somehow audible in deep silence. Chamber pots get used throughout the night, producing sounds that medieval modesty simply acknowledged and politely ignored. Everyone performed the same biological functions, everyone made the same sounds, and everyone practiced the social fiction of not noticing what they heard from behind bed curtains or from other chambers. Seasonal variations affected the soundscape significantly. Summer nights brought insect choruses, crickets producing their rhythmic chirping, moths batting against shutters drawn to whatever light seeped through cracks. Frogs near ponds or streams added their croaking to the mix. Bats flying overhead produced sounds too high for most human ears, but occasionally audible as soft squeaking. Thunder in summer storms could shake the entire house, each crash followed by the sound of rain intensifying. You'd hear the initial large drops hitting the thatch, then the steady downpour, perhaps the rushing of water through gutters or off eaves, and the sound of the storm passing over like a living thing moving through the landscape. In the quiet periods between sounds, silence itself had a quality different from modern silence. No electric hum of refrigerators or heating systems, no distant traffic sounds, no airplane overhead. Just genuine quiet, broken only by the immediate sounds of your household and natural environment. A silence so complete that modern people who experience it often find it unsettling at first. So accustomed are we to continuous background noise. Your own body produces sounds you might notice in the stillness. Your heartbeat becomes audible when you press your ear against the mattress. Your breathing, your stomach gurgling quietly, the rustle of linen against your skin when you shift position, all become part of the sonic environment when everything else falls still. Some sounds inspired fear or superstition. Unexplained noises might be attributed to spirits or demons testing the household's defences, though most people understood that most mysterious sounds had natural explanations once you learned to identify them. Still, a sudden loud noise in the deep night, its source uncertain, could set your heart racing and make you clutch your religious medals or whisper protective prayers. The return of morning sounds provided its own comfort. The first birds before dawn, roosters crowing, though not always exactly at dawn despite folklore, signalled the approaching end of night. Other birds joined gradually, building toward the dawn chorus. You'd hear the household beginning to stir, people rising, fires being revived, and the sounds of daily life returning to replace the nighttime soundscape. This acoustic world shaped how Tudor people experienced night. Without visual stimuli, with darkness complete behind closed shutters and curtains, hearing became the primary sense connecting you to the world beyond your bed. You learned to interpret sounds, to distinguish normal from alarming, to find comfort in expected noises and concern in unexpected ones. The nighttime soundscape, far from being empty silence, was richly textured with information about weather, animals, neighbours, and the house itself. A constant stream of sonic data that Tudor ears processed instinctively throughout the night. Chapter 8. Dawn and Rising. The transition from night to day happened gradually in Tudor England. A slow emergence from sleep and darkness that aligned with the body's natural rhythms far more than modern alarm clock awakenings. You'd become aware of increasing light first, even before fully waking. The blackness behind your closed eyelids shifts to a lighter shade, as dawn brightens the world beyond your shuttered windows. Thin strips of light appear at the edges of shutters, announcing that night's grip is loosening. The household sounds change character. Where night sounds were sporadic and muted, morning brings purposeful activity. The first person up, often a servant or the housewife herself, moves through the house on specific missions. You hear the scrape of implements at the hearth, working to revive the banked fire. You hear the clunk of logs being added, the creak of the bellows, and the first crackling as flames catch hold. You might lie still for a few minutes, not quite ready to leave your warm nest, listening to the house wake around you. Someone opens a shutter downstairs, admitting light and the fresh morning air. You hear water being poured, feet on stairs, and low voices of people greeting each other and beginning their day's tasks. The quality of light seeping into your chamber changes as the sun rises. What started as pale grey brightens toward gold or silver depending on the weather. On clear mornings, you might see actual shafts of light piercing through gaps in the shutters. On cloudy days, the illumination remains diffuse but still increases to the point where you can distinguish shapes in the room. Rising requires a certain amount of determination on cold mornings. You have to leave your warm cocoon and expose yourself to air that's cold enough to make your skin prickle immediately. The process happens in stages. First, you sit up under the blankets, preparing yourself. Then you emerge, perhaps wrapping a blanket around your shoulders as you swing your legs over the side of the bed. Your feet hit the floor, cold even through any floor covering or discarded clothing you might step on. You move quickly now, motivated by discomfort, reaching for your outer clothes that hang nearby. Dressing happens rapidly, layering on garments that have been sitting in the cold air all night and feel clammy until your body heat warms them. If you're lucky, someone has brought warm water up for washing. If not, you make do with whatever's in the chamber pitcher, probably cold enough to make you gasp when you splash it on your face. This shock of cold waters does wake you effectively though. No need for coffee when ice-cold water hits your skin. Personal prayers might happen now, a quick devotional practice before the day's demands begin. Kneeling by the bed, you'd run through familiar prayers, perhaps adding specific requests relevant to the day ahead. Safety for a journey, success in business dealings, health for a sick family member, anything weighing on your mind as you face a new day. Emptying chamber pots represents one of the less pleasant morning tasks. Someone, usually a servant if you have one, or the housewife if you don't, carries these downstairs and out to the privy or to a spot where the contents will be buried or otherwise disposed of. In cities, chamber pots might be emptied into street gutters, a practice that contributed to urban sanitation problems and unpleasant smells. Hair gets attention, particularly for women. That nightcap comes off, revealing hair that needs brushing or combing before being covered again with a coif or other head covering appropriate for the day's activities. Men might run their fingers through shorter hair and call it done, though some attention to grooming happened even for males. Teeth receive quick attention, a rinse of the mouth with water or ale, perhaps running a cloth over teeth to remove the furry feeling that builds overnight. More thorough cleaning might wait until later if guests are expected, or if you're preparing for a special occasion. Beds don't get made in the modern sense. Instead, they get aired. Blankets thrown back, covers folded over the foot of the bed, allowing air to circulate through the bedding. This prevents mustiness and gives moisture from nighttime breathing and sweating a chance to evaporate. In good weather, you might hang blankets out a window or carry them outside to air in the sun, which freshens them remarkably well. Breakfast in Tudor England wasn't the substantial meal it became in later centuries. Many people, especially those doing physical labour, ate something light. Bread with butter or cheese, perhaps ale or small beer, maybe pottage left from the previous evening's supper and reheated. The truly wealthy might have more elaborate morning meals, but for most, breaking fast meant exactly that. Breaking the overnight fast with enough food to start the day, not filling yourself completely. Children need waking and helping, especially younger ones. They're not naturally early risers at this period, lacking the school schedules that would later structure childhood mornings. You might need to coax a child from bed, help with dressing, and make sure faces get washed and hair gets combed. The same parental tasks that cross all time periods. As light increases, you can finally open the shutters fully, admitting the morning into the house. The quality of light tells you much about the day ahead. Clear and bright means fair weather is likely. Grey and flat suggests rain, and particular colours of the dawn sky predict wind or storm depending on folk wisdom accumulated over generations. The house begins to fill with the day's activities. If there's a shop or workshop, its preparations begin. If the household revolves around farming, people move toward barns and fields. If you're in a townhouse with a trade to pursue, tools come out, workspaces get arranged, and the business of making a living begins in earnest. You take your place in this daily rhythm, moving from the private world of sleep and bedroom into the public world of work and community. The transition feels natural, aligned with light and sound and the needs of your body. There's no jarring alarm, no sense of being wrenched from sleep before you're ready. Just a gradual emergence that respects biological rhythms, even as it responds to practical necessities. The morning routine, repeated day after day with minor variations for seasons and circumstances, provides structure and comfort. You know what comes next because it's what always comes next. The predictability might seem boring to modern sensibilities that value variety and novelty, but Tudor people generally found security in repetition, in doing what their parents did, what their grandparents did, and what everyone around them does. By the time full daylight arrives, you're dressed, washed, fed, at least minimally, and engaged in the day's first tasks. The night has fully released its hold. Whatever dreams or thoughts occupied those dark hours fade into memory, as immediate concerns demand attention. The daily cycle that will eventually lead you back to that same bed begins again, as inevitable and natural as the sun's path across the sky. Chapter 9. The cultural meaning of sleep. Sleep in Tudor England carried meanings that extended far beyond the simple biological need for rest. How you slept, where you slept, what you wore, and what surrounded you while sleeping, all these reflected and reinforced the social order, spiritual beliefs, and philosophical understanding of human nature. At the most basic level, sleep represented vulnerability. While sleeping, you couldn't defend yourself, couldn't maintain social masks, and couldn't control your behaviour or appearance. This made the sleeping chamber a space requiring protection, both physical and spiritual. Prayers before bed weren't just empty ritual, they expressed genuine concern about the helpless hours ahead. The bed itself carried enormous symbolic weight. When you made a will, and most people of any means made wills, you specifically bequeathed your bed, naming it as a valuable asset to be passed to particular heirs. The bed represented security, domesticity, and the private life of the family. To inherit someone's bed meant more than gaining a physical object. It meant taking on a piece of their domestic legacy. Marriage beds held particular significance. The marriage bed was blessed by the church, and the act of being bedded, the ceremonial putting to bed of the new bride and groom, marked the transition to married life. Witnesses might actually accompany the couple to the bedchamber, though they'd leave before consummation occurred. The bed thus served as both symbol and stage for one of life's most important transitions. Deaths occurred in these same beds. Most people died at home, in their own beds, surrounded by family. The bed witnessed your birth if you were born at home, your conception, your wedding night, your children's births, and finally your death. Few pieces of furniture participated so intimately in life's major passages. Social hierarchy expressed itself in sleeping arrangements with remarkable clarity. Servants slept on straw pallets on floors or in attics. Middling folk slept in proper beds with decent mattresses. The wealthy slept in massive poster beds with expensive hangings, feather mattresses, and fine linens. Where you slept and what you slept on announced your status as surely as your clothing did during waking hours. Dreams held significance that modern psychology doesn't quite capture. Tudor people believed dreams could carry messages from God, from angels, from the subconscious mind struggling with waking problems, or sometimes from darker sources. Prophetic dreams, warning dreams, dreams that revealed hidden truths. All these appeared in literature and folk belief. You might consult an almanac or a priest about the meaning of a particularly vivid or disturbing dream. The vulnerability of sleep made people careful about who could observe them sleeping. Servants might see their masters in nightclothes, but this was part of the intimate household relationship, balanced by mutual dependencies and understood boundaries. Strangers seeing you sleep, though, represented a kind of violation. Your guard was down, your face relaxed into its true form, and your body positioned without the careful control you maintained while awake. Medical theory connected sleep to the body's humoral balance. Sleep allowed the digestive system to process food, the body to repair itself, and the brain to clear itself of vapours accumulated during waking hours. Too much sleep made you sluggish and phlegmatic. Too little sleep dried out the body's fluids, leading to choleric irritability. The right amount of sleep, which varied by age, constitution and season, maintained equilibrium. Different phases of life required different amounts of sleep. Babies and young children needed much sleep for proper growth. Adults in their prime needed moderate sleep, enough for health, but not so much it encouraged laziness. Elderly people naturally required less, their bodies winding down toward life's end. These patterns seemed obvious through observation, and folk wisdom aligned reasonably well with what modern sleep science has since confirmed. Seasonal sleep patterns reflected the agricultural calendar. Winter allowed slightly longer sleep periods since less daylight meant fewer work hours. Summer demanded earlier rising to make use of long days, though afternoon rests might compensate. The wealthy, less tied to agricultural rhythms, could maintain more consistent schedules, though even they adjusted somewhat to seasonal light changes. Religious observance intersected with sleep in multiple ways. Monks and nuns arose for night prayers, the night offices that divided sleep into segments different from the lay pattern of first and second sleep. Devout lay people might rise at midnight for private prayers, imitating monastic practice. Religious holidays might involve night vigils or dawn processions that disrupted normal sleep patterns. The language people used about sleep carried moral overtones. To be a slug-a-bed, someone who stayed too long in bed, implied moral failure, laziness, and lack of virtue. The early riser demonstrated industry, godliness, and proper household management. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise captured this attitude. though that specific formulation came slightly later than the Tudor period. Sleep made you equal to everyone else in a way. The nobleman and the peasant both needed sleep, both experienced dreams, and both lay helpless in the dark. This temporary equality perhaps made sleep slightly troubling to social hierarchies. It suggested that beneath the elaborate social structures, all humans shared basic needs and experiences that no amount of wealth or status could eliminate. Literature of the period used sleep as a metaphor and plot device extensively. Shakespeare, writing at the tail end of this era, filled his plays with sleep imagery. The innocent sleep that knits up the ravelled sleeve of care, the sleep of death, and the prophetic dreams that advance plots or reveal characters' inner states. His audiences understood these references immediately because sleep held such cultural weight. The position you slept in supposedly revealed character traits. Sleeping on your back indicated an open, honest nature. Side sleeping showed balance and moderation. Sleeping on your stomach suggested secretiveness or devious tendencies. Whether anyone actually believed this or just found it amusing is hard to say, but the existence of such folklore shows that even unconscious sleeping positions carried meaning. Nightmares required spiritual explanation. The term itself comes from nightmare, a demon or evil spirit that sat on your chest while you slept, causing bad dreams and difficulty breathing. Other cultures had similar concepts, the succubus and incubus of medieval belief, spiritual beings that visited sleepers with various intentions. Whether people literally believed in these entities or used them as explanations for sleep phenomena like sleep paralysis varied among individuals and regions. The continuity between sleep and death, the resemblance of the sleeping body to a corpse, made sleep both natural and slightly uncanny. You surrendered consciousness, trusted that you'd wake again, but couldn't guarantee it. Every night involved a small act of faith that this sleep wouldn't become permanent sleep. Morning prayers often included thanks for being allowed to wake, an acknowledgement that survival through the night wasn't automatic. This rich web of meaning surrounding sleep made it far more than a biological necessity. Sleep represented spiritual states, social positions, moral qualities, and existential concerns. The rituals surrounding sleep, the prayers, the careful preparations, the symbolic objects like blessed medallions hung near beds, addressed these multiple layers of meaning, acknowledging that when you closed your eyes each night, you entered a realm where the normal rules were suspended and something else, something both dangerous and necessary, took over until dawn. And so we come to the end of our nighttime journey through Tudor England. You've experienced the full cycle from dusk's first shadows, through the depth of night to morning's gradual return. You felt the weight of wool blankets on a cold night, heard the soundscape of darkness, and understood the rhythms of segmented sleep and the cultural meanings woven through every aspect of rest. The modern world has gained much in comfort and convenience, but it has lost something too. That deep alignment with natural rhythms, that acceptance of darkness and its own particular gifts, that sense of sleep as something more than mere unconsciousness between productive waking periods. Tudor people, for all their discomforts and challenges, knew how to rest in ways we've largely forgotten. Perhaps there's wisdom in their practices that we might recover, not by returning to straw mattresses and chamber pots, but by remembering that sleep deserves respect, that darkness has value, and that rest is not idleness, but renewal. As you drift towards sleep in your own time, in your own bed, perhaps you can carry a bit of Tudor wisdom with you. The acceptance of natural rhythms, the appreciation for simple comforts, and the understanding that a good night's rest is not a luxury but a fundamental human need, honoured by generations who slept before you and those who will sleep after you're gone. Sleep well whenever and wherever you find your rest. Imagine living in ancient Greece around 600 BCE, when the only technological concern you might have had was whether your olive oil lamp would have enough fuel to last the entire night. People who entered this world of basic tools and sophisticated ideas did something revolutionary. They began to ask why, rather than merely accepting because the gods said so. Instead of calling themselves physicists, The first physicists called themselves natural philosophers, which sounds far more respectable than people who spend too much time wondering why rocks fall down instead of up. However, that's exactly what they were doing, viewing the everyday world from a new perspective and rejecting the idea that mystery was a sufficient explanation for anything. One of these early wanderers was Thales of Miletus, who reportedly spent so much time gazing up at the stars that he once fell into a well while out for a walk. According to reports, his maid made fun of him by pointing out that he was attempting to comprehend the heavens while ignoring the ground beneath his feet. This may be the earliest known case of someone becoming so engrossed in theoretical physics that they failed to observe their surroundings, a practice that is still common in physics departments all over the world. However, Thales had a crucial insight. According to his theory, water in its various forms makes up everything in the universe. Now, before you write this off as archaic thinking, remember that he was putting forth a profound idea, that the astounding diversity of the natural world could have straightforward underlying causes. He was completely correct that the way forward was to look for straightforward explanations of complicated phenomena, but he was mistaken that water was the fundamental substance. Democritus expanded on this notion with a notion so revolutionary that it would not be fully comprehended for more than 2 millennia. He proposed that cutting something into ever tinier pieces would eventually result in pieces that were too small to cut. He referred to these fragments as atoms, which in Greek means uncuttable. In essence, Democritus was suggesting that the universe was composed of inconspicuous, minuscule building blocks, akin to cosmic LEGO pieces. Since Democritus lacked particle accelerators and microscopes, it wasn't that he was accurate in every detail. Rather, it was that he was thinking in the right way. He was saying that you could comprehend large, complex things by comprehending their smallest components. Although it would take centuries for anyone to figure out how to actually test these ideas, this reductionist approach would eventually become one of the most potent tools in physics. The ancient natural philosopher Aristotle, who was arguably the most influential, adopted a different strategy. He concentrated on what he could actually see, rather than making assumptions about invisible atoms. He observed how objects moved, fell, and behaved under various conditions. He then made an effort to arrange these findings into a logical framework that would account for everything. The physics of Aristotle resembled a complex categorization system for natural phenomena. Because they want to hit the ground more urgently than light objects, heavy objects fall more quickly. When something pushes something, it moves, and when that push stops, it stops moving. Heavy objects naturally congregate at the center of the universe, which is why the Earth is there. Because it wants to ascend to its proper location in the heavens, fire rises. We now know that the majority of Aristotle's particular conclusions were incorrect. However, his method, careful observation followed by methodical explanation, was spot on. He was looking for trends in the behavior of nature, rules that could forecast the future in novel circumstances. Even though he had few scientific instruments at his disposal, he was conducting research. These early natural philosophers were brilliant because they believed that the universe made sense, even though some of their discoveries were remarkably prescient. They thought that rather than being the random whims of irrational gods, natural phenomena adhered to understandable laws. This presumption would turn out to be possibly the most significant concept in human thought history. A tradition of rigorous reasoning about the natural world was also being established by them. They were willing to approach problems methodically and follow reasoning wherever it led, even if it resulted in uncomfortable or counterintuitive conclusions, rather than simply accepting conventional wisdom. Every significant development in physics that followed would depend on this intellectual bravery. As you go to bed tonight, remember that these ancient philosophers were answering questions that still captivate us. What is the composition of the universe? How do things change and move? What basic laws apply to everything from far-off stars to falling apples? They lacked our resources and expertise, but they possessed something just as valuable, an insatiable curiosity and the endurance to consider basic issues carefully. The Islamic world kept the flame of natural philosophy burning after the fall of the Roman Empire, when Europe was busy forgetting much of what the Greeks had discovered. The next great leap in human understanding would eventually be supported by the picture libraries in Baghdad and Cordoba, where scholars preserved Greek texts while adding their own observations and insights. Ibn al-Haytham, also referred to as Al-Hazan in the West, was one of these scholars who made the revolutionary move of insisting that theories about the natural world be put to the test against meticulous observations. This may seem like common sense, but keep in mind that for centuries most people were satisfied to settle disputes by citing historical authorities rather than paying attention to actual events. Light and vision particularly captivated Alhazen. The ancient Greeks had some rather strange theories about how we see the world. For example, many thought that our eyes emit invisible rays that reflect off of objects, much like biological radar systems. Through meticulous experimentation, Alhazen discovered that light moves from objects to our eyes rather than the other way around. In order to prove that light moves in straight lines, he constructed the first camera obscura, which is basically a gigantic pinhole camera. Alhazen gained insights from his work with optics that would take centuries to fully comprehend. He understood that light is bent by the atmosphere, which functions as a lens and influences our perception. This explains why stars appear to twinkle and the sun appears larger when it is close to the horizon. Alhazen was learning that observation itself might be trickier than it seemed, which would be important for future advances in physics. By translating Arabic texts, scholars in medieval Europe were rediscovering Aristotle. This led to an intriguing situation. Like playing telephone across centuries and cultures, European thinkers were learning Greek physics from Islamic commentaries. During a time when original scientific thinking was comparatively uncommon in Europe, this process kept the discussion about natural philosophy alive, even though it occasionally brought new concepts and confusions. English monk Roger Bacon, who lived in the 13th century, took Alhazen's focus on experimentation and ran with it. Bacon believed that thorough observation and methodical idea testing could reveal the mysteries of nature. He studied the characteristics of magnets, experimented with lenses and mirrors, and even conjectured about flying machines and mechanically propelled ships, concepts that would not be realized for centuries. Bacon's method was revolutionary because rather than merely interpreting ancient authorities, he argued that humans could uncover new truths about the natural world. This was potentially theologically dangerous as well as intellectually radical. What did it say about the completeness of revealed knowledge if people could learn new things about God's creation on their own? For centuries, the conflict between religious authority and natural philosophy based on observation would simmer and occasionally explode into major battles. However, rather than questioning religious doctrine, the majority of natural philosophers of the Middle Ages were able to present their work as a means of comprehending God's creation. It was believed that the same divine intelligence wrote both the book of Scripture and the book of nature, which they were reading side by side. Some of these conflicts were eased by the renowned medieval theologian Thomas Aquinas, who maintained that faith and reason were complementary rather than antagonistic. While theology addressed spiritual issues, natural philosophy was able to uncover truths about the material world. By avoiding direct confrontations with religious authorities, this intellectual division of labour allowed natural philosophy to flourish. Additionally, more advanced mathematical instruments emerged during the Middle Ages. Islamic sources taught European scholars algebra and Arabic numerals, which significantly enhanced their computational skills. They established the foundation for the quantitative method that would ultimately revolutionize physics by starting to apply mathematical analysis to physical issues. The stage was set for something extraordinary by the end of the Middle Ages. The value of meticulous observation and experimentation had been established by natural philosophers. They had access to progressively more potent mathematical instruments. They had established a framework for considering natural philosophy to be a valid approach to studying God's creation. They also had centuries worth of observations on everything from how light behaves to how planets move. The next thing they needed was someone who was prepared to question basic beliefs about the structure of the universe. Even though he wouldn't transform astronomy for several more decades, someone was already being born in a small Polish town. It's important to recognise the amount of intellectual foundation that had been established by centuries of patient thinkers who were happy to make observations, pose questions, and gradually advance human knowledge of the natural world before we met. Nicolaus Copernicus. Imagine living a lifetime under the assumption that the sun, moon, planets, stars and Earth all revolve around us in a complex celestial dance, and that the Earth remains motionless at the centre of the universe. Then picture someone gently pointing out that perhaps we're in reverse, that perhaps we're the ones dancing while the sun remains motionless. It's difficult to exaggerate how fundamentally this idea upended the medieval worldview, which is precisely what Nicolaus Copernicus suggested in the 16th century. Copernicus had no intention of igniting a revolution. In reality, he was a fairly conservative man. A church canon who managed church finances, occasionally practiced medicine, and had a hobby of studying mathematics and astronomy. A technical issue in Ptolemaic astronomy troubled him. The mathematical models used to forecast planetary motions were growing more complex and laborious. He thought it was inelegant to keep adding circles within circles to account for observed planetary positions, like a lovely equation ruined by too many correction factors. Copernicus therefore attempted a thought experiment. What if the Sun, not the Earth, were at the centre of the planetary system? Something lovely occurred when he solved the math. The limited range of Mercury and Venus from the Sun, the way Mars occasionally seems to move backwards against the background stars, and many other complex aspects of planetary motion suddenly made perfect sense. These were the inevitable results of tracking planetary motion from a moving platform, not enigmatic anomalies that needed intricate explanations. It was similar to realizing that the scenery outside a train window seems to move backwards because you are moving and not the scenery itself. Everything else's apparent motion becomes completely understandable once you comprehend your own motion. Copernicus, however, was reluctant to publish this theory. He realized that implying that the Earth moves was a fundamental challenge to how people perceive their place in the universe, not just a technical astronomical adjustment. According to the medieval perspective, humanity's unique place in God's creation was symbolized by the Earth's location at the center of the universe. Humanity appeared to be devalued from the center of divine attention to just another wandering planet. When the Earth was moved out to orbit the Sun, Copernicus spent decades refining his mathematical models and gathering evidence, but he was reluctant to expose his ideas to public criticism. Finally, in 1543, he published On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, presenting his heliocentric model as a mathematical convenience that happened to provide more elegant explanations for astronomical observations. The book was dedicated to the Pope and carefully framed to minimize theological controversy. The immediate reaction was remarkably muted. Most astronomers treated the Copernican system as an interesting mathematical tool rather than a literal description of reality. It was useful for calculations, but didn't necessarily mean the Earth actually moved. This response allowed the heliocentric idea to circulate and gain supporters without immediately triggering the religious backlash that Copernicus had feared. But some people understood the broader implications immediately. If the Earth was just another planet orbiting the Sun, what did that say about humanity's special status? If the universe was much larger than previously thought, and it had to be to explain why we don't observe stellar parallax as Earth orbits the Sun, what did that suggest about our cosmic significance? These questions would trouble theologians and philosophers for generations. The Copernican revolution also demonstrated something important about how scientific ideas develop and spread. Revolutionary concepts often begin as technical solutions to narrow problems within specialized fields. Copernicus was trying to improve astronomical calculations, not overthrow medieval cosmology. But ideas have consequences that extend far beyond their original contexts, and those consequences can transform entire worldviews. Moreover, the acceptance of new ideas often depends as much on their practical utility as on their theoretical elegance. The Copernican system gained supporters partly because it provided better predictions of planetary positions, which was important for navigation, calendar reform, and astrological calculations. People adopted heliocentric astronomy not necessarily because they were convinced the Earth actually moved, but because it worked better for practical purposes. This pattern, technical improvements leading to conceptual revolutions, would repeat throughout the history of physics. Improvements in mathematical techniques, observational instruments, or experimental methods often reveal new phenomena that require fundamental changes in theoretical understanding. The Copernican revolution was one of the first clear examples of this process, but it certainly wouldn't be the last. As you drift off tonight, consider how comfortable assumptions about the nature of reality can be quietly undermined by patient technical work. Copernicus didn't set out to revolutionize human thought. He just wanted to make astronomical calculations more elegant. But sometimes the pursuit of mathematical beauty leads to profound insights about the structure of the universe. Insights that force us to reconsider our most basic assumptions about our place in the cosmic order. Picture yourself in 1609, living in a world where the most distant things you can see clearly are perhaps a few miles away on a clear day. Suddenly, someone hands you a device that lets you see the craters on the moons of Jupiter, and thousands of previously invisible stars. This is what happened when Galileo Galilei turned his newly improved telescope toward the sky, and the universe has never looked the same since. Galileo didn't invent the telescope. That honour belongs to Dutch spectacle makers who discovered that certain combinations of lenses could magnify distant objects. But Galileo heard about these devices, immediately grasped their potential, and set about improving their design with the enthusiasm of someone who had found the perfect tool for satisfying his curiosity about the natural world. Within months, Galileo had built telescopes that magnified objects 20 times or more, far better than anything previously available. Then he did something that seems obvious in retrospect but was actually quite revolutionary. He pointed his telescope at the night sky and systematically observed what he saw there. Most people had been using telescopes to observe distant ships or enemy fortifications, practical applications that everyone could understand. Galileo was using them to explore the cosmos. What he discovered changed everything. The moon, which had appeared to be a perfect smooth sphere in classical astronomy, turned out to have mountains, valleys, and what appeared to be ancient impact craters. The Milky Way, which looked like a faint cloud to the naked eye, resolved into thousands of individual stars. Venus showed phases like the moon, cycling from full to crescent as it orbited the sun. Most dramatically, Galileo discovered 4 moons orbiting Jupiter. These weren't just distant stars that moved slightly from night to night. These were clearly satellites revolving around the giant planet in regular, predictable patterns. For the first time in human history, someone had direct observational evidence that not everything in the universe revolved around Earth. The discovery of Jupiter's moons was particularly significant because it demolished one of the main objections to the Copernican system. Critics had argued that if the Earth moved through space, it would leave the moon behind, like a horse outrunning its rider. But here was Jupiter, clearly moving through the heavens while keeping 4 moons in tow. If Jupiter could maintain satellites while moving, why couldn't Earth do the same? Galileo published his telescopic observations in a book called Sidereus Nuncius, The Starry Messenger, and it became an immediate sensation. Educated people across Europe were fascinated by these revelations about the true nature of the celestial realm. Some were sceptical. How could a mere optical instrument reveal truths that had been hidden from human eyes for all of recorded history? Others worried about the theological implications of discovering that the heavens were far more complex and diverse than anyone had imagined. But Galileo's telescopic observations were just the beginning of his contributions to physics. He was equally fascinated by motion here on Earth, and he approached the study of moving objects with the same systematic methodology that he applied to astronomy. This terrestrial work would prove even more revolutionary than his celestial discoverers. Galileo realized that Aristotelian physics, which had dominated European thought for over a millennium, was simply wrong about some fundamental aspects of motion. Aristotle had taught that heavy objects fall faster than light ones, that objects in motion naturally come to rest, and that the motion of projectiles required continuous pushing by the surrounding air. Galileo's careful experiments and mathematical analysis revealed that none of these ideas accurately described how things actually moved. Through ingenious experiments with inclined planes, pendulums, and projectiles, Galileo discovered that all objects fall at the same rate in the absence of air resistance, that objects in motion tend to stay in motion unless something stops them, and that projectile motion can be understood as a combination of horizontal motion at constant velocity and vertical motion under constant acceleration. These insights laid the groundwork for a completely new understanding of mechanics. Perhaps more importantly, Galileo pioneered the use of mathematics to describe physical phenomena quantitatively. Instead of just saying that objects fall quickly or slowly, he measured exactly how their velocities change with time. Instead of simply observing that pendulums swing back and forth, he discovered the mathematical relationship between a pendulum's length and its period of oscillation. This mathematical approach to physics was revolutionary because it allowed theories to make precise, testable predictions. If you knew the mathematical laws governing motion, you could predict exactly where a projectile would land, how long a pendulum would take to complete its swing, or how fast an object would be moving after falling a given distance. Physics was becoming a quantitative science capable of making precise predictions about natural phenomena. Galileo's combination of systematic observation, careful experimentation, and mathematical analysis established the methodology that would guide physics for centuries to come. He showed that human beings could discover the mathematical laws governing natural phenomena through patient, systematic investigation. This was a profoundly optimistic vision. The universe might be vast and complex, but it was also comprehensible to human intelligence, equipped with the right tools and methods. There's something deeply satisfying about the story of Newton's apple, even though it probably never happened quite the way popular legend tells it. The image of a young man sitting under a tree, struck by inspiration when a piece of fruit falls on his head, captures something essential about the nature of scientific discovery. Sometimes the most profound insights come from paying attention to the most ordinary phenomena. The real Newton was far more complex than the legend suggests. He was a mathematician of extraordinary talent, an alchemist who spent years trying to transmute base metals into gold, a theologian who wrote more about biblical prophecy than about physics, and a natural philosopher who somehow managed to create a unified mathematical description of motion that worked equally well for falling apples and orbiting planets. When Newton began his serious work on mechanics and gravitation in the 1660s, he inherited a collection of important but disconnected insights from his predecessors. Galileo had discovered the mathematical laws governing motion on Earth. Kepler had discovered that planets move in elliptical orbits according to precise mathematical relationships. Descartes had suggested that all natural phenomena could be understood through mechanical principles, but no one had figured out how to tie these discoveries together into a coherent theoretical framework. Newton's genius lay in recognizing that terrestrial and celestial mechanics were really the same thing. The force that makes an apple fall from a tree is the same force that keeps the moon in orbit around Earth and the planets in orbit around the sun. This insight, the universality of gravitation, was one of the most profound unifying principles in the history of science. But Newton didn't just propose that gravity was universal. He worked out the mathematical details with extraordinary precision. He showed that gravitational force decreases with the square of the distance between objects, and that this inverse square law could account for all of Kepler's observational discoveries about planetary motion. He demonstrated that the same mathematical principles could explain the tides, the precession of Earth's rotation, and the complex motions of comets. The mathematical sophistication of Newton's work was unprecedented. To solve the problems he was tackling, Newton had to invent entirely new mathematical techniques, what we now call calculus. He developed methods for analysing continuously changing quantities, for understanding the relationship between instantaneous velocity and position, and for calculating the forces required to produce complex motions. Newton's Principia Mathematica, published in 1687, was unlike anything that had ever been written. It presented a complete mathematical system for understanding motion and force, derived from just a few basic principles and applicable to everything from projectiles to planets. The book was so mathematically sophisticated that only a handful of people in Europe could fully understand it when it was first published. But the implications of Newton's work extended far beyond technical mathematics. He had shown that the universe operated according to precise mathematical laws that human beings could discover and understand. The same principles that governed the laboratory bench also governed the motions of stars and galaxies. This was a breathtakingly unified vision of nature, and it suggested that everything in the universe, from the smallest particle to the largest celestial body, was part of a single, coherent, mathematically describable system. Newton's mechanics also established a new standard for what scientific theories should accomplish. A good theory didn't just explain known phenomena, it made precise predictions that could be tested against future observations. Newton's gravitational theory predicted the existence of previously unknown celestial objects, explained puzzling features of cometary orbits, and even allowed astronomers to discover new planets by analysing tiny irregularities in the motions of known planets. The success of Newtonian mechanics had profound cultural implications. If the universe operated like a vast, precise clockwork mechanism, what did that suggest about the role of divine intervention in natural affairs? If human reason could discover the mathematical laws governing all natural phenomena, what were the limits of human knowledge? These questions would occupy philosophers and theologians for generations. Newton himself was deeply religious and saw his scientific work as revealing the mathematical harmony of God's creation. He believed that the elegant mathematical structure of natural laws provided evidence for divine intelligence and design, but later thinkers would sometimes use Newtonian mechanics to support more materialistic or deterministic worldviews. The practical applications of Newtonian mechanics were equally revolutionary. Engineers could now calculate the precise forces and motions involved in mechanical systems, leading to dramatic improvements in everything from mill machinery to naval architecture. Navigators could predict the positions of celestial bodies with unprecedented accuracy. The Industrial Revolution was built in part on the mathematical understanding of mechanics that Newton had provided. As you settle into sleep tonight, consider the extraordinary intellectual achievement that Newton represented. He took the scattered insights of his predecessors and wove them into a mathematical tapestry that revealed the fundamental architecture of the physical universe. For the first time in human history, people could understand the cosmos not as a collection of mysterious phenomena, but as a single, integrated system operating according to comprehensible mathematical principles. While Newton was revealing the mathematical architecture of motion and gravitation, Other natural philosophers were grappling with phenomena that seemed more subtle and mysterious: heat, light, electricity, and magnetism. These forces could be felt and observed, but they didn't fit neatly into the mechanical framework that worked so well for understanding the motion of solid objects. Consider heat, something so fundamental to human experience that we rarely think about what it actually is. For centuries, most people assumed that heat was a kind of invisible fluid called caloric that flowed from hot objects to cold ones like water flowing downhill. But Dalton's atoms were still hypothetical entities inferred from indirect evidence. Nobody had actually seen an atom or measured its properties directly. The atoms remained invisible and, for all practical purposes, undetectable by any direct means available to 19th century science. The first hints that atoms might have internal structure came from studies of electricity. Michael Faraday's experiments with electrolysis, passing electric currents through solutions of various compounds, showed that electric charge and matter were related in precise quantitative ways. It took a definite amount of electric charge to deposit a definite amount of any given element from solution, suggesting that atoms themselves might carry discrete amounts of electric charge. These studies led to the discovery of what we now call the electron. J.J. Thomson, working at Cambridge University in the 1890s, was studying the behaviour of electric currents in evacuated glass tubes. He found that these currents consisted of streams of tiny, negatively charged particles that were much lighter than any known atom. These corpuscles, as Thomson initially called them, seemed to be fundamental constituents of matter, pieces of atoms rather than complete atoms. Thomson's discovery was revolutionary because it showed that atoms were not indivisible after all. They had internal structure and could be broken apart under the right conditions. This raised fascinating questions. If atoms contain negatively charged electrons, they must also contain positively charged material to balance the negative charge. How are these positive and negative components arranged within atoms? Thomson proposed what became known as the plum pudding model of atomic structure. Atoms consisted of a diffuse sphere of positive charge with negatively charged electrons embedded within it, like raisins in a pudding. This model explained the overall electrical neutrality of atoms while accounting for the emission of electrons under certain conditions. But the plum pudding model wouldn't survive for long. Ernest Rutherford, working with his students Hans Geiger and Ernest Marsden, conducted experiments that revealed the true structure of atoms in dramatic fashion. They fired alpha particles, energetic, positively charged particles emitted by radioactive elements, at thin gold foils and observed how these particles were deflected. According to the plum pudding model, alpha particles should pass through the diffuse positive charge of gold atoms with only slight deflections, like bullets passing through soft targets. Instead, Rutherford's team found that while most alpha particles did pass through with little deflection, a small percentage bounced back almost directly toward their source. This was completely unexpected. As Rutherford later said, it was like firing artillery shells at tissue paper and having some of them bounce back. The only way to explain these results was to assume that atoms had a very different structure than Thomson had proposed. Instead of diffuse spheres of positive charge, atoms must contain tiny, dense nuclei carrying all the positive charge and most of the mass, with electrons orbiting these nuclei like planets around the Sun. Most alpha particles pass through the mostly empty space between nuclei, but the few that happened to approach nuclei closely were deflected or reflected by the intense electrical forces near these dense concentrations of positive charge. Rutherford's nuclear model of the atom was a triumph of experimental physics. It showed that atoms were mostly empty space. If an atom were expanded to the size of a football stadium, the nucleus would be about the size of a marble at the centre, with electrons somewhere in the stands. This was a startling picture of the structure of matter. The solid objects of everyday experience were revealed to be mostly emptiness, held together by electromagnetic forces between tiny, widely separated particles. But the nuclear model also created new puzzles. According to classical electromagnetic theory, orbiting electrons should continuously emit electromagnetic radiation, lose energy, and spiral into the nucleus in a fraction of a second. Atoms should be completely unstable, yet they were obviously stable enough to constitute the entire material universe. Something was seriously wrong with the classical understanding of electromagnetic radiation at atomic scales. Meanwhile, other investigators were discovering even more puzzling aspects of atomic behaviour. Studies of atomic spectra, the light emitted or absorbed by atoms, showed that atoms could only emit or absorb radiation at very specific frequencies, producing characteristic patterns of bright or dark lines. These spectral lines were like fingerprints that could be used to identify different elements, but classical physics provided no explanation for why only certain frequencies were allowed. Max Planck's work on blackbody radiation had already suggested that energy might come in discrete packets, rather than continuous amounts. Einstein's explanation of the photoelectric effect had proposed that light itself consisted of discrete particles carrying quantized amounts of energy. Now, atomic spectroscopy was suggesting that atoms themselves could only exist in discrete energy states. All of these discoveries were pointing toward a radical conclusion. The classical physics that worked so well for describing the behavior of large objects might not apply to the microscopic world of atoms and electrons. The atomic realm seemed to operate according to different rules. Rules that allowed only certain energies, certain orbital paths, and certain frequencies of radiation. As you settle in for the night, consider how these early atomic investigators were discovering that the familiar, solid world of everyday experience was built from components that behaved in utterly unfamiliar ways. The atoms that make up your pillow, your blanket, and even your own body are mostly empty space populated by particles obeying rules that would have seemed like magic to earlier generations of scientists. The universe was revealing itself to be far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. As the 19th century drew to a close, physics found itself in a curious position. On one hand, the achievements were breathtaking. Newton's mechanics explained the motion of everything from billiard balls to planets. Maxwell's electromagnetism unified light with electricity and magnetism, and thermodynamics had revealed the fundamental principles governing heat and energy. The universe appeared to be a vast, comprehensible mechanism operating according to mathematical laws that human intelligence had successfully decoded. Yet careful observers were noticing cracks in this magnificent edifice, small experimental results that didn't quite fit the theoretical predictions, puzzling phenomena that seemed to violate established principles, strange behaviours that suggested the familiar laws of physics might not apply everywhere and under all conditions. These weren't dramatic failures that demanded immediate attention, but subtle anomalies that hinted at deeper mysteries. The behaviour of light presented some of the most perplexing puzzles. Maxwell's electromagnetic theory had triumphantly explained light as waves in the electromagnetic field, and this wave picture successfully accounted for interference, diffraction, and most other optical phenomena. But certain experiments seemed to require treating light as discrete particles rather than continuous waves. The photoelectric effect was particularly troubling. When light shines on certain metals, electrons are emitted from the surface, a phenomenon that should be easily explained by electromagnetic theory. The energy of the light waves should be transferred to electrons, heating them up until some have enough energy to escape the metal. This suggested that brighter light should produce more energetic electrons, just as brighter sunlight produces more heating. But experiments showed something completely different. The energy of emitted electrons depended only on the frequency, colour, of the light, not on its brightness. Dim blue light produced more energetic electrons than bright red light. Even stranger, below certain frequencies, no electrons were emitted at all, no matter how bright the light became. This was like finding that whispered words could break glass while shouted words could not, depending only on the pitch of the voice rather than its volume. Meanwhile, studies of atomic spectra were revealing that atoms could only emit or absorb light at very specific frequencies, producing characteristic patterns of bright or dark lines that were as distinctive as fingerprints. Classical physics suggested that atoms should be able to emit or absorb electromagnetic radiation at any frequency. Yet experiments showed that only certain discrete frequencies were allowed. It was as if atomic violins could only play certain specific notes, never the notes in between. The structure of atoms themselves presented equally puzzling contradictions. Rutherford's experiments had revealed that atoms consisted of tiny, dense nuclei, surrounded by orbiting electrons, but classical electromagnetic theory predicted that such a system should be completely unstable. Orbiting electrons should continuously emit electromagnetic radiation, lose energy, and spiral into the nucleus in a tiny fraction of a second. Yet atoms were obviously stable enough to constitute the entire material universe. Perhaps most mysteriously, careful measurements of the speed of light were producing results that seemed to violate common sense. Maxwell's equations implied that light should travel at a constant speed relative to the electromagnetic field that supported it, just as sound travels at a constant speed relative to the air that carries it. This suggested that there should be a preferred reference frame, the frame in which the electromagnetic field was at rest, and that measurements of light speed should depend on the observer's motion relative to this frame. but the famous Michelson-Morley experiment found no evidence for such a preferred frame. The speed of light appeared to be the same for all observers, regardless of their motion. This was like finding that the sound of a train whistle had the same pitch whether you were running toward or away from the train, a result that seemed to contradict everything physics had learned about waves and relative motion. These experimental puzzles were accumulating throughout the 1890s and early 1900s, creating a sense that classical physics, despite its remarkable successes, was approaching the boundaries of its applicability. The clockwork universe was still running remarkably well for most purposes, but careful examination was revealing phenomena that didn't quite fit the classical mechanical framework. Most physicists initially assumed that these puzzles would eventually be resolved through minor modifications to existing theories, perhaps by discovering new effects or making more precise calculations. The basic principles of classical physics, Newton's laws of motion, Maxwell's electromagnetic theory, and the kinetic theory of heat, seemed so well established and so successful that fundamental revision seemed almost unthinkable. But a few prescient investigators were beginning to suspect that something more radical might be required. Lord Kelvin's famous comment about two small clouds on the otherwise clear horizon of physics reflected the general optimism that these minor puzzles would soon be resolved. Instead, these small clouds would grow into the conceptual storms that would transform our understanding of space, time, matter, and energy. The stage was set for the most profound revolution in the history of physics. The classical worldview had reached its limits, and nature was ready to reveal principles far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. The comfortable mechanical universe of the 19th century was about to give way to a cosmos governed by quantum uncertainty and relativistic space-time. A universe in which the familiar rules of everyday experience would prove to be approximations valid, only under limited conditions. But that's a story for another bedtime tale. For now, it's enough to appreciate how the patient, systematic work of 19th century physicists had pushed human understanding to the very edges of the classical worldview. They had explored the mechanical universe as thoroughly as it could be explored, discovered its fundamental principles and mapped its boundaries. In doing so, they had unknowingly prepared the ground for the revolutionary insights that would follow. As we near the end of our journey through pre-Einstein physics, it's worth pausing to appreciate the extraordinary pattern that had emerged from centuries of patient investigation. What had begun with ancient philosophers wondering why things fell down instead of up had evolved into a magnificent intellectual edifice that revealed deep mathematical harmonies underlying the apparent chaos of natural phenomena. The story of physics before Einstein is really a story about the gradual discovery that the universe speaks mathematics. Not the dry abstract mathematics of homework assignments, but a living, breathing mathematical language that describes everything from the flutter of falling leaves to the dance of distant galaxies. Each generation of investigators had decoded a little more of this cosmic language, gradually revealing the elegant simplicity that underlies nature's complexity. Newton's great insight was recognizing that the same mathematical principles governed motion everywhere in the universe. The parabolic path of a thrown stone and the elliptical orbit of Mars were both consequences of the same underlying laws. This mathematical unity suggested that the universe was not a collection of separate, unrelated phenomena, but a single, integrated system operating according to comprehensible principles. Maxwell's electromagnetic theory extended this unification even further, showing that light, electricity, and magnetism were all manifestations of a single electromagnetic field oscillating through space. The rainbow of colours in a sunset, the spark from a doorknob on a dry day, and the invisible forces that aligned compass needles were all different notes in an electromagnetic symphony that filled the universe. The kinetic theory of heat revealed that thermal phenomena, the warmth of sunlight, the expansion of heated metals, the pressure of steam in engines, were really consequences of the random motion of countless tiny particles. Temperature was molecular motion. Heat transfer was the sharing of kinetic energy between particles. The gas laws were statistical descriptions of particle behavior. Once again, apparently different phenomena were revealed to be different manifestations of the same underlying reality. This progressive unification was more than just intellectual satisfaction for physicists. It demonstrated that human reason, equipped with careful observation and mathematical analysis, could penetrate the deepest mysteries of nature. The universe might be vast and complex, but it was also comprehensible. Natural phenomena might appear chaotic and unpredictable, but they followed mathematical laws that could be discovered and understood. This was an extraordinarily optimistic worldview. It suggested that every mystery could eventually be solved. every phenomenon eventually understood, and every natural law eventually decoded. The universe was like an enormous but finite book written in the language of mathematics. Human beings had learned to read this language, and given enough time and effort, they could eventually read the entire book. The practical consequences of this mathematical understanding were transforming human civilization. Steam engines designed using thermodynamic principles were powering the Industrial Revolution. Telegraph systems based on electromagnetic theory were shrinking the world by enabling near-instantaneous communication across vast distances. Precision navigation using gravitational astronomy was making global commerce safer and more reliable. But perhaps most remarkably, the mathematical laws discovered by physicists were revealing unexpected connections between apparently unrelated phenomena. The same equations that described the vibration of violin strings also described the oscillation of electromagnetic fields. The same principles that governed the flight of projectiles also governed the orbits of comets. The same statistical methods that explain the behavior of gases also explain the properties of heat and temperature. These connections suggested that the universe possessed a kind of mathematical coherence that went far deeper than anyone had suspected. It wasn't just that natural phenomena obeyed mathematical laws. It was that these laws were interconnected in ways that revealed a profound underlying unity. The universe appeared to be constructed according to mathematical principles that human minds could discover and appreciate. This mathematical harmony had an almost musical quality. Just as a symphony weaves together different instruments and melodies to create a unified artistic experience, the universe seemed to weave together different physical phenomena to create a unified natural order. The ancients had spoken of the music of the spheres, the idea that celestial motions produced harmonious sounds that reflected the mathematical order of creation. While this literal interpretation had been abandoned, 19th century physics had revealed a deeper sense in which the universe really did possess mathematical harmony. Yet even as physicists celebrated these achievements, they were beginning to encounter phenomena that didn't quite fit the established patterns. The small experimental anomalies we discussed earlier were like discordant notes in an otherwise harmonious symphony. They suggested that the classical mathematical description of nature, however successful, might be incomplete. These puzzles weren't necessarily failures of the classical approach. They might simply indicate that nature's mathematical language was richer and more subtle than anyone had realized. Just as a simple melody can be developed into complex variations that reveal hidden possibilities within the original theme, the mathematical laws of classical physics might be special cases of more general principles that would prove even more beautiful and unified. This possibility was both exciting and unsettling. Exciting because it suggested that the greatest discoveries might still lie ahead, that the universe might possess mathematical depth that would dwarf even the remarkable achievements of Newton and Maxwell. Unsettling because it implied that the comfortable mechanical worldview of classical physics might need to be abandoned in favour of principles that would challenge basic assumptions about the nature of space, time, matter, and causality. As you drift off to sleep tonight, listen for the mathematical music that classical physicists had learned to hear in the natural world. The steady tick of a clock measures the flow of time according to principles Newton would recognise. The warm glow of a lamp represents electromagnetic radiation behaving exactly as Maxwell's equations predict. The gentle settling of your house reflects thermal expansion and contraction governed by the kinetic theory of heat. But also consider that this familiar music might be just the beginning of a much grander composition, one that would require new mathematical languages to appreciate fully and new conceptual frameworks to understand completely. The classical symphony of physics had reached a magnificent conclusion, but the universe was preparing to reveal entirely new movements that would transform our understanding of reality itself. As our journey through pre-Einstein physics draws to a close, take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary intellectual adventure we've shared. We've travelled from ancient Greek philosophers throwing rocks and wondering about the nature of motion, through medieval scholars rediscovering Aristotle and inventing new ways to think about natural phenomena, to 19th century investigators revealing the mathematical harmonies that govern everything from heat and light to electricity and magnetism. What emerges from this long story is a picture of human curiosity gradually unveiling the deep structure of reality through patient observation, careful experimentation, and creative mathematical thinking. Each generation built upon the insights of their predecessors, slowly constructing an edifice of understanding that revealed the universe to be far more elegant, unified, and comprehensible than anyone had originally dared to hope. The physicists whose work we've explored weren't trying to revolutionize human thought. They were simply trying to understand how things worked. Galileo wanted to know why pendulums swung with regular periods. Newton was curious about why planets moved in elliptical orbits. Maxwell was trying to make sense of the relationship between electricity and magnetism. Yet their modest investigations into specific phenomena gradually revealed universal principles that transformed our understanding of the cosmos. This is one of the most remarkable features of scientific progress. Local investigations often reveal global truths. When you study falling objects carefully enough, you discover universal laws of motion. When you investigate heat transfer systematically, you uncover fundamental principles about energy and molecular behavior. When you explore electromagnetic phenomena thoroughly, you realize that light itself is an electromagnetic wave. The universe seems to be constructed in such a way that deep truths are accessible through careful study of commonplace phenomena. The classical physics that emerged from these centuries of investigation provided a worldview that was both scientifically powerful and psychologically comfortable. It suggested that the universe operated like a vast but comprehensible machine, governed by mathematical laws that human reason could discover and understand. Every phenomenon had a cause. Every effect followed necessarily from its antecedents. And given sufficient information about the present state of any system, its future behavior could be predicted with perfect accuracy. This deterministic, mechanical picture of nature had profound cultural implications. It suggested that human beings, through scientific investigation, could eventually understand everything about the natural world. Mystery wasn't a fundamental feature of reality. It was simply a temporary condition that would be eliminated as scientific knowledge advanced. The universe might be complex, but it wasn't ultimately mysterious. Yet even at the height of classical physics' success, careful observers were noticing small anomalies that didn't quite fit the established framework. These weren't dramatic failures that demanded immediate attention, but subtle puzzles that suggested the classical picture, however successful, might not be complete. The photoelectric effect, atomic spectra, the stability of atoms, and the constancy of light speed. These phenomena hinted that nature might operate according to principles stranger than anyone had imagined. These puzzles were like faint sounds from a distant country, barely audible but suggesting the existence of territories that hadn't yet been explored. Classical physics had mapped the familiar landscape of everyday experience with extraordinary precision, but there were regions beyond this familiar territory where different rules might apply, where new kinds of phenomena might exist, and where reality itself might prove to be far stranger and more wonderful than the clockwork universe of 19th century physics. Standing on the threshold of the 20th century, physics was in a position remarkably similar to geography in the 15th century. The known world had been mapped with increasing accuracy, trade routes had been established, and navigation had become a reliable science. But beyond the edges of the known world lay vast territories waiting to be discovered, territories that would prove to be far larger and more diverse than the familiar landscapes of Europe and the Mediterranean. Einstein and his contemporaries would prove to be the explorers of these new physical territories, discovering that space and time were far more flexible than Newton had imagined, that matter and energy were interchangeable, that uncertainty was built into the fundamental structure of reality, and that the universe was expanding, evolving, and far stranger than anyone had dreamed. But these revolutionary discoveries were only possible because of the solid foundation that classical physics had provided. You can't appreciate the strangeness of relativistic space-time without first understanding Newtonian mechanics. You can't grasp the weirdness of quantum uncertainty without first mastering classical electromagnetic theory. The revolution that was about to unfold in physics wasn't a rejection of classical insights. It was their fulfillment and transcendence. As you settle into sleep, consider that you've been privileged to witness one of the greatest intellectual adventures in human history. The gradual discovery that the universe is both more orderly and more mysterious than common sense suggests. The work of Galileo, Newton, Maxwell and their colleagues established that human reason, carefully applied, could penetrate the deepest secrets of nature. Their successors would discover that those secrets were far deeper and more wonderful than anyone had imagined. Tomorrow's sunrise will illuminate a world governed by the same physical laws that fascinated these earlier investigators. Gravity will still follow Newton's inverse square law for all practical purposes. Light will still behave as electromagnetic waves as Maxwell described. Heat will still flow according to the principles of thermodynamics. The classical physics we've explored together continues to govern the world of everyday experience with remarkable accuracy. But that same sunrise will also illuminate a universe that extends far beyond everyday experience. a cosmos where space and time are woven together in a fabric that can be stretched and curved, where particles exist in quantum superpositions of multiple states simultaneously, and where uncertainty is not just a limitation of our knowledge, but a fundamental feature of reality itself. The gentle story of physics before Einstein is really the story of human beings learning to see the universe with new eyes, discovering that reality is both more comprehensible and more mysterious than we originally supposed. It's a story that continues today, as each generation of investigators pushes further into the unknown territories that surround our island of understanding, always finding that the universe is stranger, more beautiful, and more wonderful than we had dared to imagine. Sleep well, knowing that you live in a cosmos whose secrets have been partially revealed through centuries of patient human curiosity, and whose deeper mysteries continue to beckon from beyond the edges of our current understanding. The universe delights in surprising us, usually in ways that reveal it to be more elegant and unified than we had previously thought possible. Sweet dreams of mathematical harmonies, electromagnetic symphonies, and the gentle dance of atoms that creates the solid reality of your pillow, your blanket, and the beating of your own heart. Imagine you're driving through the rolling hills of central Italy, maybe humming along to the song on the radio, when you suddenly see the landscape start to change. The soft farmland gives way to something more dramatic. A huge limestone mountain that looks like the shoulder of a sleeping giant. Its slopes are covered in medieval stone buildings that look like they grew right out of the rock. This is Monte Titano. If you squint just right in the afternoon light, you can almost see the ghost of a stonemason named Marinus from the 4th century climbing its rocky paths. He's probably wondering why he left the relative comfort of the Croatian coast for this Italian wilderness. We could say that Marinus was a very religious person. He had become a Christian at a time when being one was about as popular as being a tax collector. He thought the best way to serve God was to build a church in the most inconvenient place he could find. Monte Titano must have seemed like the perfect place because of its steep cliffs, unpredictable weather, and lack of amenities. The mountain itself is an interesting geological feature. It's a piece of limestone that sticks out from the surrounding area like a medieval castle made by nature. The 3 peaks make it a natural fortress, with steep drops on most sides and only a few easy ways to get there. This rocky outcropping looks like it was made just for hermits and people who want to prove something. If you were trying to hide from the world, you couldn't do much better than this. Marinus came to Rome around 301 CE, when the Roman Empire was still trying to figure out what to do about this new Christian religion. Most people were keeping their heads down and not saying anything. But Marinus wasn't like most people. He built a small hermitage on the side of the mountain and started letting other Christian refugees stay there. Over time, he built what was basically a very small, very high-altitude religious community. In those days, the area around Monte Titano was a mix of Roman farms, forest clearings, and wild countryside that made travel and adventure in the most dangerous way possible. Wolves still roamed the hills, bandits used the forest roads as their own personal shopping centres, and the weather could change from nice to deadly in the time it takes for a toddler to get upset. But Marinus and his growing community had found something that would define San Marino for the next 1700 years. Sometimes the best way to protect yourself is to just be too much trouble to attack. The mountain was too steep for an army to climb, too far away for you to gain much from controlling it, and too poor for you to ever get back what you spent to conquer it. The people who lived there at first survived by growing what they could in the thin mountain soil and trading with the few merchants who were brave enough to make the climb. They kept goats because goats seemed to like living on the edge of cliffs, unlike sheep. They grew grapes because grapevines, like hermits, do well in rocky, hard-to-reach places. And they got that kind of mountain stubbornness that comes from knowing that no one else will care about you if you don't. As you fall asleep tonight, picture the sound of church bells ringing off limestone cliffs, the smell of wood smoke mixing with the smell of wild herbs, and the sight of a small group of people who chose the hard path because it was the right one. They had no idea they were making the groundwork for one of the most successful countries in the world by accident. They were just trying to make it through each day on a mountain. San Marino is the answer if you've ever wondered what it would be like to live in a place where you could walk from one end of your country to the other in about an hour. It's about the size of a small American suburb, but it has all the problems and quirks of a real nation-state. The Republic is like a ship's crow's nest that looks out over the Emilia-Romagna region of Italy. From there you can see all the way from the Adriatic Sea to the Apennine Mountains. On clear days, which happen a lot because the mountain is so high, you can see all the way to the Croatian coast, where St. Marinus started his journey. You can see why people in the Middle Ages thought they could see the whole world from high places when you look at this view. Guaita, Sesta, and Montale are the three peaks of Monte Titano. Each one is topped with old fortifications, making a natural defensive triangle that has never been breached by force. Of course, this wasn't planned. When you build a settlement on a mountain with three convenient peaks, and live in a time when people use swords to settle arguments, it's only natural that you would put watchtowers on the high points. Italians call the climate here continental Mediterranean, which sounds fancy but really just means nice weather most of the time, with enough seasonal change to keep things interesting. Summers are warm but not too hot, thanks to the elevation and the breezes that come up from the valleys around. The winters are cool and sometimes snowy, which makes the medieval stone buildings look like a Christmas card made by someone with great taste in architecture. The soil on Monte Titano is thin and rocky, which might seem like a bad thing at first, but this is the kind of land that grows great wine grapes and tough people. The vineyards in San Marino grow on terraced slopes that would scare a mountain goat. The wines they make taste like they've taken in the essence of limestone, sunshine, and sheer willpower. But maybe the most important thing about San Marino's geography is that it is surrounded by nothing but Italy. Geographers call the Republic an enclave, which means that it is a country that is completely surrounded by another country. It's like being a tiny island in a huge Italian sea, which has affected every part of San Marino's growth from the Middle Ages to now. This geographic reality made what you could call the Goldilocks effect of survival. San Marino was big enough to keep its own culture and traditions, but not so big that anyone really wanted to take it over. It was rich enough to keep its people from having to move somewhere else because they were so poor, but not so rich that it got the kind of attention that makes armies show up at your door with paperwork to take your stuff. The mountain's location also made it a natural stop for people travelling between northern and southern Italy. People who were merchants, pilgrims, or even lost nobles would climb the winding paths to Monte Titano, spend a night or two there, buy supplies, and then move on. This kept the Republic from becoming completely cut off from the outside world, but it was never enough to threaten its independence. Water was always hard to find on the mountain, so people built complex cistern systems to collect and store rainwater. You can still see the old stone channels and underground reservoirs that the San Marinese built to catch every drop of water. It reminds us that independence often means learning how to survive, especially in small places. The forests that grew on the lower slopes gave the Republic wood for building, fuel for heating, and places to hunt that added to the Republic's diet. There were enough wild boar, deer, and smaller game to feed the people, but the community's changing laws made sure that hunting rights were carefully controlled. The mountain's natural boundaries may have given people a healthy sense of scale, which is something psychologists might recognize. San Marino was small enough that everyone knew everyone else, big enough to hold all the different parts of human society, and far enough away from the rest of the world that problems could be solved by working together instead of needing help from outside. Imagine living in a house between two neighbours who spend most of their time fighting over property lines, fence lines, and whose dog is making too much noise. Now picture that your neighbours are huge medieval kingdoms with armies, goals, and a habit of settling arguments by setting things on fire instead of suburban homeowners. For most of its early history, this was the case in San Marino. Amazingly, they turned what seemed like a disadvantage into their biggest strength. To the north and east were the lands ruled by different Italian city-states. Venice had its maritime empire, Florence had its banking networks, and there was a rotating cast of duchies and principalities that changed hands faster than a cursed medieval sword. The papal states were to the south and west. The Pope had both spiritual and political power there, and his armies could be blessed by God and still stab you with a sword. San Marino was smart enough to know early on that when you're too small to fight the big powers, the best thing to do is to make yourself too useful to destroy and too harmless to fear. They were like Switzerland in medieval Italy, but instead of banking and chocolate, they offered strategic neutrality and great hospitality to anyone who climbed their mountain. San Marino became very good at being diplomatically invisible during the long wars between the Guelphs and Ghibellines. These wars were like a political argument that lasted for centuries about who should be in charge, the Pope or the Holy Roman Emperor. As Guelph armies marched through the valleys below, the San Marinese would wave from their mountaintops and offer to pray for their victory. When Ghibelline troops came by, they would do the same thing with the same enthusiasm and sincerity. This wasn't cowardice. It was smart politics by people who knew that sometimes you have to put aside your pride and serve tea to everyone who might think you're an enemy. People started to think of the Republic as a place where people from different sides could meet to talk things over, where religious pilgrims could find safety no matter what their political beliefs were. and where tired medieval warriors could rest without worrying about being attacked by their enemies. The relationship with the Papal States was especially fragile because San Marino was technically part of land that the Pope claimed as his own. The popes, who were busy running both a church and a government, usually found it easier to recognise San Marino's independence than to spend the time and money needed to take over such a small and economically unimportant area. This led to a series of papal recognitions that were more like acknowledgements of reality than formal treaties. The Pope seemed to be saying, "Fine, you can keep your little mountain republic, but don't cause any trouble and remember to invite us to your important festivals." In return, San Marino stuck to strict religious rules and made sure that any pope who came would get a warm welcome that made the climb worthwhile. The relationship with the Italian powers around it was similar. San Marino would pay tribute when it was appropriate, help with military matters when it was asked for and possible, and always show the kind of diplomatic courtesy that made it clear they knew their place in the grand scheme of things. They were like the ideal neighbour who never complains about noise, always returns borrowed tools in better shape than they got them, and can be counted on to water your plants when you're away. But this plan of strategic insignificance needed to be adjusted all the time. If you were too independent, you might be seen as a threat. If you were too dependent, you might be completely absorbed. For hundreds of years, San Marino walked this tightrope, developing an almost supernatural sense of when to stand up for themselves and when to fade into the background of bigger events. The Republic's location also made it a natural place for people to go when they were fleeing the political unrest that happened all the time in medieval Italy. Nobles who had been kicked out of their homes, intellectuals who had been persecuted, and the occasional merchant who had backed the wrong side in a city-state dispute would all make their way up Monte Titano to wait out the storm and plan their next moves. This brought in a steady stream of outside knowledge and skills that made San Marino's culture better, without ever threatening to take it over. If you can imagine a community meeting where everyone has to be there because there is no one else to make the important decisions, you can start to understand how San Marino accidentally came up with one of the most stable forms of democratic government in the world. Their political system wasn't based on ideas, it was based on need and the kind of common sense that comes from knowing that if you fail, everyone will starve. The early San Marinese had a problem that anyone who has ever been in charge of a neighbourhood association would know about. Someone had to decide how to use shared resources, settle fights between neighbours, and deal with emergencies. But they couldn't go to a higher authority when things got tough, like most communities could. It would take days to get to the nearest duke, bishop, or imperial representative, and they were probably too busy with more important things to care about fights over goat grazing rights, or when to clean the cistern. So they did what people have always done when they lived together. They made a system that let the people who are most affected by decisions help make them. The Orengo, which is San Marino's General Assembly, grew from informal community meetings into something like a town hall democracy. But the town was actually the whole country. The Orengo wasn't a modern parliament. It was more like a big family meeting where everyone had strong opinions. Most decisions needed to be agreed upon, and the loudest voice didn't always win. In medieval times, every head of household could take part, which meant adult males who owned land. However, the property requirement was so low that it basically included anyone who owned a goat, kept a vineyard, or could show that they weren't completely dependent on someone else for survival. The dual captaincy came out of these meetings and became San Marino's most important contribution to political science. They didn't choose one leader who might be tempted by power or corrupted by authority. Instead, they chose two captains regent who served together for 6 months. It was like having two presidents who kept each other honest by making sure that any abuse of power would be seen right away by the person sitting next to you. This system came about because of real-world experience, not political theory. They had noticed that single leaders often started to believe they were more important than they really were. But committees could argue about decisions until the wolves were actually at the door. Two people, chosen for their skills and required to work together, could make decisions quickly and keep an eye on each other's possible excesses. The 6-month term limit was also useful. 6 months was enough time to deal with the complicated business of running a small republic, like negotiating with nearby powers, managing shared resources, and settling major disagreements. But it was not long enough for anyone to start thinking of the job as a career instead of a civic duty. It also meant that everyone knew that today's leader would be tomorrow's neighbour. This makes people much more polite when they are in charge. But maybe the most creative thing about San Marino's government was how it handled law and justice. Instead of using a complicated legal code that came from above, they came up with a way to settle disputes that was based on common sense and local customs. Most disagreements were worked out through mediation, with the elders of the community helping neighbours come to agreements that everyone could live with. They set up a system of courts for more serious cases that focused more on fixing things than on punishing people. If someone damaged their neighbour's property, the goal was to fix the damage, not to get back at them. If someone broke the rules of the community, the usual response was to try to get them back in good standing instead of kicking them out for good. This method worked in part because San Marino was small enough that everyone's reputation mattered, and social pressure was more effective than formal punishment. But it also worked because the people in the community knew that in a place where everyone depended on everyone else to live, breaking up relationships was a luxury they couldn't afford. The way the Republic handled taxes was also very practical. Instead of a complicated system of taxes and fees, they mostly relied on people giving them goods and services. Everyone in the community pitched in to help build fortifications by doing work or bringing materials, depending on what they could do. Everyone pitched in to help pay for diplomatic trips or to host important guests, based on what they could afford. This system of government had to create something amazing. A political culture where leadership was seen as service instead of privilege, where decisions were made together instead of by one person, and where the health of the community was more important than individual goals. It wasn't perfect, no human system ever is, but it was very strong and surprisingly good at managing the difficult task of keeping a small mountain republic free for more than 17 centuries. It's funny how a community suddenly realizes it has become a country, like someone who starts collecting stamps as a hobby and then finds out they're running a philatelic empire. San Marino slowly came to this realization. One day, they were just a group of people living on a mountain, trying to keep their traditions and independence. The next day, they were a sovereign nation with diplomatic ties and everything. There wasn't a declaration of independence, a revolutionary war, or even a very dramatic ceremony to mark the change. Instead, it happened through a series of small acknowledgements, practical agreements, and the gradual building up of precedents that eventually led to something that looked like statehood. It was like becoming famous without realizing when you stopped being a private person. In 1631, Pope Urban VIII officially recognized San Marino's independence. This was the first sign that the small community had crossed an invisible line into becoming a real country. It wasn't that the Pope was being especially nice. It was more like a busy landlord officially saying that the tenants in the small apartment upstairs could take care of themselves, and probably didn't need to be directly supervised. But getting the Pope's approval was one thing. Living in a world where nation-states were getting stronger was something else entirely. During the 17th and 18th centuries, Europe saw the rise of territorial consolidation, where bigger powers took over smaller ones through war, marriage, or just to make things easier to run. San Marino's continued independence started to seem less like a strange thing from the Middle Ages, and more like a political miracle. They were able to stay alive because they were very good at what we might call strategic irrelevance. They were too small to be a threat, too poor to be worth conquering for economic reasons, and too well positioned to be completely ignored. They were in a good place in the complicated world of European politics, important enough to be a neutral meeting place, but not so important that they could be dangerous on their own. This was especially important during the time of Napoleon, when the French emperor was changing the map of Europe with the same excitement as someone who had just bought a house and was rearranging the furniture. Napoleon, strangely enough, not only left San Marino alone, but also offered to give them more land. The San Marinese, who had been able to stay alive for hundreds of years, politely said no. They knew that taking gifts from Napoleon could mean making promises they couldn't keep and getting attention they didn't want. The 19th century brought new problems as nationalism spread across Europe, and the Italian peninsula started its long journey toward unification. San Marino was in the strange position of being asked to join something that didn't really exist yet. A unified Italian nation that was still more of a dream than a reality. They answered in a way that was typical of them, practical. They generally supported Italian unification, gave political refugees from Austrian and papal authorities a place to stay, and even offered military help when they could do so without putting their own safety at risk. But they also made it clear that they would not give up their own independence in order to support Italian nationalism. This job needed a lot of diplomatic skill. San Marino needed to show that they were on the same page as their Italian neighbours, but they didn't want to look like a remnant of the old feudal system that the nationalists were trying to get rid of. They had to show the new Italian state that they were useful, but not so useful that it would be tempting to take them in. San Marino's main idea that helped them get through this time was understanding the difference between independence and sovereignty. They could negotiate, defend, and keep their sovereignty, the formal recognition of their right to exist as a separate political entity, through careful diplomacy. Independence. The ability to make their own decisions about their own lives was something they had to show through good government and strong community ties. The charismatic leader of Italian unification, Giuseppe Garibaldi, knew this difference. After a failed campaign, he went to San Marino for safety. There, he was not welcomed as a conquering hero, but as a guest who had earned sanctuary through his dedication to freedom. The Republic's decision to protect him, even though the Austrian authorities were putting pressure on them, showed that their independence wasn't just a legal technicality, but a real commitment to the values that had kept them going for hundreds of years. By 1871, when Italy became a unified country, San Marino had changed from a medieval oddity into a real member of the community of nations. They had treaties with big countries, diplomatic representation in important cities, and most importantly, an international reputation that made it seem normal for them to stay independent. But the most interesting thing about San Marino's accidental nationhood is how little it changed the way they ran their government and lived in their communities. They stayed a republic of neighbours who just happened to live in the same country, not subjects of a state who just happened to live in the same place. The difference may seem small, but it changed how they saw their relationship with each other and the world around them. Imagine waking up every day in a place where your commute to work might take you past fortifications that are 1,000 years old, where your local grocery store is built on a foundation that is older than most European cathedrals, and where you might run into your head of state at the market. This was the daily life of people in San Marino, who somehow managed to live normal lives in one of the most accidentally amazing places on Earth. The mountain itself set the pace for daily life in the Republic. The eastern slopes of Monte Titano woke up early. The warm gold light painted the limestone walls of the old towers, and the light slowly spread across the terraced vineyards and olive groves that clung to the mountain sides. The air in the morning smelled like wild herbs like rosemary, thyme and sage that grew in the rocky crevices. It also smelled like wood smoke from the chimneys of houses that looked like they were made of mountain stone. As it always has been in farming communities where daylight is precious and seasons don't wait for anyone, work started early. The vineyards needed constant care, pruning in the winter, training in the spring and harvesting in the fall. The thin mountain soil needed careful cultivation to grow anything more than food. But maybe because of these problems, San Marino's wines became known far beyond the tiny borders of the Republic. The olive groves were just as hard to work in. Their silver trees were rooted into terraces that previous generations had carved out of the mountainside with only their willpower and simple tools. Olive oil wasn't just something to cook with. It was also money, medicine, and the basis for trade with the valleys below. A good harvest could pay for diplomatic missions or infrastructure projects, but a bad one meant having to cut back and hope for a better year next year. But farming was only one part of the Republic's economy. Because of where it was on old trade routes, San Marino was a natural place for merchants to stop on their way between northern and southern Italy. The Republic's markets, which were held in the shadow of medieval towers, became known for their honesty. In a world where travelling merchants never knew if they would be cheated, robbed or both, San Marino offered something rare: reliable, fair dealing. This reputation for honesty in business wasn't just a fluke. In a community where everyone's actions had an impact on everyone else's wealth, keeping trust wasn't just the right thing to do. It was necessary for economic survival. If a merchant cheated visitors, their neighbours would shun them because they knew that their reputation as a group was their most valuable asset. Craft traditions that grew up in San Marino were based on both need and chance. Stonemasons had to learn how to work with the local limestone for both building and decorating. Woodworkers who lived on the lower slopes of the mountain had access to the forests, and learned how to make furniture and tools that could stand up to the mountain's extreme weather. At first, metalworkers only made weapons and tools for farming. Over time, they became artists whose work was sought after by collectors all over Italy. But the most unique thing about daily life in San Marino was how everyone was expected to be responsible for their own actions. In bigger countries, you have to deal with government. In San Marino, it was just as natural as taking care of your vineyard or your home. The Orengo meetings weren't official political events. They were community gatherings where neighbours talked about things that were important to them and made decisions together about things like how to keep the roads in good shape and how to handle foreign affairs. The social calendar was made up of both religious holidays and civic festivals. This created a rhythm of celebration that made the community feel like they were all part of something bigger. The Feast of St. Marinus, which took place on September 3rd, was both a religious holiday and a national celebration. It included processions, traditional foods, and the kind of communal activities that reminded everyone why they chose to live on a mountain together. The food culture in San Marino is unique because it is based on mountain ingredients and Italian influences, but it is still very local. The food tasted like the mountain itself because it was made with wild game from the nearby forests, cheese from mountain goats, wine from terraced vineyards, and olive oil pressed from trees that grew in soil that was so rocky it seemed impossible. The Republic's approach to education showed that it knew that in a small country, everyone's work is important. Kids learned more than just reading, writing, and math. They also learned useful skills like farming, making things, and how to be a good citizen. They learned as they grew up that they were inheriting more than just property or a job. They were also inheriting the responsibility of keeping a unique way of life alive that had lasted for hundreds of years through the hard work of many people. San Marino's culture saw public service as a normal part of adult life, not as a special job. This is perhaps the most amazing thing about the country. Citizens were expected to serve on committees, help make decisions about public issues, and take turns in different government jobs. The captain's regent were not professional politicians. They were neighbours who had been chosen to run the community's business for 6 months before going back to their vineyards, workshops, or whatever else they did for a living. This blending of government into everyday life made a political culture that was both very stable and very dynamic. Changes occurred incrementally, facilitated by dialogue and consensus rather than through revolution or edict. However, they transpired as the community adjusted to emerging challenges while preserving its fundamental values and traditions. When you're not sure you wanted international recognition in the first place, it can be a little awkward. San Marino went through this in the 1800s and 1900s as the world slowly realised that this tiny mountain republic was more than just a charming medieval curiosity. It was a real sovereign nation with all the rights and duties that come with being a state. Getting formal diplomatic recognition was like being asked to join a club you didn't know you wanted to join, only to find out that being a member came with a lot of rules you hadn't thought of before. All of a sudden, San Marino was expected to have opinions on global issues, follow formal diplomatic procedures, and have the kind of bureaucratic system that bigger countries take for granted. World War I was the first big test of their new international status. Most of Europe was too busy tearing itself apart over issues of nationalism, imperialism, and royal family feuds that had gotten way out of hand. San Marino, showing the diplomatic skill that had kept them free for hundreds of years, declared neutrality and spent the war years helping refugees while carefully avoiding any actions that could be seen as taking sides. This neutrality didn't mean staying out of world affairs, it meant doing active peacekeeping work that took a lot of skill and resources. The Republic became a safe place for people fleeing the violence, a place where people from both sides could talk to each other, and a sign that not every disagreement had to be settled with guns. It was hard work that used up a lot of their resources, but it also made San Marino known as a real neutral power, instead of just a country that was too small to matter. During the interwar years, fascist movements spread across Europe, and the old way of doing diplomacy fell apart into ideological conflict. San Marino was in a strange situation because it was surrounded by Mussolini's Italy, while trying to keep democratic institutions that their powerful neighbour saw as outdated. The Republic's response was a lesson in how to stay alive by being flexible in diplomacy. They got along well with the fascist government, while quietly keeping up their usual democratic practices. They didn't say anything that would make things worse, and they continued to shelter political refugees. Overall, they acted like good neighbours who just had different ideas about how to run their own affairs. This balancing act needed to be adjusted all the time and sometimes needed to be given up. San Marino couldn't openly oppose fascism without risking being taken over, but they couldn't support it without going against the democratic values that made them who they are. The answer was what we might call principled pragmatism, keeping their core values while changing how they acted in order to stay alive in a world that was becoming more hostile. The tensions reached a breaking point during World War II. Even though San Marino was officially neutral, its location made it impossible to be truly neutral. Allied planes flew over their land and German troops were nearby. The Republic clearly sided with the democratic powers, even if they couldn't say so out loud. The most dramatic event happened in 1944, when German troops briefly took over San Marino. They said it was to keep the Allies from using their territory, but it was really to show what could happen if the Republic's neutrality became a problem. The occupation only lasted a few weeks, but it reminded everyone that independence, no matter how legally solid, depended on the goodwill of bigger powers. After the war, San Marino became independent, and its wartime record made it even stronger. The Republic had been able to keep both Allied and Axis refugees safe, avoid major damage, and show that small countries could stay strong even when things got really bad. Their reputation for principled neutrality became one of their most useful diplomatic tools. But being recognised came with new duties that sometimes clashed with the old ways of doing things. International law expected San Marino to have up-to-date legal codes, standardised administrative procedures, and the kind of institutional infrastructure that could work with other modern countries. This meant slowly changing informal community practices into formal government systems. This process kept the substance of traditional governance while changing its form to fit modern needs. Tourism growth brought both chances and problems. San Marino is the world's oldest republic, and its beautiful mountains and well-preserved medieval buildings make it a great place for travellers who want something different from the usual European tourist experience. Tourism brought in money and made the republic known around the world, but it also threatened to turn it from a real community into a kind of historical theme park. To keep this balance, they needed the same kind of wisdom that had helped San Marino stay in power for hundreds of years. They needed to be able to welcome visitors without being overwhelmed by them, to show off their history without being stuck in it, and to stay true to who they were while taking advantage of the economic opportunities that tourism brought. The San Marinese solution was to welcome tourists while making it clear which parts of their society were open to business and which were still private community matters. People could visit the old fortifications, buy local crafts and taste the wine, but the Orengo meetings were still only for citizens, and self-government went on mostly the same way it always had. Take a seat and think about this amazing fact. In an age when huge corporations span continents and global powers measure their power in billions of people, San Marino has not only survived but thrived as a country with only 34,000 people living there and governing themselves on a mountain that you could walk across in an afternoon. It's like finding out that a community still runs by town hall meetings and everyone really goes, even though we live in an age of smartphones and space travel. The story of how San Marino went from being a medieval mountain village to a modern European nation-state is one of adaptation without abandonment. The country kept the basic principles of traditional government, while also adopting the technologies and institutions needed for a modern state. It's like fixing up a house that is hundreds of years old by adding modern plumbing and electricity, while keeping the stone walls and wooden beams that give it character. The Republic had to come up with some creative ways to solve problems that bigger countries don't have to deal with when they join the modern international system. How do you keep diplomatic ties with dozens of countries when your whole country could fit in a medium-sized sports stadium? How do you build a modern economy when your whole country could fit on a big college campus? During peak season, when tourists outnumber residents by a wide margin, how do you keep real traditions alive? San Marino's way of dealing with these problems showed the same practical wisdom that had helped them stay alive for 17 centuries. Instead of trying to compete in every area of national activity, they focused on doing a few things really well. San Marino, like a small restaurant that becomes famous by perfecting a small menu, figured out what made them better than their competitors and built modern institutions around those things. Their diplomatic strategy took advantage of the fact that they were an ancient republic with a long history of staying neutral and running a democracy. San Marino could be truly neutral because it has never been powerful enough to make enemies, while larger countries may have trouble letting go of old grudges and imperial baggage. They became experts in international mediation and peaceful diplomacy, which were becoming more and more important in a world that was getting more complicated. The Republic's way of growing the economy was also smart. Instead of trying to compete with Italy's industrial centres or relying on one industry, they branched out into areas where their small size was an advantage asset rather than a hindrance. San Marino's reputation for being private and stable helped its banking and financial services. Tourism took advantage of their unique history and beautiful natural setting. Visitors looking for real alternatives to mass-produced goods helped traditional crafts find new markets. But the most impressive thing about San Marino is that they were able to modernize their government systems without giving up their basic commitment to participatory democracy. The Orengo still meets, but now people who can't go in person can watch the meetings online. The dual captain regency is still going on, but now the captains deal with both local and global issues, as well as working with international organizations and the media. The community-based way of solving problems is still around, but now the problems include things like adapting to climate change and protecting against cyber attacks. The growth of information technology gave a country whose whole government was based on personal relationships and face-to-face interaction both chances and problems. How do you keep your community together when social media connects your people to global networks that are much bigger than their own? How do you keep real civic participation alive when it's easier to engage with people online than to go to meetings in person? San Marino's answer was typical of how they think. They saw technology as a way to improve, not replace, traditional ways of doing things in their communities. Online platforms gave people new ways to get information and join discussions, but people still had to be there in person for important meetings. Digital communication added to, but didn't replace, the personal relationships that were still the basis of their political culture. The educational system of the Republic changed over time to get people ready to be active members of both their own community and the world as a whole. Students learned about the history and customs that linked them to 17 centuries of self-rule. They also learned how to do well in a modern economy and take part in international discussions about a wide range of topics, from protecting the environment to digital rights. This dual focus led to a generation of San Marinese citizens who were both deeply connected to their local customs and open-minded about the world. They knew that their republic's independence depended not on being cut off from global trends, but on being selective about which ones to engage with and which ones to change. It was hard to keep real culture alive in a time of global media and mass tourism, so people had to be on the lookout all the time and come up with new ideas. San Marino created what we might call cultural curation. They carefully chose which parts of their society were open to outsiders, while keeping the most important parts of their culture safe for the people who lived there. For instance, the yearly celebration of St. Marinus stayed a real community festival where people reconnected with each other and their shared history. At the same time, some parts of the celebration were open to visitors who wanted to see real tradition instead of a fake show. It was like keeping up a family dinner tradition that sometimes includes thoughtful guests, but still keeps the closeness that makes it special for family members. Because San Marino was a member of international organizations, they had to learn things that their medieval ancestors could never have imagined. They needed to take a stand on climate change, which is surprisingly complicated for a mountain republic, digital privacy rights, which are important for their banking sector, and international trade agreements, which are very important for their economy, which relies on tourism. But they dealt with these world problems using the same community-based decision-making processes that had worked for them for hundreds of years. The way the Republic dealt with the European Union was a great example of how they handle problems in the modern world. San Marino didn't want to join the EU, but they made cooperation agreements that let them benefit from European integration while still being independent. They used the euro as their money, took part in European programs that helped their people, and made sure that their rules were in line with European standards when it made sense to do so. They did all of this while still being able to make their own choices about their own future. This selective integration showed that they had a deep understanding of how small countries can do well in a globalized world. San Marino didn't see globalization as a threat to their independence. Instead, they saw it as a chance to use their unique traits for the good of everyone. Because they were smaller, they could be more flexible and responsive than bigger countries. Their stability and democratic traditions made them good partners for international cooperation. As you get ready for bed, think about what San Marino's strange story can teach us about the good and bad things that can happen when people live together in today's complicated world. This is a place that almost accidentally became a nation, survived by being able to change rather than being strong, and thrived by knowing that the best way to protect what matters most is to be open to change in all other areas. The Republic's journey from a hermit's refuge to a modern nation-state over the course of 17 centuries teaches us things that go far beyond its small borders. San Marino shows that real participatory democracy is not only possible but also sustainable when it is based on community responsibility rather than just individual rights. This is important in a time when many people feel disconnected from the political systems that govern them. Their way of running things shows that size and complexity aren't always necessary for effectiveness. San Marino, on the other hand, makes decisions as a group using processes that value consensus building over winner-take-all competition. This is in contrast to larger countries, which have problems with bureaucratic inefficiency and political polarization. It's a reminder that talking about problems is often better than fighting over them. The diplomatic history of the Republic is a great example of how to use soft power and position yourself strategically. San Marino showed that power doesn't come from having a strong military or a strong economy. It comes from having a good reputation, being reliable, and being able to offer something useful to others. Their neutrality wasn't just a way to stay out of world events. It was an active choice based on principles that people from all political backgrounds respected. San Marino's story shows how important it is for communities to stick together to protect their independence and identity. Larger societies often have problems with social fragmentation and a lack of civic engagement. The Republic, on the other hand, kept strong community ties by making sure that every citizen had both opportunities and responsibilities to help the common good. The economic lessons from San Marino are just as important. Instead of trying to compete in areas where their size was a disadvantage, they worked on building competitive advantages based on what made them unique. They became specialists instead of generalists, using their reputation and position instead of trying to match their neighbours' industrial capacity. Their way of preserving culture in the face of modernisation gives hope to communities all over the world that are trying to keep real traditions alive while also adapting to modern life. San Marino showed that it's possible to welcome outside influences while keeping your own identity, to join global networks while keeping your local community, and to embrace positive changes while protecting your core values. The way that generations of San Marinese have taken care of the environment is an early example of sustainable development. By carefully managing their limited resources, water, soil, forest and stone, they were able to live in a way that could last forever without damaging the natural systems that supported it. The terraced vineyards and olive groves that still dot the landscape are a type of partnership between human activity and natural processes that modern environmentalists are trying to bring back. But maybe the most important thing we can learn from San Marino's accidental nationhood is what political legitimacy really means. The Republic survived not because it was forced on people or kept alive by force, but because its citizens still saw value in their shared goal of self-governance. Their loyalty wasn't based on ethnic nationalism or ideological commitment. It was based on how well the system worked for the people who lived under it. This means that political systems that last must be earned all the time, not just passed down. The government of San Marino was still legitimate because it continued to serve its people well, adapted to new situations while keeping important values, and kept the trust needed for generations of people to work together. The story of the Republic also shows how personal freedom and group responsibility are connected. San Marinese citizens had a lot of freedom because they also took on responsibilities to their community. They were able to be free because they understood interdependence, which means that personal freedom grows when people help each other and are committed to each other. San Marino's model is becoming more and more important as we face global problems that need both local adaptation and international cooperation. They showed that it's possible to keep a strong sense of local identity while working well with bigger systems, to keep traditional values while accepting new ideas that are good for you, and to be responsible with your sovereignty in a world that is connected. The Republic's way of resolving conflicts, which focuses on mediation instead of punishment, restoration instead of revenge, and community healing instead of individual satisfaction, is different from the adversarial ways that most big political systems use. Their ability to keep social cohesion through centuries of change shows that communities can become more resilient by putting the needs of the group above those of the individual. The story of San Marino shows us that countries can choose their own character, just like people can. They could have turned into a tourist trap that traded authenticity for money, a tax haven that put profit ahead of principles, or a museum piece that kept traditions alive while losing touch with modern times. Instead, they decided to stay a living community that honours its past while looking forward to its future. They became an accidental nation that accidentally learned something important about how people can work together. As you fall asleep, picture yourself standing on the old walls of San Marino's Guaitar fortress and looking out over the lights of the Italian countryside below, which look like a constellation that has fallen to earth. The wind brings the smell of wild herbs and the sound of church bells ringing in the distance. The same stars that led St. Marinus to this mountain 17 centuries ago are still moving across the sky. From this point of view, you can see the whole history of humanity. You can see the Roman roads that still connect cities that are far apart, the medieval towns that grew up around market squares and cathedral spires, and the modern highways that take people between ancient places at speeds that would have seemed magical to people in the past. But this little republic on its unlikely mountain has somehow stayed the same through all these changes, like the limestone under your feet that has changed and stayed the same. The story of San Marino is ultimately about how people can still make a difference in a world where institutions often seem too big to understand or change. It's about the chance to have real community in a world full of fake connections, the strength of principled pragmatism in a time of ideological extremism, and the long-lasting nature of systems built on mutual respect and shared responsibility. But maybe the most important thing is the accidental wisdom that comes from paying attention to what works, instead of what theory says should work. San Marino became a successful country not by following a big plan, but by making good choices one at a time, not by trying to get power, but by being responsible, and not by trying to get attention, but by earning respect. Their unintentional success gives hope to all the other unintentional communities, neighbourhoods, groups, families and friendships that make up our daily lives. Like San Marino, these smaller human systems often work best when they focus on working together in a practical way, rather than on abstract ideals, when they value flexibility over rigidity, and when they remember that the goal isn't to become something impressive but to stay true to themselves. As sleep approaches, the lights below start to blur, but the lesson is still clear. Even though the world can seem too big and complicated to navigate, there is still room for small communities where everyone's voice matters, where neighbours know each other's names, and where the business of living together is done with the kind of practical wisdom that turns survival into thriving. San Marino became a country by mistake because it wouldn't stop being a community. We can make something lasting, real, and worth keeping for the generations that will have to deal with the results of our choices in the communities we accidentally create by choosing where to spend our time, energy, and care. Sleep well, knowing that the lights are still on in the world's smallest republic, which is on a mountain in Italy. Tomorrow's captain regents might be tonight's vineyard workers. Ancient stones protect modern dreams, and the accidental nation is still on its unlikely journey into a future that is uncertain, but hopeful. The Republic of San Marino is still around, not because it was meant to be great, but because for 17 centuries, ordinary people made extraordinary choices to protect something valuable, change something useful, and make something beautiful out of the simple things that people could work together on, like mountain stone. We all have the chance to build something worth keeping in our own small ways and in the communities we choose. This can happen by accident, but it can also happen with purpose, care, and the kind of practical wisdom that turns good neighbours into lasting nations.